Chapter 499. The Great Completion Saint Body shone with boundless radiance. Strands of light filled the space between heaven and earth. Many mountains were collapsing. Apart from the areas protected by the ancient emperor's formation patterns, the other areas had almost become barren deserts. Some of the black mountains had even turned into powder. This was an incomparably terrifying saint power. Almost no one in the world could contend against it. It was not a deliberate attack but just a part of the divine power that surged out naturally. Yifan was shocked. If he could enter this body, who would he be afraid of in this world? He wouldn't even need to be afraid of the peerless experts who walked out of the ancient palace of the ancient killer dynasty. He was deeply shocked. This was only the remnant divine power of the Great Completion Saint Body. If it was at its peak, how terrifying would its combat power be? Perhaps it could really destroy this world with its bare hands. Yifan carefully explored and completely imprinted the flawless secret technique. His heart surged. This would be a powerful support for him to enter the supreme domain in the future. Clang. He waved his hand and the golden ancient staff in the stone coffin was drawn out. Divine power surged. He felt that he could pick the stars and the moon. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this time he entered the Great Completion Saint Body and almost thought that it was his own body. He could move it as he pleased without any feeling of awkwardness. If I can take it away, I will directly flatten the world in hell. Yifan was very excited. Even though the Great Completion Saint Body couldn't be compared to when it was at its peak, it still had enough combat power and was immeasurable. At this time he held the golden scepter in his hand and had the combat power to look down on the world. His murderous aura reached the clouds. He felt that he could completely flatten this Saint Cliff. The supreme scepter of the celestial court was cold and oppressive. It had been stained with the blood of millions of creatures. At this time, strands of brilliance flowed out as if hell had opened. Whoosh! Suddenly Yifan was squeezed out of the corpse by a strange force. The supreme killer's scepter fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The green lotus wrapped his divine consciousness and returned to his body in an instant. It was protected by the crazy owl in a light screen as it confronted the Great Completion Saint Body. The corpse of a large success divine physique is too terrifying. We have to bring it away. Its fighting strength is enough to intimidate the world, comparable to a supreme holy weapon. Li Heishui shouted. Although it's covered in corpse hair, that doesn't matter. This is an invincible humanoid weapon. The large black dog couldn't sit still any longer. Unfortunately, Yifan was forced out in the end and was unable to control himself. Crazy Owl frowned and said, "Don't touch him. There's something ominous in his body." At this moment, the divine power of the first-rate holy physique retracted. His eyes turned green and the corpse hair on his body grew crazily. He looked even more frightening. "My descendants." He suddenly opened his mouth, releasing this type of voice, resounding and forceful, as if metal and stone were grinding against each other. His eyes burned with divine light as he stared at Yifan without blinking. He said, "Take me away from here." "You." Yifan was shocked. Little Nan Nan was extremely nervous. She pulled on the corner of Yifan's clothes and said in a trembling voice, "There's a ghost in his body. You are my descendant. Help me revive and take me away from here." The voice was distant as if it came from the ancient times. It had an irresistible demonic quality. Yifan humphed coldly. He came from the other side of the galaxy and had no blood relationship with the ancient saint body of this world. His eyes immediately turned cold. The crazy owl let out a heavenly voice that shook the whole St. Cliff. He said, "If you want to attack, come at me." He took a few big steps forward. Humph. The large success saint body humphed coldly. The corpse hair on his body became even thicker, almost covering him. That strange power became stronger and stronger. His killing intent was revealed as he walked forward step by step. Then he suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed at the crazy owl, wanting to beat him into minced meat. This was a peerless large success saint body. Whether he was alive or dead, no one could damage his body. Could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The crazy owl shouted and raised his hand to produce a flawless Tao diagram. He pressed it forward, wanting to seal the corpse of the large success saint body. Boom. At the same time the Saint Cliff trembled. The investiture of the gods halfway up the mountain shone with golden light. A world-destroying aura rushed out and covered the sky. Bang! A big golden hand came down, pressing down on the large success saint body with all its strength. The investiture of the gods is not only suppressing the existence in the belly of the mountain, but also this corpse. Li Heishui was shocked. No, it must be the existence in the belly of the mountain. It must have entered the saint body and triggered the investiture of the gods. Yi Fan speculated. Boom. An earth-shaking sound rang out. The big golden hand pushed back the corpse of the large success saint body, and then pressed down again. The large black dog was extremely excited. He said in a trembling voice, "Do you see? The investiture of the gods is here, and it is equivalent to Emperor Wuxia's hand pressing down on this place." The first-rate holy physique, whose body was covered in corpse hair, let out a loud roar. Many mountain ranges in the distance crumbled and even the black mountains cracked. He raised his hand and struck toward the sky, shaking heaven and earth. However, the big golden hand formed by the investiture of the gods was equally terrifying. It slammed down with an unstoppable force, covering the whole Saint Cliff. Bang! The large success saint body was pushed back. The big golden hand pressed down, destroying everything. Even the body of the large success saint body could only retreat to avoid its sharpness. How can this be? Yes, the body of the large success saint body must be dried up, and there is not much divine power left. Yi Fan comforted himself. After all, that was his ultimate goal. Brat, don't be depressed. The body of the large success saint body is unparalleled, but the investiture of the gods is refined by Emperor Wuxia. The Black Emperor said. Boom. The big golden hand shook the corpse of the large success saint body, and it fell into the ancient coffin. Then with a rumble the coffin lid was sealed. This. Li Haishui was shocked and he said, "Is it really equivalent to Emperor Wuxia's hand pressing down?" Emperor Wuxia's hand is pressing down on the middle of the mountain. This is only a part of it, the large black dog said. Emperor Wuxia's body is even stronger than the large success saint body? Yi Fan frowned. Emperor Wuxia's body has all the advantages of a saint body. This is equivalent to the collision of two saint bodies, but one has already become a great emperor. The large black dog revealed an astonishing piece of information. Then he added, "Every ancient great emperor is incredibly powerful and they rule over the world. They are all invincible and lonely people. Putting aside their previous physiques, just their emperor bodies alone can crush everything." The Saint Cliff returned to peace, and the big golden hand formed by the investiture of the gods disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The 9 secrets character and the divine leader of the celestial court are also sealed in the ancient coffin. The large black dog mumbled. He had only remembered 4 Tao diagrams, and he was slightly unwilling to give up. "Leave it for the next fated person," the old crazy dog said. Yi Fan walked over and forcefully endured the terrifying torture of his mind about to collapse. He sealed the golden staff. This was the symbol of the ancient killer god dynasty, the celestial court. Apart from that, it was also a weapon and extremely terrifying secret treasure. It could unleash a certain level of power. This is a weapon forged by an ancient saint to strengthen the inheritance of the celestial court. It has a self-sealing effect, and without reaching the saint level, it can never unleash its full power. The large black dog drooled and several times he wanted to jump up and rob Yi Fan. F***ck this damn dog, it even wants to rob an acquaintance's belongings. Li Haishui and Yi Fan both wanted to give it a good beating. Little Nan Nan patted it lightly and said, "Be good dog." When the large black dog heard this he almost fell to the ground. If it was someone else he would have already rushed up and bitten them. However, facing little Nan Nan, he could only restrain himself and bare his teeth. He was too embarrassed to have any other ideas. They didn't stay for long and walked down the mountain along the path they had come from, preparing to leave this Saint Cliff. This cliff was not a good place and if they stayed for too long, a disaster might happen. Suddenly, when they were halfway up the mountain, they saw a person in the distance blocking their way. The Taoist robe he wore was quite ancient, and it was very different from the ones in the world. It was impossible to tell which era it was from, and it was full of traces of time. The remaining fur on the large black dog's head stood up immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, "F***ck, I met a super big guy. This is clothing from hundreds of thousands of years ago." "Is it another ancient corpse?" Li Haishui said in a low voice. "He's not a corpse." The crazy old walked at the front, and his expression was very serious as he stared at the old Taoist. The old Taoist was like a living fossil, slowly walking up the mountain along the mountain path. Every part of him was ancient and he himself was also very old. The purple gold crown on his head was dim and almost rotten. The Taoist robe on his body was also going to turn into ashes at any time. He chanted a Taoist name and looked very benevolent. "Benefactors, can you lend me a hand? I am willing to give you 2 unparalleled saint techniques from the 9 secrets." The old Taoist opened his mouth as soon as he came up, and the few of them were stunned. He took out 2 of the 9 secrets at once. What was his background? Who are you? Little Nan Nan's voice was very soft, and she asked like a curious baby. On the other side, the crazy old became more and more serious. His aura was like a mountain, and his whole body actually turned into an ancient diagram, no longer a human body. One could imagine how much importance he attached to this, as if he was facing a great enemy. For a saint to act like this, it was enough to show how terrifying the old Taoist was. I have forgotten the past because the real me has already died. No one can resist the passage of time. The old Taoist's voice was very calm, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. He must be the supreme existence in the belly of the mountain, the one suppressed by the list of deification. The large black dog shivered all over, and revealed an extremely terrified expression. If this was really the case, there would be a great disaster. In the past, the person that great Emperor Wuxia personally dealt with was finally suppressed by the list of deification. If he was still alive, just thinking about it made people's scalps go numb. My body has already returned to the earth. I only remember people calling me the Undying Taoist, the old Taoist continued. The Undying Taoist. I'm afraid he is a supreme existence from the Undying Mountain, right? Yi Fan's heart sank. The St. Cliff was cut off from the Undying Mountain. The old Taoist turned into a flawless ancient diagram, drawing upon the great Tao of the heavens and evolving the supreme Tao. An eternal aura pervaded the air, as if it had been like this since ancient times. I only left behind a wisp of my primordial spirit, and buried it in the celestial origin. I want to go out and fulfill a wish. I have no ill intentions. The old Taoist's expression was calm. How many years had passed? Even though his body had already turned into ashes, he still left behind a primordial spirit. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Chapter 500. A supreme existence from the primordial era, great Emperor Wuxia had personally suppressed him. After more than 100,000 years, a strand of his primordial spirit was buried in the immortal origin and survived. This was an inconceivable existence that could fight against an ancient great emperor. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the Black Emperor were all alarmed and filled with fear. The old Taoist was very calm. His robe was almost tattered, as if he had just crawled out from a pile of yellow earth. He walked over from the primordial earth step by step, emitting an ancient aura. The appearance of any one of the 9 secrets would make the world go crazy for it. It contains supreme truths, and the 2 I have can be passed on to you without reservation. The old Taoist's words moved everyone. These were secret techniques passed down from ancient times. Not to mention learning all of them, just grasping 1 or 2 of them would allow one to look down on the world. The 9 secrets represented the peak of the 9 domains and could not be surpassed. It was originally a book, but unfortunately it was split up. From then on, it was scattered all over the world and could no longer be combined. As time passed, some of them had already completely disappeared from the world. This was a great regret for all the supreme experts of the past. Even if they could rule over the world, they would not be able to see the complete 9 secrets. At this moment, 2 of the 9 secrets were about to appear. No one could remain calm, but Yi Fan and the others did not believe this old Taoist. A supreme expert personally suppressed by great Emperor Wuxia was definitely not a good person. How could he pass on such a supreme secret technique to them? The name Undying Taoist explained everything. It was very likely that he was a supreme existence from the Undying Mountain, and he was most likely not human. Before the primordial era, the Undying Mountain's darkness was in chaos, and countless heroes died. Blood flowed like rivers on the great earth. The ancient inheritances of the human race would never forget that period of time. You guys don't believe me? The Undying Taoist saw that they did not speak and continued to walk forward along the mountain path. The old madman's body had already disappeared. In his place was an ancient diagram covered in innate patterns. A voice transmitted from it, "If you want to fight, then fight." This poor Taoist never had any intention of taking action. I sincerely wish to pass down the human race's supreme immortal technique so that the 9 secrets won't be lost. The old Taoist shook his head. This is a person who can compete with the ancient emperors. His physical body has most likely been destroyed by the apotheosis board, but a sliver of his primordial spirit managed to survive with the help of the celestial source. That's extremely terrifying. Wuxia. Undying Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange light. The large black dog pondered for a long time, and as if he had thought of something, he transmitted his voice to the others saying, "Be careful, perhaps he really does have the 9 secrets." Clang. Crazy Ole's ancient diagram suddenly shook and let out a clanging sound, like the roar of a dragon. It obliterated an invisible ray of light. "You finally couldn't hold back," said Crazy Ole in a low voice. "That's not my killing intent. It's a strand of killing intent that seeped out from my body that was obliterated in the belly of the mountain," Undying Taoist calmly said. Then he walked up step by step. The mountain path blurred under his feet as he climbed up. "Cutting the free world, do you want to turn us all into nothingness?" Crazy Ole was as calm as an ancient well. The fruit he had transformed into slowly rotated, sweeping out a chaotic light. He was like the extreme point of splitting heaven and earth, melting away an indescribable power, causing Undying Taoist's expression to stiffen. Perhaps he really is a supreme being who has grasped the 9 secrets. The large black dog bared his teeth and retreated. He had a bad feeling. "I didn't expect there to be an existence like you after the world has changed." Undying Taoist finally stopped pretending, and his expression became cold. When he said this, the others were instantly terrified. Taking off his mask meant that this mysterious old Taoist was going to make a move, no longer hiding his strength. He shouldn't be able to use his full strength. After so many years of struggle, perhaps only a sliver of his primordial spirit has seeped out, the large black dog shouted. "Umph." Undying Taoist was no longer calm. He let out a cold humph and countless divine weapons slashed down. Thousands of killing intent severed this world. Clang. Crazy Ole turned into an ancient diagram and spun, sealing off the entire world. All the murderous sounds were blocked outside and could not rush in. As expected, Great Emperor Wuxia is about to kill him. The power of his primordial spirit can't be compared to that of a great emperor. The large black dog looked excited. "Brat Wuxia, you've gone too far." Undying Taoist seemed to have a deep hatred for Great Emperor Wuxia. He clenched his teeth and a light shot out from his eyes. He actually transformed a world out of nothingness and pressed forward. Boom. The ancient diagram that Crazy Ole had transformed into released thousands of silk ribbons. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the chaotic aura, and it crushed the world created by Undying Taoist. Creating a free world is indeed the technique of an unparalleled elite. Unfortunately, he can't recreate his former glory. "He's about to be destroyed by the investiture list," the large black dog said. "Is that what you said?" Undying Taoist snorted coldly. His ancient Taoist robe fluttered. He was like a bottomless ancient abyss swallowing all power. At this moment he was extremely terrifying. He released a world-destroying aura. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward, trying to turn Crazy Ole into meat paste. Even with the protection of Crazy Ole, Li Heishui, the large black dog, and the others couldn't bear it anymore. Their bodies began to crack and they fell to the ground. Their minds were about to collapse. A wisp of Emperor's might. The Black Emperor was shocked and couldn't speak anymore. Just this kind of aura was about to destroy their bodies and souls. Boom. Suddenly, the investiture list at the waist of the mountain shone brightly. A golden light rushed out and hit Undying Taoist, causing him to tumble on the spot. "Little brat Wuxia." Undying Taoist stood up and looked at the golden light in the void. His expression was ferocious, and there was no longer a trace of peace. Bang. The golden light in the sky turned into a large golden hand pressing down. With a bang, Undying Taoist was slapped to the ground again. "I hate." Undying Taoist roared. He formed seals with both hands and struck towards the sky. Dong. The large hand didn't change at all. It pressed down and slapped him away again. Then it slapped him into the mountain, causing his body to crack. As long as he reveals a wisp of supreme aura, the investiture list will be activated. He won't be able to do anything. The Black Emperor laughed. At this moment they were free from that pressure. The supreme existence in Undying Mountain can't be a holy spirit, right? Yifan was astonished. "Suppress him and we can obtain the other 2 secrets." Li Heishui also became bold and shouted. The ancient diagram formed by Crazy Ole slashed forward. Tens of thousands of chaotic strands fell down, destroying everything. Nothing could stop it. Even though Undying Taoist was only a wisp of his primordial spirit, he was still an incomparably terrifying existence. However, he was helpless at this moment. The investiture list was firmly suppressing him. The 9 secrets can never be combined. These 2 will accompany me in death. Swoosh. His body disappeared in a flash and time seemed to freeze. He disappeared from where he was and entered the belly of the mountain. The line technique has touched upon the time's celestial domain. Their bodies felt cold. He really had grasped the 9 secrets and it wasn't a lie. He should be like us, obtaining the line technique on the holy cliff. If he really has grasped the other secret, it is very likely that it has been lost. They couldn't do anything. Even someone as powerful as Crazy Ol couldn't enter the belly of the mountain to search for the other secret. No one knew what was inside the holy cliff. The investiture list is here. Even if his primordial spirit is buried in the celestial source, it will most likely be destroyed one day. They all frowned. Unless the great ancient emperor was reborn, who would dare open the investiture list and enter the belly of the mountain to obtain the 9 secrets? It should be known that Crazy Ol was most likely an existence that caused the great Saint Physique in his later years to suffer a grievance. 9 secrets. I know the whereabouts of another secret, but unfortunately I can't obtain it. Yifan muttered to himself. Be content. Do you really want to combine the 9 secrets? This kind of nature-defying thing is almost impossible, because a few of the secrets have already disappeared. The large black dog sighed. They continued down the mountain and didn't meet any more obstacles. Everything went smoothly, and they left the holy cliff after 4 hours. More than 50 mountains stood side by side, forming this black mountain range. It wasn't very deep, but every step they took was frightening. They needed a saint to lead the way. Finally, before the sun set, they walked out safely. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Woo-woo, at the edge of the black mountain, on a withered ancient tree, the strange bird with a human face and a crow's body appeared again. Its cry was like a loud wail, causing people to shiver. Its nest was constructed from human bones. It was frighteningly white and filled with a sinister aura. The color was completely different from its pitch-black body. Chi. Crazy Ol pointed a finger, and the strange bird instantly turned into ashes. A wisp of black aura seeped out, turning into the undying Taoist's appearance. He let out a shrill cry and completely disappeared. It's actually formed from a wisp of his aura, and it can be used so far. No wonder once you enter this area, you won't even know how you died. Crazy Ol didn't say anything. He looked at Yifan and the others, then nodded and left without looking back. This was his farewell. Uncle. Little Nan Nan was reluctant to leave. She waved her little hand and called out softly. Shwa. Crazy Ol used the Xing character formula of the 9 secrets. With one step, he reached the end of the horizon, and with the second step, he completely disappeared into the void. Let's go, we should leave quickly. We can't stay here for long. Yifan and the others also left the holy cliff before the sun set. They didn't return to the human world, but lived in seclusion in a primitive mountain range millions of miles away. This time they had gained a lot. Yifan wanted to go into seclusion to avoid the sharp edge of the human world and the hell. 2 months later, in the sky above the primitive mountain range, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. It was a terrifying sea of lightning. Originally, the blue sky was clear and there wasn't even a cloud. But suddenly, lightning struck down. The purple sea drowned the whole mountain range and several mountains were smashed to pieces on the spot. Damn it, this brat was struck by lightning himself, but he also made us unlucky. Damn it, he almost killed me. A large black dog as sturdy as a bull, wearing a pair of flowery underpants, stood on its hind legs and ran away on its 2 legs. Swish, 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 it disappeared without a trace. Doggy, go faster, the lightning is about to catch up. Little Nan Nan sat on the dog's shoulder, very nervous. Don't worry, I'm using the Xing character formula of the 9 secrets, it can't catch up. The big black dog ran as fast as he could. The fur all over his body was a bit charred. Just now, he was obviously struck by lightning, and now he finally escaped from the sea of lightning. Behind him, Li Heishui was indignant. Damn it, this damn dog is really nature-defying, running faster with 2 legs than with 4. His whole body was emitting black smoke and he grimaced in pain. Obviously he was struck by lightning, but he didn't run as fast as the big black dog. More seriously, some parts of his body were charred. The big black dog cursed as he ran on his 2 legs, the 2 big paws on his upper body swinging back and forth like he was paddling. Doggy, stop cursing. Will Big Brother be in danger? Little Nan Nan was very worried. Don't worry, he definitely won't die. People like him have to be struck by lightning often, and he won't feel comfortable without being struck. The big black dog said angrily. Doggy, you're too bad. Little Nan Nan pulled the big black dog's ear. It's not that I'm bad, but he's too bad. Otherwise, why would he be struck by lightning as soon as he broke through? Damn dog, aren't you nature-defying? Carry me on your back too. Li Heishui shouted. The lightning behind them actually approached again, chasing after them and striking down. Oh no, don't tell me we've really been implicated and have to cross the tribulation together with him. The big black dog's face instantly turned green. He raised his head, took a step forward on his two hind legs and started running again. Just run slowly behind us, someone has to be a scapegoat. The big black dog howled very unhappily. Chapter 501. Kacha. The crimson lightning spread down like a bloody light, splitting Li Heishui's skin and flesh. His long hair stood up in the sky. Boom. The green lightning was like a dragon flying through the sky. Then, it suddenly struck down, sending the black dog flying hundreds of meters away. His body was scorched. Damn it, little black brat, don't follow me. You're drawing the lightning towards me. The large black dog shouted angrily. Stupid dog, didn't you say you wanted me to be your scapegoat? If I don't follow you, where should I go? Into the sea of lightning? Li Heishui was angry. The endless sea of lightning chased after them. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly tribulation Yi Fan had triggered was. This mountain range was submerged. At first there was only purple lightning. Now crimson blood lightning and green divine lightning all descended. All kinds of colors flashed. Besides the 5 elements lightning, there's also the rainbow divine lightning. Will this brat be blasted into pieces? The large black dog muttered as he ran. I don't know if little Yi will be blasted into pieces or not. I only know that I'm going to be turned into ashes, Li Heishui shouted as he ran. Little black brat, don't follow me. Let's split up. The large black dog glared. Damn it. Apart from the front, there's lightning everywhere. How can we split up? Why don't you run backward and I run forward? How about that? Li Heishui said angrily. Doggy, run. The lightning is coming again. Little Nan Nan was very nervous. She sat on the large black dog's shoulder. Rainbow light flowed between her eyebrows. The lightning just now didn't hurt her. It's coming again. Li Heishui shouted, rushing forward with all his might. Just behind them, endless blood-colored lightning overflowed into the heavens like a flood, filling the skies, surging forward, crushing mountains, rivers, ancient trees and everything else. This was a sea of lightning not only in name but also in reality. Oh whoa! The large black dog screamed. He was struck again. The glossy black fur that had just grown in these 2 months was charred again. Behind them, Li Heishui screamed again. Every inch of his flesh was black. He was charred. Only his teeth were white. F***ck, why am I so unlucky? I've been struck by a total of 17 bolts of lightning. It hurts so much. The large black dog wailed in agony as he strode forward with his long legs. Li Heishui shouted from behind, Damn dog, I took 14 more lightning strikes than you, why are you complaining? Ow! Another wave of lightning descended, and the large black dog howled as it was struck by lightning. Its entire body was covered in sparks of electricity. I'm going to die. If I didn't have the secret treasure my grandfather gave me, I would have turned into ashes. Little Yes tribulation is really going to kill me. Li Heishui screamed. Woof, little black brat, you're not allowed to run with me. You go left and I'll go right. F***ck, this lightning is all because of you. The large black dog shouted. Damn dog, what does it have to do with me? You're such a bad dog. This lightning was all attracted by you. Li Heishui was furious. No matter how they ran, they were chased and struck by lightning. It was as if they were also undergoing a tribulation. It was a tragic sight. F***ck, I know what's going on. We must have come into contact with some unclean things after entering the St. Cliff. The heavens are purifying us. The large black dog seemed to have thought of something. If we continue to purify ourselves, we'll all be dead first. Li Heishui felt a headache coming on. Then he shouted, Damn dog, you're so heaven-defying. You're running so fast. Carry me on your back and I'll give you a 10,000-year-old spirit herb later. If it weren't for the sea of lightning, the large black dog would have long since left Li Heishui in the dust. His 2 long legs had indeed displayed the full potential of the first Tao diagram of the dimensional secret art. Unless you take out an immortal divine herb, you want me to turn around and carry you on my back? No way. The large black dog bared his teeth. Damn dog, you really have no conscience. You've eaten so much of my barbecued meat for free. The flowery underpants you're wearing were even given to you by me. Li Heishui shouted. F***ck, isn't it just a flowery underpants? I'll return you a stack later. The large black dog sped away. The flowery underpants were especially bright. Doggy, save Big Brother Li. Little Nan Nan patted the large black dog's ear and said softly. It's fine. That black brat's skin is rough and his flesh is thick. If he gets struck by lightning a few more times, it'll be good for his future cultivation. The large black dog had 10,000 reasons not to turn around. Damn dog, you're really worthless. Then don't blame me. Li Heishui was furious. Then with a flick of his hand an iron sword shot out. It turned into a streak of green light that shot forward. Boom. Tens of thousands of meters of crimson lightning were instantly detonated, chasing after the iron sword and striking down. The large black dog scurried and jumped, all the fur on his body standing on end. Lightning danced around him. He was flustered and exasperated. He shouted, "Black brat, you're 2F** King Wicked. Damn dog, you were the one who was disloyal first." Li Heishui was also struck by lightning. He covered his head and fled. The large black dog screamed. F***ck, it's burnt cooked. Little Nan Nan was a bit speechless. Seeing the two of them fighting as they fled, she didn't know how to mediate. The little guy was no longer afraid now. The seven-colored spot of light between his brows blocked the lightning, so he wasn't injured. The large black dog and Li Heishui were struck by lightning, and they were in such a miserable state. One could imagine how Yi Fan, who was in the center of the sea of lightning, had suffered, who knew how many heavenly tribulations. The surrounding mountains were all turned into flying ash. Not a single one could be preserved. Everything was gone, and a deep abyss appeared on the ground. 5 elemental lightning, rainbow divine lightning, one after another, completely destroyed this place. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's flesh was lacerated. This is even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation I experienced in the northern region divine city. Yi Fan was shocked. This was not breaking a curse, but merely breaking through a cultivation level, yet he had suffered such a lightning tribulation. Could it be related to the holy cliff? Could it be that my body has been contaminated with some kind of aura? Fine, I'll use this lightning to baptize myself. He vaguely thought of this possibility. Boom. The 9-5 heavenly tribulation struck again and again. Yi Fan's body felt like it was being forged in a furnace. Golden blood splattered everywhere, but he clenched his teeth and persevered. After cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, he had gained a lot. He had cultivated the Xing mantra to a very high level. He could appear and disappear like a ghost, coming and going without a trace, and walking through dangerous caves was like walking on flat ground. Most importantly, he had broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the 4 extreme secret realm, and would enter the last level of this secret realm at any time. His battle prowess had increased greatly. After a whole 2 hours, Yi Fan finally survived the heavenly tribulation. The primitive mountain range was full of holes, and there were ashes everywhere. Many mountains in the distance were broken. Woof. In the distance, the barking of dogs could be heard, as well as Li Heishui's cursing. Little Yi, you finally survived the tribulation. We were all unlucky. I suffered a total of 57 lightning strikes. Li Heishui opened his mouth and sparks shot out from his throat. It's cooked, completely cooked. Brat, you have to compensate me with a stalk of godly medicine. The smell of meat wafted from the large black dog's body, and there was a broken sword hanging from his bald tail. His eyes were spitting fire and sparks of electricity crackled. He had been at odds with Li Heishui for a very long time. Look at you two. Yi Fan scolded. They did not leave. Instead, they continued to cultivate in seclusion, wanting to improve further. Yi Fan in particular felt a sense of urgency. The ancient god dynasty of killers made it hard for him to feel at ease. In the next few months, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard from time to time in this mountain range. Occasionally, the barking of dogs could also be heard. They cultivated in seclusion here, and only little Nan Nan was carefree. She chased after colorful butterflies and picked wildflowers in the mountains. In a whole half a year, Yi Fan had almost mastered the various secret techniques passed down by the celestial court. Though he could not reach the pinnacle level, he had already reached the limit that a cultivator of the 4 extremes could use. I need to comprehend the 4 extremes. As expected, battles of life and death are the most rewarding. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. He had broken through to the next tier after cultivating in seclusion for 2 months, but in the next 4 months he was still unable to step into the final tier of the 4 extremes. The reason why he could successfully break through in those 2 months was greatly related to the few times he had comprehended Tao in the past. In the battle against Hua Yunfei in the southern region, when he was resisting the flower blooms with a single thought, sovereign descent, he had comprehended the great Tao and gained great benefits. In the central region he had battled against the Little Rock King. For the first 4 styles of the heaven-sundering demon slaughtering Saint Art, he had comprehended Tao on the verge of death, and only then had he been able to resolve the desperate situation. Breaking through in 2 months could be said to be the accumulation of his previous cultivation. His accumulated strength had exploded, and he had succeeded in a flash. There was no stagnation. I need to comprehend Tao continuously. Yi Fan's cultivation speed was already very fast, and even the large black dog in Li Heishui felt that he was very freakish. However, he was not satisfied at all. Half a month later, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He felt an unusual aura. It left behind an afterimage in the ancient cave, and appeared in the mountains filled with flowers. Pooh! He stretched a hand into the void and grabbed out a black figure. This was a young man with a dark and cold expression. However, at this moment he wore a shocked expression. The assassins of the human world have found their way here. Li Heishui was shocked. Woof, this is bad. They must have used Heavenly Secret's divine divination to deduce our location. The large black dog ran out, a serious expression on his face. Yi Fan did not say anything. He placed his hand on the top of his head, and was about to extract the memories of his divine sense. Pooh! However, just as his hand neared the young man's head, this young man's head was shattered. A terrifying energy wrapped around his flesh and blood, and it charged toward Yi Fan. Even the void was struck by this flesh and blood, and one could imagine what kind of power it contained. It was definitely capable of destroying both the body and the soul of the enemy. Pung? However, Yi Fan's large golden hand shook, and all the flesh and energy were turned into dust. They were all destroyed. The peak stage of the third tier of the four extremes of the divine physique is indeed terrifying. Li Heishui was shocked. Not good. Yi Fan was shocked, and he keenly sensed something. He used the line secret art and turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Almost in an instant he arrived at the valley at the back of the mountain. He just happened to see a woman walking toward little Nan Nan, an ice-cold smile on her face. Big sister, who are you? Don't come over, I'm scared. Little Nan Nan spoke timidly and continuously retreated. Big sister will send you to the ancient palace in hell. The black-clothed woman's entire body was ice-cold and dead, carrying with it an aura of death. Boom! Yi Fan flew through the air, his speed extremely fast. When the black-clothed woman discovered him, her eyes were ice-cold. A divine sword dripping with blood appeared in her hand, and she slashed toward little Nan Nan's head. Clang! However, what she did not expect was that Yi Fan's speed surpassed her imagination. He moved later but arrived first. He blocked in front of little Nan Nan, and his large golden hand slashed onto the blade of the sword. Pooh! Yi Fan's hand was unharmed, but that divine sword dripping with blood instantly turned into dust, falling to the ground. Essence gold had been tempered thousands of times and was imprinted with the power of regulations, but it still could not block a strike from Yi Fan's physical body, and was instantly turned into dust. The expression of the black-clothed woman changed and she turned to leave, wanting to flee. However, Yi Fan's strength had improved greatly now. A large hand pressed down, fixing her in midair and grabbed her back. Freak! He can even suppress an assassin of the consummate level 4 of the divine dynasty with a raise of his hand. Even the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Yi Fan wanted to try to extract the memories in her divine sense, but the woman he found also collapsed. She could not control herself at all. There was a forbidden power set down by a supreme elite deep between her brows. How did the people of the human world in hell find this place? Li Heishui was shocked. They are proficient in divination, and if they ask some old geezers to perform divination, they can find the location of the enemy. We have been in seclusion for more than half a year, and have not appeared for a long time. They must have asked the supreme elite to perform divination, and these two people are here to verify it. The large black dog revealed this very bad news. Let's leave this place. Yi Fan asked the large black dog to inscribe Tao patterns, and then they quickly traversed through the void. Then they continuously opened region gates, changed their direction a few times, and appeared millions of kilometers away. This is not a solution. If there is no other way, little Yi, you can leave the eastern barren territory. Will they chase you to the middle state or the western desert? Li Heishui said. It is impossible to force me to leave like this. Yi Fan had some confidence now. After grasping the Xing mantra, he could protect himself. Now he could go anywhere, so he was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, he wanted to find trouble with the ancient assassin dynasty. If you don't leave, you might really be killed. Li Heishui reminded and said, 2 ancient assassin dynasties issued a must-kill order for you at the same time, and now they have asked the supreme elite to perform divination on your location. This is a great disaster, and it is very difficult to avoid. It is indeed very bad. It must be the living fossils in the ancient palace that are performing divination on your location. If you don't leave, their seeds will all come out, and they will treat you as prey to train themselves, the Black Emperor also warned. Li Heishui said, to have the two great dynasties issue a must-kill order, it is obvious that many people have found them, and at the same time they are asking to kill you. To be able to find the ancient god dynasty, it must be the most ancient inheritance. A must-kill order requires the entrustment of more than 10 people. Yi Fan smiled when he said this and said, how many ancient inheritances can there be in the Eastern Barren Territory? It is good that you know. There must be people from the Holy Lands involved, and then there are some supreme sections. Li Heishui nodded. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Fan's smile became even more brilliant, and he said, Black Emperor, you should know how to contact the ancient assassin dynasty, right? Brat, what do you want to do? Do you want to die? That can't be right. Look at how wicked your smile is, you must be up to no good. Don't drag me into this. The large black dog bared his teeth. It has nothing to do with you. I plan to give the two great dynasties a source. Yi Fan said with a smile. What exactly do you want to do? The large black dog and Li Heishui were both suspicious. Now, I will give you a chance to harm people. Which holy son do you find displeasing to the eye? Tell me and I will ask the two great dynasties to kill them. Yi Fan said with a cold smile. Are you crazy? Li Heishui and the large black dog were both shocked. To be able to ask the ancient assassin dynasty to come out, it must be those ancient inheritances. I will drag them into this as well. You want the ancient assassin dynasty to start a war with the Holy Lands? You want to cause chaos in the world? The large black dog's eyelids twitched. Li Heishui also sucked in a breath of cold air and said, this is a ruthless move. If the ancient assassin dynasty dared to accept the commission, those holy sons would undoubtedly be in great trouble, and it would cause endless chaos. If they didn't accept the commission, Yi Fan would find a way to announce it to the world, and destroy the undefeatable legend of the two great ancient assassin dynasties. How about this? At the beginning, let them each kill a holy son. I think they will definitely accept the commission and then we can take it slowly. If that doesn't work, I will use the supreme scepter of the celestial court to help them. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. That is too vicious. Little Yi, you will cause great chaos in the eastern wilderness. Li Heishui said, but then he laughed loudly. This is really an immoral idea. The large black dog also began to chuckle. Chapter 502. Yi Fan decided to make a ruthless move. No matter if it was those ancient inheritances or the two ancient killer god dynasties, he was prepared to drag them all down with him. Brat, you're really unkind. How could you think of such an immoral idea? It will cause great chaos. The large black dog chuckled. What immoral? This is a scheme, okay? I'm just trying to protect myself. Yi Fan corrected him. Isn't it the same thing? Scamming people is scamming people. Don't make it sound so righteous. The large black dog's large eyes twinkled. This damn dog is definitely up to no good. Li Heishui saw his expression and knew that he was up to no good. F***ck, am I that unkind? I'm just wondering if I can get an ancient scripture. The large black dog bared his teeth. Big brother, what are you guys doing? Little Nan Nan raised her head and lightly tugged on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. Her small face was filled with confusion, but her large eyes were very innocent and pure. Ahem. The large black dog coughed and said, don't teach children bad things. They almost forgot about little Nan Nan. They felt that they couldn't be too direct. It was better for the innocent little girl to have less contact with some things. We're thinking about how to get rid of the bad guys. Yi Fan smiled and patted her head. Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and nodded seriously. The St. Cliff was located in the northernmost part of the central region, and it was already connected to the northern region. Although they had already traveled millions of miles, they were still in this region because the eastern barren region was really too big. There were endless mountain ranges here. Yi Fan walked around carefully, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The northernmost mountain ranges of the central region also produce source mountains. Those are definitely source mountains. Although they are not as abundant as the northern region, I can still find some. Yi Fan and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they wandered around the endless mountain ranges while cultivating. If they could find a divine source mine, it would be worth it. Now Yi Fan's level of source techniques was very high. Very few people could compare to him. After half a month, they wandered around the endless mountain ranges, and indeed found a small dragon vein. It's the source. We've dug to the core of the dragon vein. It's actually the source of God. Several pieces of origin energy floated in the void, divine radiance rushing into the heavens, never sinking. They were dazzling and dazzling, brightly illuminating the entire underground ancient mine. Although they were not large pieces of divine treasures and were only the size of a fist, when added together, they were worth 300,000 kilograms of pure origin energy. This was already very shocking. Any other cultivator would have gone wild with joy. Such a large amount of essence could be considered a treasure. However, Yi Fan had seen more than 5 million kilograms of essence before. Naturally, he would not get excited over it. Do you think the ancient killer divine dynasty will accept using these sources to buy the life of a saint? Yi Fan asked. F***CK, this is a rare divine source that is worth 300,000 kilograms of pure source power. Why don't you just give it all to me? I'll help you kill a holy son. The large black dog was drooling. He was tempted by the sight of such a treasure. This greedy dog. Li Heishui murmured. How about 600,000 kilograms of origin energy? Yi Fan asked again. If the ancient killer divine dynasty really wants to make a comeback, they will definitely accept this deal and kill holy sons to establish their might. Moreover, with so many origin energy, who wouldn't be tempted? The large black dog said. Yi Fan did not want to kill all the holy sons at once. This would be too obvious, and the ancient killer divine dynasty might not accept it. Yao Guang's saint. He spat out these 4 words. He was the representative of all the holy sons, and he was almost invincible in the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. If he was killed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Yao Guang's saint, once he is killed by the ancient killer divine dynasty, there will be endless chaos. This person is extremely powerful. Even if he is not the strongest among his peers, he is close to it. It will probably be very difficult to kill him, but he can also be a headache for the seed assassins of the ancient killer divine dynasty. Li Heishui and the large black dog were both very shocked, but they also agreed deeply. This was definitely the best candidate. The Yao Guang saint was unfathomable. He had never fought to the death with anyone before, so no one knew his trump cards. However, Yi Fan always felt that he was extremely dangerous. 2 days later, Yi Fan set out alone to search for the ancient killer divine dynasty. He crossed into the central region. He visited a few ancient lands, but discovered that they had long been abandoned and overgrown with weeds. He could not contact anyone at all. Even if there were ancient sites, they were about to be completely destroyed. Half a month later, he neared Qingming Ancient City. According to the Black Emperor, there was a very ancient village nearby that was an important contact point. Qingming Ancient City had a long history, and it was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the central region. Naturally, there were many legends about it. According to the legends, in ancient times, it was very close to the sky, and it could breathe in the essence of the sun and moon. There were many stars circling around it, and it was full of mythical colors. Now, it naturally did not have these strange phenomena anymore, but it was extremely prosperous. It was a bright pearl in the central region, and it was one of the most important ancient cities. Yi Fan used the heaven and earth changing technique to hide his true appearance and turned into a scholar. He looked very weak as he aimlessly wandered around the city. In the end, he found an ancient map in the city lord's mansion. He carefully observed all the surrounding towns and confirmed a few locations. The Black Emperor only told him that the Infernal Realm had an important contact point near Qingming Ancient City, but it did not know which village it was in. Yi Fan went out of the city to search, and after eliminating 9 of the villages, he could not help but frown. He could not find the so-called contact point at all. In the end, he could only search around Qingming Ancient City. He did not let go of any traces of human activity. There will most likely be an ancient Yin tree. This was the only clue he could rely on. According to the Black Emperor, the people of the Infernal Realm walked in the darkness like a group of evil gods. Every contact point would have an ancient Yin tree planted. Yi Fan carefully searched for a full 3 days. At dusk, he finally saw a few ancient Yin trees, and his spirit was immediately shaken. This was a dilapidated ruin. There was no so-called ancient village at all. It was extremely desolate, and the weeds had completely submerged the place. Half of the broken stone tablet was lying on the ground, and a few ancient Yin trees had towering branches and leaves. They were shrouded in a thick Yin fog, and this place was somewhat frightening. That's right, this should be that ancient village. It's about the same as what the Black Emperor said. However, it has been abandoned for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Yi Fan cut open the earth, rocks, and wormwood and discovered some ancient foundations underground. They were similar to the scale described by the Black Emperor. Can we still contact someone? He frowned. However, after he walked around, his brows relaxed. There were a few ancient Yin trees in the depths of the ruins, and there was a stone table and 2 stone chairs. The The style of the infernal realm. Yi Fan walked over with large strides. According to the Black Emperor's instructions, he carved 4 words on the stone table. Wavering light, holy sun. Then he turned around and left, not staying any longer. 3 days later, Yi Fan returned to this place. In the end, the 4 words were still there and there was no result. He left again and waited patiently. The Black Emperor had said that the fastest would be 3 days, and the slowest would be 9 days. Only then would the ancient killer god dynasty give a final answer. 6 days later he came again and the result was still the same. He muttered to himself, "The infernal realm is very cautious." On the 9th day Yi Fan returned to this place. There was finally a change on the table, and a divine sword dripping with blood was placed horizontally on top of the 4 words. At the same time there were 2 numbers written on it. They were 270. The infernal realm had accepted this mission. This caused Yi Fan's heart to skip a beat. The ancient god dynasty really dared to kill the holy son of wavering light and was not afraid of the Holy Land. It seemed that the infernal realm had recovered its ancient strength. However, the price was too high. Killing the holy son of wavering light actually required 1 million kilograms of pure origin, and he had to pay 700,000 kilograms in advance. So expensive. Yi Fan was somewhat dazed. This was an outrageous price. He had thought that 1 million kilograms of origin would be enough. However, after thinking about it, Yi Fan felt relieved. The implications of killing the holy son of wavering light were too great, because he was the future master of wavering light. Apart from the ancient killer god dynasty, no other forces dared to provoke this kind of immortal inheritance. Yi Fan left behind a few fist-sized divine source blocks on the stone table. The divine light was dazzling, causing the ancient village ruins to be sparkling and translucent. They were worth 700,000 kilograms of origin. The ancient killer god dynasty really knows how to earn origin. He sighed inwardly. This group of cold-blooded killers might be even richer than the Yuan Taoist master. Yi Fan did not tarry. He turned around and left, disappearing into the wilderness. Not long after, the divine source blocks on the stone table disappeared without a sound. Half a month later, shocking news arrived. The holy son of wavering light, who was training outside, went on a killing spree under the moonlight and killed 13 mysterious figures in succession. On that night, everyone in that region heard a tsunami-like roar. The mountain range was completely destroyed and razed to the ground. Once this news came out, it immediately caused a commotion. The holy son of wavering light actually went crazy. He killed so many powerful enemies in one night. What exactly happened? After that, someone went to investigate in detail and discovered that the 13 figures had been completely annihilated. Not even a piece of bone was left. That mountain range was forcibly destroyed by someone. Only a few dozen broken mountains remained. The scene was incomparably terrifying. It was as if a great calamity had befallen them. Everyone who saw this scene was overwhelmed with shock. They did not even need to think to know what kind of powerful enemies the holy son of wavering light had encountered. Even the mountain range had been reduced to such a state. The strength of those mysterious figures made people tremble. Without a doubt, those people had set up a killing trap. That kind of powerful battle prowess was enough to kill several top-grade holy sons. However, they had still underestimated the holy son of wavering light. He had killed everyone by himself. Not a single one was spared. No one saw that battle, but they understood a very terrifying truth through the clues. The holy son of wavering light was even more terrifying than they had imagined. When Yi Fan received this news, he rubbed his chin and remained silent for a long time. This holy son of wavering light was indeed unfathomable. This was the first time he had displayed his battle prowess. He laughed. The people of the infernal realm had made their move, but they had lost 13 experts. It was impossible for them to stop here. What followed was going to be a great show. Yi Fan was considering that if the human world was also involved, he might be able to drag another suspicious holy son into the water and make the eastern wasteland a bit more chaotic. However, on this day, a shocking news came from the northern region. It was related to the unparalleled divine king. The northern region that had been silent for a long time was shaken up on this day. The little princess of the Jiang family, Jiang Tingting, had returned to the clan. One had to know that she had been taken away by the unparalleled divine king in the past. No one knew where they had gone. They could not find any information at all. After Yi Fan had plucked the divine fruit of immortality, he had always been searching for it, but there was no news at all. The people of the Jiang family did not know at all. And now, little Tingting, who had disappeared for a long time, had actually appeared. This affected everyone's nerves. Perhaps the unparalleled divine king's life or death would be revealed. Countless people rushed to the northern region to find out the truth. Yi Fan was also excited. He felt that it was time to repay the debt of gratitude. Chapter 503. The little princess of the Jiang clan returned to the clan, and the mystery of the Supreme Divine King's life and death became the focus of discussion. Everyone was guessing and every major force was paying attention. Everything was so sudden. After Yi Fan received the news, he quickly traveled through the void, and soon met up with the Black Emperor and the others in the barren mountains in the north. I should also return to the north region. I have to tell old Master Tu Fei's whereabouts so that he won't worry. Hearing that Yi Fan was going to the north region, Li Heishui immediately agreed. You can say that, but you can't create rumors. It has nothing to do with me. He ran off on his own, the large black dog said, going against his conscience. Damn dog, you really have the nerve to say that? Li Heishui was extremely angry and said, don't go to the north region in this life. Otherwise you'll be skinned alive. Do you think I'm scared? When I was dominating the world, who knows where the ancestors of those old things were drinking milk? The large black dog said stubbornly. Big brother, is the north region far? Little Nan Nan asked. Yes, it's thousands of mountains and rivers. Mortals can't reach it even if they walk for 100 lifetimes. However, if we travel through the void, it'll only take a short moment, Yi Fan answered. The large black dog began to carve formation patterns. His target was the north region. It could be said that this was another ultra-long-distance teleportation, and there could be no mistakes. When Yi Fan saw that he was going to carve the formation patterns on the chessboard, he was instantly speechless. The first time he had lost Pang Bo and the second time he had sent Tu Fei to the North Plains. He had never been accurate once. I'd rather walk back on my 2 legs than use your formation patterns. Li Heishui was terrified, afraid that he would be accidentally sent to the western desert. You're really ignorant. This is a corner of the ancient great emperor's formation pattern. Ordinary people don't have the luck to enjoy it. The large black dog was very dissatisfied. You should enjoy it yourself. We'll think of a way to travel by ourselves. Yi Fan also refused sternly. This kind of formation pattern definitely couldn't be touched. Even little Nan Nan retreated in fear, as if she was avoiding a demon or a ghost. She distanced herself from the large black dog, leaned close to Yi Fan and grabbed a corner of his shirt. The behavior of the 3 of them caused the large black dog to feel very hurt, and he said, you will never understand the hearts of elites. Such a mighty formation pattern is actually not appreciated by anyone. In the end, the large black dog obediently inscribed another formation pattern that he was familiar with. The scale of this formation pattern was vast, and it took him several days to complete. The instant the runes were completed, Yi Fan reminded, this time, we must not deviate by another few million miles. If we accidentally fall into the origin ancient mine, we'll be finished. Don't worry, there's no way that we'll land near the forbidden land of absolute beginning. Our destination is somewhere near the purple mountain of the northern region, the large black dog said with absolute certainty. Whoosh! With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were and entered eternal darkness. In this void they could not feel the flow of time. Everything was so quiet. It felt like a brief moment, but it also felt like a century had passed. Light reappeared and they walked out of the void. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate expanse. There was crimson land everywhere and there was no end in sight. In this region the ground was full of ancient mines, one after another, and they were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. They were like numerous abysses. Where are we? Why do I feel like something is off? Li Heishui was suspicious. Why did it deviate again? The large black dog mumbled in a low voice. When Yi Fan heard this he wanted to punch him. He had not been accurate even once. At his best he had deviated by 1.5 million miles. This can't be the forbidden absolute beginning domain, right? Why do I sense a unique aura that makes one's heart palpitate? Li Heishui was scared. It really is the aura of absolute beginning domain. Yi Fan's expression changed. As a Genesis technique grandmaster, he naturally quickly sensed that kind of demonic power. This damn dog has screwed us over again. Li Heishui was about to go crazy. An accident, just a small accident. The large black dog coughed dryly, and refused to admit it no matter what. It is not within the forbidden absolute beginning domain. Yi Fan made this judgment because he saw people flying over. They were all wearing purple clothes and they were definitely not ancient creatures. Who are you people? Why have you intruded into my purple mansion mine? What do you want? The group of people quickly surrounded them. It's Yi Fan and that evil dog. One of the people's expression changed as he recognized them on the spot. Yi Fan had been silent for more than half a year, but the outside world had not forgotten him. Everyone was guessing where he had gone. Many people had once thought that he had been killed by the human world in hell. They never thought that they would see him here again. "You want to take our origin mine?" one of them said with a cold expression. "Invite the Grand Elder here." Another person gave a look and ordered a disciple to send a message. Yi Fan's expression changed. This place was incomparably desolate, and it was definitely the ancient mine of the Holy Land outside of Absolute Beginning. If he was intercepted by the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, it was really a good place to kill him. Bang. Yi Fan acted first and his speed reached the limit. He flew over like a beam of light, and then grabbed the disciple who had just flown away. "What do you mean?" The others instantly panicked. The large black dog was very tacit, and threw out all the tools used to set up formation patterns, sealing off this area. Not a single person could escape. "Kill them all?" Li Heishui made a throat-slitting gesture, revealing killing intent. "Forget it. Erase their memories and let's hurry up and leave." Yi Fan did not want to kill innocent people, so he searched their divine sense, obtained some useful information, and then erased the relevant memories. "You want to invite their Grand Elder to deal with us? You really should all be killed." The large black dog bared his teeth. "Losing a few people for no reason will cause big trouble. After all, this is their ancient mine." Yi Fan shook his head, then he smiled and said, "They have a batch of precious origin stones that are going to be transported away. This is really good news." Inviting the ancient killer god dynasty to deal with the Holy Sun required a huge amount of origin stones as a reward. Yi Fan was just about to gather origin stones when his eyes suddenly lit up. It had to be said that this ancient mine was very well guarded. Even though this was a remote area and not the most central divine mine, there were still many complicated formation patterns carved on it. However, with the large black dog's help, they walked as if they were walking on flat ground. In reality, Yi Fan himself could also pass through more than half of this area because he had cultivated the movement secret art to a certain level. Those origin stones are like a mountain. They snuck into the restricted area, and observed silently in the darkness. The endless origin stones in front of them formed a small mountain. "It's not these origin stones, it's another batch of rare treasures. There aren't many of them." Yi Fan stared at the nearby origin treasury. He could feel a powerful absolute beginning aura. The large black dog took out the profound jade platform. They could not stay here for long. They had to leave after looting or they would definitely be killed. They had been able to sneak in this time because they had accidentally entered through the void, and because the large black dog's attainments in Tao patterns were rare. He had resolved all the dangers along the way and successfully entered. "This origin treasury is not easy to open. I think we should just take it and bring it with us through the void," the large black dog suggested excitedly. Dong. There was a loud sound and a bright light shone. They were about to bring the origin treasury through the void. The disciples of the Purple Palace sect were completely stunned. They had never seen such arrogant bandits. They had even taken the origin treasury. Even the 13 great bandits had not been so thorough. "Not good, there are bandits coming to loot. Activate all the formation patterns and stop them from traveling through the void." The Purple Palace sect was in chaos. However, this ancient mine was very remote, and it was very far from the residence of the Grand Elder. The elites could not arrive immediately. *CK, which evil bandit is this? He even took the origin treasury. I've never seen such a person. The Purple Palace sect cultivators cursed. However, it was all too late. Yi Fan and the others were already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, far away from the ancient mine of the Holy Lands. Boom, bang, boom. Yi Fan and the others spent a long time to open this origin treasury. This was an important treasure of the sect, but now it had been smashed into smithereens. In the origin treasury there were more than 10 origin stones, all of which had the strong aura of absolute beginning. It was obvious that they were extremely valuable origin stones. Yi Fan did not show any mercy. He immediately smashed the origin stones. After the dozen or so origin stones were smashed, 7 or 8 of them shone brightly. Divine source. They dug up a divine mine and might have already guessed it, so they sealed it up. They never thought that it would benefit us. Li Heishui was very excited. After clearing it out, the value of these divine source stones added together was equivalent to 2,300,000 kilograms of pure divine source. It could be considered a large divine treasury. We can kill another saint. Yi Fan laughed. I'm sure that the Purple Mansion Saint has already done this to you, the large black dog said. Yi Fan nodded. They had analyzed before. Among all the saints, the Purple Mansion Saint was the most likely to ask the world of mortals to attack. Using the origin stones of the Holy Lands to hire the ancient killer god dynasty to kill them is not a bad idea. Li Heishui laughed loudly. The world of mortals and hell have endured for so many years. Their strength must be extremely terrifying. They even dared to provoke the saints. This means that they have unimaginably terrifying backing, the large black dog reminded. On that day Yi Fan and the others crossed the void and entered the God City. They did not want to enter the Jiang family rashly, so they prepared to ask Li Heishui to contact the 13th bandit, Jianghu, and find little Tingting through him. Okay, I'll go find Bad Jiang and ask his grandfather to come out. Li Heishui left. He stepped into the God City again. Everything felt strange yet familiar. Too many things had happened here. The stone gambling war, breaking the curse, resisting the heavenly tribulation. Before he knew it, more than a year had passed. When he appeared with a large black dog and a little girl, it instantly caused a commotion. The Saint Physique did not die. He has returned. It's a pity that the future character who could compete with the ancient great emperors had a tragic fate. He severed his own cultivation level. What a pity. His cultivation level might not have been crippled. It's very possible that he is releasing smoke. There are many rumors in the outside world now. Didn't the world of mortals and hell issue a kill order? It has already been more than half a year, but he is still alive and well. This is really shocking. There were many people in the God City who knew him. Yi Fan had been too famous here in the past, and it was impossible for him not to attract attention. This was also the first time he had appeared in front of the world after being silent for more than half a year. This indicated that the Saint Physique had returned. Many people were discussing this. A large group of people surrounded him. They were very enthusiastic and their eyes were extremely fiery. Little brother Yi, are you here to gamble on stones? Why is brother Yi gambling on stones now? Who dares to compete with him? He is definitely here to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. It will begin soon. Brother Gu Feng, I heard that you killed the holy son and holy daughter of a supreme sect in the Middle State. Is this true? There were still people who could not change the way they addressed him and called him by his alias. You even defeated Hua Yunfei, the inheritor of Ruthless. This is really shocking. Are you going to sever your own cultivation level now? It goes without saying that little brother Yi is here to visit the Supreme Divine King. The enthusiasm of these people made Yi Fan feel a little overwhelmed, but he obtained a lot of useful information from them. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was actually about to begin. He had not expected it to be delayed until now. He indeed wanted to go and take a look. Night fell. Yi Fan patted little Nan Nan's head, and handed her over to the large black dog to take care of. Then he disappeared into the night. He used the Xing mantra, and like a wisp of smoke, he streaked across the watery night sky and arrived at Miaoyu Nunnery. The lake on the ground was clear, and it emitted a gentle light in the dark night. There were millions of stars in the sky, and they shone brilliantly, making the jade palaces that were suspended in the air seem even more otherworldly. The music was melodious, and the sound of a zither was pleasing to the ear. This place was peaceful, and the sound of laughter could be heard from time to time. Miaoyu Nunnery was very popular, and it was one of the 3 great romantic places in God City. Any cultivator who could enter and leave this place had a certain level of fame, and ordinary people could not enter. When Yi Fan arrived at this place, his mood was not very calm. He had come to see in Miaoyu not only because he was supposed to meet her, but also because he wanted to verify some things. Was the inheritor of Ruthless related to this woman? In the past, and Miaoyu had once warned him not to go to Ruthless Dojo to fight for the holy treasure. It was very obvious that she knew what was going to happen. After that, Yi Fan left for the southern region. Not long after, news spread that almost all the members of the younger generation had died, and almost all of them had almost died in Ruthless Dojo. Was she related to Hua Yunfei in some way? Yi Fan did not know. He strode into Miaoyu Nunnery, and asked someone to report to him that he wanted to see the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. Yi Fan arrived outside in Miaoyu's palace but did not enter. The maids all knew him, and knew that he had a close relationship with the future nunnery master. Outside the palace, Yi Fan heard a very cold man's voice saying, "So it's that divine physique who has come. Who does he think he is? Let him go back. I am here and there is no place for him to sit." Not long after, a maid came out and invited Yi Fan in. He smiled and walked in with large strides, wanting to see just what kind of person had arrived. The palace was still shrouded in hazy moonlight, and the inside was faintly discernible like a celestial palace. Yi Fan strode into this familiar palace and saw in Miaoyu at a glance. She was as peerless as before, like a moon fairy descending to the mortal world. And Miaoyi stood up, slender and elegant, and walked over gracefully. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and her beauty was beyond compare. Her skin was sparkling and white like ivory. An enchanting smile hung on her face, and her pearly white teeth flickered with luster. Her red lips were bright, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her perfect appearance was flawless. "Greetings, Fairy," and Yifan smiled. And Miaoyi invited him to take a seat. Yifan glanced at the other two and he knew one of them. It was the young king of the Central Plains, Wang Chongxiao, who was currently studying him. The other person was very young and he had a heroic appearance, but he was rather arrogant. He glanced at Yifan and said, "We have an agreement with Fairy N. What are you doing here? There is no place for you to sit." And Miaoyi shook her head with a gentle smile and poured tea for Yifan. Afterwards, she tried to smooth things over, as if she did not want the atmosphere to be too tense. "He is?" Yifan asked. Wang Chongxiao was very cold, but he introduced him at this moment. This person had a great background. He was the younger brother of the Central Plains Gemini Kings, and his name was Gao Linfeng. The Gemini Kings of the Central Plains? The two old kings who were killed by the Supreme God King? Yifan was confused. Wang Chongxiao seemed to be very fearful when he heard that. He said, "Another Gemini King has appeared among their descendants." Gao Linfeng said coldly, "I heard that you've become crippled again, yet you still dare to walk around. You sure are bold. Aren't you afraid of being killed?" His ancestor had been killed by the Supreme God King, and he heard that the God King had done Yifan a great favor, so he was very hostile towards him. "You worry too much." Yifan smiled faintly. Gao Linfeng's face immediately darkened. He said, "Elder Wang, please invite him out. I don't want to see a cripple here." "You sure talk big. Are you sure you want to invite me out?" Yifan stared at him. "Tonight I've invited some friends. A half-cripple like you has no right to sit here," Gao Linfeng said coldly. "Is it up to you to judge whether I have the right to enter or not?" Yifan glanced at him and said, "Are you trying to provoke me? Do you want to stand up for your two ancestors? Don't make me kill you." Gao Linfeng's expression was dark. Wang Chongxiao wanted to say something but he didn't in the end. "If your two brothers were here they might be able to talk to me like that, but you..." Yifan sneered. Slap. He suddenly used the Xing method. He was as fast as a ghost and it was impossible to defend against. Yifan sent Gao Linfeng flying with a slap, heavily crashing into the walls of the palace and collapsing them. "Are your two brothers here? If they are, why don't you invite them to have tea with me? As for you, stay as far away as you can." Chapter 504. Gao Linfeng was slapped in the face by Yifan and was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into the walls of the Miaoyu nunnery. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He trembled with anger and almost fainted on the spot. As a descendant of an immortal ancient family, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? Swoosh. He rushed up all of a sudden, his whole body shining with azure light, shooting toward Yifan like lightning. His whole body was surrounded by azure light, like a flood dragon coming out of the water. A beam of azure light shot out from his mouth and slashed forward. Bam! Yifan sneered and stood motionless in the field. When the azure light came close, he smashed it with his golden hand. Then he turned his hand over and pressed down. His right hand pressed down like a golden heavenly monument, crushing Gao Linfeng's bones. Bam! Gao Linfeng's knees buckled and he almost knelt on the ground. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward, smashing a human-shaped hole in the wall of the palace. Buff! His lungs were about to explode. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He had just said that Yifan was a half-cripple and was not qualified to sit here, but in the end he was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. "You," Gao Linfeng's eyebrows furrowed and his eyes glinted fiercely. He wanted to yell, but after spitting out the word "you," he swallowed the rest of his words. Bam! Yifan's large golden hand was like a millstone, crushing down. It could be said to be covering his face, forcefully smashing his words back into his mouth. "You, how dare you!" Gao Linfeng was sent flying. He spat out these 3 words while coughing up blood. He was burning with anger and gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Bam! Yifan's speed was too fast. He caught up with him, his whole body burning with golden flames. In an instant he was in front of Gao Linfeng and gave him another golden slap. Bam! It could be said that he was like a bolt of golden lightning, catching up to Gao Linfeng who had been sent flying. He slapped Gao Linfeng down in midair and slapped him to the ground. It was not that Gao Linfeng was not strong enough, but that Yi Fan was too strong. He could easily suppress a cultivator at the 4 extremes level with a raise of his hand. Gao Linfeng was called a genius and had grown up surrounded by people's praises. But facing Yi Fan with surging golden blood energy, he felt powerless. Beside him, Wang Chongxiao's expression changed greatly. He had fought fiercely with Yi Fan before and knew how terrifying his cultivation was in the past, but just now he was even more fearful. That kind of speed was so fast that it gave him goosebumps. Had he not been prepared, even he might not have been able to dodge it. Yi Fan's figure flashed, leaving behind a streak of golden light as he returned to the palace. He sat on the sandalwood chair as if he had never moved at all. However, this made Gao Linfeng feel worse than being cut by a knife. Being looked down at by someone he wanted to humiliate like this, he even had the heart to die. But this made Gao Linfeng feel worse than being cut by a knife. Being looked down at by someone he wanted to humiliate like this, he even had the heart to die. Now do I have the right to sit here? Yi Fan suddenly laughed. Gao Linfeng was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He let out a roar and shouted loudly, "Elder Wang! This old servant is here." In the distance, a voice like an owl responded and quickly approached. Swoosh! With a flash of light, this person had already appeared in the palace before he had finished speaking. Seeing Gao Linfeng bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his clothes dyed red, his expression immediately changed. "Young master, what's wrong?" This old man was very fat, but his movements were like lightning as he quickly helped him up. "Elder Wang, go kill him for me." Gao Linfeng's expression was cold and emotionless. After standing up, he immediately wanted to kill Yi Fan. And Miaoyi walked gracefully like a fairy in the wind, her fragrance wafting through the air. She was fairy-like and jade-like, her skin sparkling and translucent, her beautiful hair glossy, and her features flawless. She gracefully stepped forward to mediate. "Fairy, step back. None of this has anything to do with you." Gao Linfeng's expression was cold, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared fixedly at Yi Fan. "Miaoyu nunnery has never allowed people to fight in the palace," and Miaoyi said lightly. "There are exceptions to everything. Today I have invited some friends here. He doesn't have the right and I don't want him to sit here." Gao Linfeng's expression was cold. Swoosh! That gray-robed old servant moved. He looked very fat but was very agile. He moved like lightning and coldly said, "You are that Saint Physique? Since you are already at the half-severance level, why don't you be a bit more thorough? I will help you." He spread the 5 fingers on his right hand, and shot out 5 divine rainbows that pierced through the void. His Dao power surged like a tsunami, and was about to suppress Yi Fan. Dong! Yi Fan stood up. His golden fist was like a blazing sun, and ferociously smashed over. A single punch to break through an army of 10,000. How strong was his physical body? It could be said to be shockingly powerful. A single punch was enough to seal the endless Dao power, and the old man couldn't get close to him. This very fat old servant was an elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. His Dao power was like the sea, growing and multiplying endlessly. His left hand pressed down in the void. Boom! He imprinted an ancient scroll that lay horizontally in the void. Misty wisps of mist flowed out, and rapidly enveloped downwards, wanting to seal Yi Fan underneath. Swoosh! Yi Fan flew out like a flash of light. He didn't use his own Dao power, and was completely fighting with speed and his physical body. Wang Chongxiao had been observing carefully all along, wanting to ascertain whether he had severed his own cultivation level. When he saw this scene, he was stunned and couldn't make a judgment. This old man will help you become immortal. The elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation had absolute confidence. He was indeed very frightening. He could produce an ancient scroll in the void, and it could seal the heavens and intimidate the earth. However, the current Yi Fan had long broken through to the peak of the 3rd level of the 4 extremities, and surpassed the common understanding of the world. His battle prowess had increased by a large margin, and it was enough for him to resist. Swoosh! Yi Fan returned like a faint shadow. He didn't use any Dao power. He raised his hand and attacked, using the line formula's extreme speed and unparalleled physical strength to attack. Wah! This very fat old servant struck out with the ancient scroll. He also knew how frightening the divine physique's physical body was, and he didn't dare to fight in close combat. He used his Dao power to suppress it. However, Yi Fan's speed was faster than he had imagined. In a flash, he dodged the ancient scroll, circled around him and quickly attacked. Bang, dong, chong. The golden blood energy around Yi Fan's body was oppressive. He threw out punch after punch in an extremely rhythmic manner. Each punch contained the power of a barbaric dragon, and it caused the void to collapse continuously. This was a wave of astonishing might. He didn't use his own Tao power, and he only used his physical body to collapse space. The golden blood energy around his body was flourishing, and he was like a divine furnace. This little bastard is quite difficult to deal with. The gray-clothed old servant was astonished. Yi Fan was like the son of light and darkness. He flickered indeterminately, but his speed was so fast that it was horrifying. He circled around the gray-clothed elder and attacked unceasingly, getting closer and closer. Pop! That ancient scroll was almost unable to stop him. He had already used his pure physical body to break through the overflowing Tao power. He continuously closed in and like a barbaric dragon he attacked. The old servant beside him was greatly alarmed. He was an expert at the fifth transformation of the dragon transformation, yet it was so strenuous. The other party was able to threaten him with just his physical body and speed. You want to cut off my cultivation and make me immortal? Can you really do that? Yi Fan's speed became faster and faster, and he quickly closed in on the distance. His fists and palms flickered with golden radiance. There was nothing he couldn't break. He continuously smashed down on the side of the fat elder, and the rhythm became more and more terrifying. Finally, Yi Fan forcefully pressed down, and the void that was struck by him collapsed in all directions. He rushed over, and his palm was pure gold in color as it smashed down like a sky-overturning seal. Dang! The gray-clothed old servant activated the ancient scroll and blocked in front of him by a hair's breadth. However, it was smashed into pieces by the large golden seal, and the scroll disappeared in an instant. Yi Fan's palm struck out, but it merely brushed past his shoulder, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The gray-clothed old servant spat out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew out horizontally. Yi Fan moved later but arrived first, and blocked the gray-clothed old servant's path. His golden finger forcefully shook, and with a pung sound, he smashed the old servant onto the ground. You! The gray-clothed old man's expression changed greatly. He said that he wanted to help Yi Fan completely sever his cultivation and become immortal, but he never thought that the other party would cripple him instead. Gao Lingfeng's face was snow-white, and he continuously retreated. His expression was extremely ugly as he said, "You didn't sever your own." Yi Fan disappeared with a step, and like a ghost he was inconceivably fast. In that instant the golden finger pressed down on his forehead. All the hair on Gao Lingfeng's body stood up, and cold sweat drenched his clothes. The flesh of a divine physique surpassed divine weapons, and anything could be broken. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but rather he simply couldn't. At this moment both of his legs were weak, and he almost couldn't stand because he felt the threat of death. Yi Fan exerted a bit of force and golden radiance flickered out from his finger. Gao Linfeng immediately went limp on the ground, and with a trembling voice he said, "Don't kill me." "Brother Yi, just let him go," Wang Chongxiao spoke. In the past he was incomparably domineering and arrogant, but today he was somewhat low-key. Where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. A clear voice came from outside the palace. A man dressed in white, without a speck of dust on him, stepped on the moon as he walked in. Yi Fan lightly pushed with his finger, and Gao Linfeng was so shocked that he almost screamed out loud. He fell headfirst onto the ground, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. He was incomparably embarrassed. The other party didn't take his life, but a casual action caused him to lose his composure. This was a type of humiliation and he wanted to roar out loud, but he could only forcefully endure it. "You are Su Zixuan." Wang Chongxiao's expression froze as if he didn't expect this person to come here. Central Continent's Su Zixuan. The person who came was delicate and handsome, and his expression was peaceful. He stepped into the palace and nodded to everyone with a smile. "Central Continent's Yuhua King Su Zixuan?" And Miaoi's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light, and she revealed an expression of surprise. "Greetings, fairy," and Su Zixuan smiled and nodded. From the expressions of Wang Chongxiao and Miaoi, Yi Fan could naturally deduce that this person had an impressive background. Otherwise they definitely wouldn't have such expressions. Ascending to the heavens, shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones. This was a rare physique in the world, and it might not even appear once in tens of thousands of years. It was said to be unparalleled and was known as the Yuhua King. This kind of physique was extremely terrifying, and had an advantage that other kings couldn't compare to. In the process of cultivation, it was like a divine chrysalis transforming, breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Every time one broke through to a great mystery realm, they would be able to open up a divine treasure within their body. Their potential was boundless and they could transform into immortals. In the central continent, they were known as the Unparalleled Kings. Chapter 505. The starlight was like water. Yi Fan strolled in the God City. He didn't stay long in Miaoyu Nunnery because many eyes were watching him. Now, his every move could affect the nerves of certain people. He returned to his residence without saying anything. Why didn't anyone come to kill me? The large black dog wore flowery underpants and carried a pair of large paws on his back. He paced back and forth in boredom. Are you hoping that someone will come to kill you? Yi Fan rolled his eyes at him. I even set up a corner of the ancient emperor's formation. If no one comes to kill me, I'm sorry, the large black dog said unkindly. On the other side, little Nan Nan was sleeping soundly. The seven-colored light on her forehead rippled and covered the small bed. Oh whoa! Early in the morning, the sun rose in the east. After waking up, the large black dog let out a long howl, causing many people on the ancient street to curse. Dog, why do you wake me up like this every day? Little Nan Nan rubbed her big eyes and sat up in a daze. Then she washed herself obediently. On this day, Yi Fan and the others wandered aimlessly in the God City, waiting for Li Heishui to return so they could go to the Jiang family. Their group attracted attention no matter where they went, not only because Yi Fan was famous in the God City, but also because the large black dog was too hated. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back. She had a stick of candied haws in her left hand and a mountain delicacy roll in her right. She was very satisfied with the snacks. Big brother, is it fun in the stone square? The little girl asked innocently. Yi Fan took little Nan Nan to broaden her horizons. They strolled around the food street, entered the treasure house, and then walked around the large stone squares. In the end, it caused a commotion. Everyone thought he wanted to gamble on stones, but Yi Fan waved his hand calmly, indicating that he had no intention of doing so. Many stone squares sighed in relief. Is it this dog? In the evening, an old man's dignified voice traveled over. His expression was very unfriendly as he stared at the large black dog fiercely, almost murderously. Grandpa, don't be angry. Tu Fei will be all right, Li Heishui advised him. The seventh great bandit of the north region, Tu Tian, arrived to denounce them. As soon as he appeared, everyone on the streets immediately ran away. The name of the 13 great bandits shook the north region. There was no one who didn't know of them. This was especially so because they possessed the heaven-devouring demon jar. If they were pushed too far, they would even dare to capture a holy lord. Who are you, old man? You're even fiercer than a tiger on the quiet street, scaring everyone away. The large black dog bared his teeth and rolled his eyes. Then he suddenly thought of something and said, could it be that old bastard who snatched the heaven-devouring demonic jar before me? Where did you send my grandson? Tu Tian asked with a black face. Li Heishui, you dare to sell me out? The large black dog was furious. You did it yourself. How can I hide it from you? Li Heishui asked. Beside him there were 3 youngsters. Yi Fan was very familiar with them. They were Jiang Huiran, Lu Ko, and Wu Zhongtian. They were the close friends of Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian, and they were the descendants of the great bandits. It has nothing to do with me. Tu Fei wants to go to the North Plains himself. I remember where his coordinates are. Do you want me to send you there? The large black dog said seriously. Grandpa Tu, don't listen to him. He said he would send you to the North Plains. Maybe the news will spread to the southern mountains, Li Heishui reminded him hurriedly. Tell me where the coordinates are. Tu Tian didn't have a good expression. His grandson was lost by a dog and he almost lost his temper. The large black dog was very obedient. He didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. He said coordinates that were so far away that it made people dizzy. Even Tu Tian was speechless for a long time. It's impossible to count on him to come back by himself without 20 years. He's almost at the divine North Pole Sea. Tu Tian swung his sleeves and turned to leave. I heard that this dog is very immoral. Jiang Huiran, Lu Ko, and Wu Zhongtian surrounded the large black dog with evil intentions. They wanted to teach the large black dog a lesson. You guys are not allowed to bully the dog. Little Nan Nan was very protective of the Black Emperor. Woof! The large black dog attacked first and bit dozens of times. It was as tough as steel. The 3 of them cried out miserably. They couldn't do anything to it unless they wanted to kill it. After a long time, the street regained its peace. The 3 of them had bite marks all over their bodies. They finally understood how evil the dog that Li Heishui talked about was. In the end, they found a restaurant and drank to their heart's content. They didn't return to Yi Fan's residence until late at night. These people wanted to travel with them. The 13th bandit, Jianghu, had already gone to the Jiang family. This time they needed Jiang Huairan to lead the way to the Jiang family of the Desolate Era. The next day the group crossed the void and went to the most ancient land of inheritance in the north region. Emperor Hangyu had left a deep mark in the history of the human race. He was one of the most powerful people in history. The area where the Jiang family was located was like a sacred and pure land. The outside world was scarlet land for hundreds of thousands of miles, but here, it was lush and green. Clouds rose and colorful mist flowed. Many great mountains hung in the sky, not sinking at all. Every mountain had an intimidating aura, as if they had existed since the world was created. They emitted an ancient aura. Some great mountains had silver waterfalls falling for 3,000 zhang, like the 9 heavens hanging upside down. Some great mountains were shrouded in demonic clouds, majestic and heavy, giving off an intimidating aura. These were just the tip of the iceberg. The deepest part of the mountains couldn't be seen at all. It was said that there were countless ancient buildings and ruins from the Desolate Era. Who's there? Many experts rushed out from a distance and shouted loudly. Jiang Huairan didn't say anything. He took out a divine wood token and waved it around. The expressions of those people instantly eased. Not long after, an elder flew out. So it's nephew Huairan. Since you've come, don't leave again. Acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan. Don't wander outside anymore. The ancestors in the family are also trying to persuade your grandfather. This elder was very friendly. Jiang Huairan replied with a smile, but he did not deny it. They flew in together with the elder. Today we're basking in Bad Zhang's glory. It's our first time entering the Desolate Era, Lu Ko mumbled. When their group flew in, they naturally attracted the attention of many people, especially the younger generation. When they looked at Yi Fan, their gazes were strange. The Jiang clan's territory was very vast. There were endless mountains and floating divine islands. Yi Fan's group advanced several dozen kilometers and arrived before a floating island. This island was an important place. Normal people were not allowed to approach it, because an ancestor-level figure of the Jiang clan was in seclusion there. Recently Jiang Yi had been staying here as well, accepting advice. Where's little Tingting? I want to see her, Yi Fan said. The elder's expression immediately changed. He had guessed Yi Fan's identity long ago, but he did not point it out. He was troubled. What, I can't see her? Everyone knew about the relationship between Yi Fan and the Supreme Divine King, so the Jiang clan had no reason to stop him. The little princess has just returned. This matter concerns the Divine King's life and death, so she can't see outsiders. Please wait a few days patiently, the elder said. Yi Fan and the others settled down on a quiet island. They waited for 7 whole days, but they still did not see little Tingting. However, they finally saw Uncle Jiang. Although the elder was not used to living here, he looked much better. With a powerful uncle like Jiang Yi, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Normally he would add spiritual medicines to his food. Even though he was a mortal, he had become younger over the past year. His white hair was showing signs of turning black. Tingting's back. I only saw her twice before she was taken away for seclusion. The elder was extremely happy to see Yi Fan, as if he had seen the person closest to him. Uncle, you've returned to your youth, Yi Fan teased. I'm already a bag of old bones. What youth? Yi Fan stayed with the elder for a few days, but he still could not see little Tingting. Even Jiang Huairan and the others grew impatient, so they went to find Jiang Yi in the end. You won't let me see her? What? I'll take you there. Jiang Yi was furious when he heard this. Uncle Jiang was his nephew, and little Tingting was especially valued by him. He had returned to the Jiang clan for these two. The Jiang clan no longer dared to stop the great bandit who shook the entire northern region from seeing little Tingting. This was because she was the little princess relative. There was no reason not to let her see her. Tingting's place of cultivation was very beautiful and quiet. There were flowers and trees everywhere, and streams gurgled. Water flowed down from the edge of the divine island, creating a dense, colorful mist. Grandpa. Tingting's feet did not touch the ground as she ran over nimbly. She wore a snow-white dress, and her hair fluttered in the wind like a little fairy. She was already over 9 years old. She was like a large porcelain doll carved from jade. Her eyes were like water, and her bearing was ethereal. Brother? When she saw Yi Fan, Tingting was overjoyed and ran over quickly. Are you kidding me? This little girl is already a cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. She has only cultivated for a few years. Li Heishui was completely speechless. She's on par with Xia Jiuyo. Lu Ko also gasped. She's my niece, Jiang Huiran said proudly. Little uncle, Tingting called out to him sweetly. Jiang Huiran enjoyed it very much. You guys chat, I'll be leaving first. Jiang Yi patted Tingting's head dotingly and disappeared in an instant. Brother, you've finally come to see me. Tingting was very happy. Yifan recalled the past. He first met the grandmother and granddaughter in a small restaurant in the southern region. Little Tingting was wearing patched old clothes, but she looked very calm. Tingting has grown up. He smiled and patted her head. Tingting was very sweet. She greeted Wu Zhongtian and the others one by one, calling them big brother. This is my niece, Jiang Huiran said. F***CK, I was wondering why you kept saying this. You're taking advantage of us. Beat him up. Li Heishui and the others realized what was going on and attacked Jiang Huiran together. Uncle Jiang chuckled at the side. He seemed to like this atmosphere very much. Old people like to be with their juniors in their later years, and he undoubtedly had this kind of mentality. Big sister hug hug. Little Nan Nan stretched out her little arms towards Tingting. She was only a little over 2 years old. She was pink and cute, and her hair only reached Tingting's waist. What a cute little thing. Tingting picked her up and the little girl immediately giggled, a strange light flowing between her brows. Extreme een physique. The large black dog circled around Tingting, his large eyes looking around. It was unknown what he was thinking. After chatting for a long time, Yi Fan and Tingting walked to the side and sat in a pavilion. He asked her about the Divine King's recent situation. Tingting immediately looked worried. She had followed the Supreme Divine King for more than half a year and learned countless divine techniques. She cultivated almost every day. Your body? Yifan was surprised. Tingting's physical condition was clearly much better than before. This made him feel even more uneasy. It must be the Divine King's doing. The Divine King uses the Divine King regeneration technique to baptize me every day. Tingting's eyes were filled with tears as she said, I can't stop it even if I want to. This. Yifan was stunned. The Divine King was already at the end of his rope, but he still used the Divine King's source to baptize him. How bad was his own condition? Where is the Divine King? I have immortal divine medicine that can save him. Yifan's voice was urgent. After the ancestor sent me back, he went on a long journey. All the elites of the clan went out, but they couldn't catch up to him. I don't know where he went. Tingting shook her head and tears rolled down her eyes. She blamed herself very much. Don't cry. This has nothing to do with Tingting. Yifan hurriedly comforted her. Tingting is very sad. In the past half a year, the peerless Divine King had brought Tingting all over the great desolate plateau, and they had appeared in many ancient lands. He seemed to be reminiscing about something. Looks like the Divine King is very sad. Yifan sighed. The peerless Divine King couldn't forget the death of Fairy Rosy Cloud. They said that the ancestor might have even destroyed the Divine King's source. Little Nan Nan said softly. She began to cry again. Don't cry, big sister, don't cry. Little Nan Nan climbed onto the stone bench and wiped away Tingting's tears. The large black dog's ears were very sharp, and he heard everything from the side. His expression changed and he said, he destroyed the Divine King's source. How bold. Damn dog, what nonsense are you spouting? Yifan rebuked. I'm saying that this person is very impressive, and he actually has such courage. Right now there are only 2 outcomes for him. The first is that his body and soul will be destroyed within 3 years, and the second is that he will be reborn into the world within 3 years. He will live 2 lives and his cultivation will skyrocket. Is what you say true? Yifan was shocked. Of course it's true. Now even the immortal godly medicine is useless. He can only rely on himself now. This is true self-destruction. Perhaps he can sever his second life. The peerless Divine King had shed all of his godly spirit blood to help Yifan sever the fruit of Tao. He had used up all of his divine power and he was at the end of his rope. Then he had selflessly helped Tingting, baptized her with divine light every day, and severed his Divine King's source. When Yifan thought of this, a wave of sorrow welled up in his heart. He truly hoped that the Divine King could be saved, and he prayed that he could live 2 lives and survive this life and death trial. Is there really hope? Tingting's face was filled with tears. That will depend on himself. He has actually reached this step. If he can let go of his past, he will definitely be able to live a second life, the large black dog said. Yifan was slightly worried. The Divine King had reached this step precisely because he could not let go of Fairy Rosy Cloud. Could he let go of his past? Big sister, don't cry. Be good. Little Nan Nan stood on the stone bench and carefully wiped away Ting Ting's tears. After a long while they finally calmed down. Ting Ting seemed to recall something and said, "Big brother, your all-chi cauldron. What is it?" Yi Fan asked. "I returned not long ago and big brother Jianghu borrowed it. He has never returned it." Ting Ting felt slightly aggrieved. Yi Fan humphed coldly. Did the Jiang family want to keep his all-chi cauldron? Jiang Huiran was instantly indignant and he shouted, "F***, he even dares to take my niece's treasure. That Jiang Yichen is used to being arrogant and domineering, but this time he is tired of living." Chapter 506. Brother Yi is truly awe-inspiring. Without using Dao power, you suppressed an elite at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation with just your body and speed. You're almost invincible among the younger generation, Su Zixuan said with a smile. I've already severed my own cultivation and I really can't use Dao power. I had no choice. Yi Fan shook his head, seeming to be very regretful. Beside him, Wang Chongxiao was filled with endless doubts. He witnessed the battle just now, but he really didn't see Yi Fan use divine power. Su Zixuan reached out and shot out a few divine feathers, healing Gao Linfeng's injuries on the spot. He said, "Brother Yi, how about letting him go? He's impatient and impetuous, so his words are inevitably too harsh." "No problem, I won't argue with him." Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "I didn't think that the famous Yuhua king would come to the divine city of the north region." A loud laugh traveled over and the Xia prince, Xia Yiming, strode in. "I came to the Jade Pool meeting in the north region, and passed by the divine city. It's really an honor to be able to meet all of you," Su Zixuan said. Obviously the honored guests that Gao Linfeng wanted to invite were Wang Chongxiao, Xia Yiming and Su Zixuan. At this time they had all arrived. "Brother Yi, it's great that you returned safely." Xia Yiming walked up with a big smile. "I was too lucky. Though my life was spared, I had to sever my cultivation. There's nothing I can do in life." Yi Fan sighed. They were a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. Everyone knew that he severed his own cultivation half a year ago, but in the end he killed the Yin Yang Saint's son. At this time, Gao Linfeng's face alternated between green and white. He was extremely resentful. Today was really too embarrassing, but there was nothing he could do. Especially now that he heard such words. The others said that he was still not a match for him even after he severed his own cultivation. It made him want to find a hole to hide in. Even the king of the middle state knows about the Jade Pool meeting. The impact is great. And Miaoyi said with a light smile. Like a fairy, she gracefully poured tea for them, and a beautiful maid served it to them. "We went out to train and naturally didn't want to miss such a gathering," Su Zixuan answered. He was handsome and peaceful, giving others a very special feeling. Yi Fan knew that this person had to be extremely powerful. He thought of some rumors. He had a secret realm and a divine treasure. He was most likely an almost invincible figure in the young generation of the middle state. He felt a formless pressure. Suddenly, rays of light surged out like a tide, and a person silently appeared in the palace. The golden light was blazing as if there was a burning sun. "Big brother, you're here?" Gao Linfeng's expression was one of excitement as he rushed forward. At the same time he glanced at Yi Fan with boundless killing intent. This was a tall and big man. He was like a golden wall, giving off a terrifying pressure. He didn't move at all, but his eyes were like blades as they swept over. On his body, resplendent golden light surged like ocean waves. Ordinary people couldn't look directly at him. He was dazzling like a deity, making others feel ashamed of their inferiority. His thick black hair was dyed golden by the divine light. His face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes shot out lightning in all directions, making him look extremely powerful. "Brother Gao, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Su Zixuan smiled. The Sun Sovereign of the young generation of the Middle State had personally arrived. His expression was cold, like a son of God in the blazing light. He nodded. His tall body was like a mountain as he walked forward step by step. His blade-like eyes stared at Yi Fan the entire time. Formless killing intent seeped out from his body. The names of the Central State's Gemini kings shook the world. They had the most terrifying physiques, and after 4,000 years they had appeared again. It was rumored that when the Gemini kings combined, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. They were the most terrifying combination and could sweep through the same generation. There was simply no one who could match them. That was because every single one of them was comparable to the Eastern Wasteland Divine King. They had the most terrifying bloodline in the world, and the most important thing was that they complemented each other. Once they worked together they were unstoppable. Since ancient times, Perhaps only the Divine King had killed the Gemini Kings alone. There had never been anyone who could kill them before. However, the Divine King didn't fight alone. The two of them worked together and killed them 4,000 years apart. Otherwise, if the Gemini Kings combined, no one in the same generation could match them. Are you the Sun Sovereign? If you want to fight, then come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Fan said calmly. He didn't fear the other party at all. The Sun Sovereign bathed in golden divine light like an immortal war god reborn from the flames. He was tall and majestic with an oppressive aura. He didn't say anything and continued to stare at him. Big brother, kill him? Gao Linfeng gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with resentment. He wanted to take revenge immediately. Naturally, Yi Fan knew where their killing intent came from. The Supreme God King had slain two of their ancestors, so they had placed all their hatred on him. That was because everyone knew that the Divine King had almost given up his own life to help him break the curse. In many people's eyes, he had been raised by the Divine King with his life. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to make a big fuss and harm the harmony. The great Xia Prince went up to mediate. When the Saint physique matures, it can compete with the great Emperor. The Gemini Kings are invincible in the world when they combine. They are both future peerless geniuses. There's no need to fight over such a small matter. The Yuhua King also advised. And Miaoyi also went up to mediate. Her eyes were intoxicating and her words were like the spring breeze. It calmed people's hearts and eased the tense atmosphere. The Sun Sovereign was in the northern region and had many taboos. He also didn't want to fight with Yi Fan at this time. He snorted coldly and glanced at Yi Fan. He didn't say anything else. I'll let you live for a few more days. Gao Linfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. The people present frowned. Even the Sun Sovereign couldn't help but glance at him. He felt that this younger brother of his was used to being arrogant and wouldn't amount to anything. It's been a long time since someone spoke to me like this. Even if your elder brother is the Gemini King, it's still not enough. I still have to discipline you. Yi Fan attacked. Bang. The Sun Sovereign's entire body burned with divine flames. He reacted quickly to stop Yi Fan, but he had underestimated his opponent's speed. Yi Fan's right hand transformed into a golden sky-turning imprint. It slapped Gao Linfeng away on the spot. His bones were broken and his tendons were snapped. He was almost turned into meat paste. Next time, watch your mouth. Gao Linfeng's bones were broken. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. You. A huge sun appeared behind the Sun Sovereign. 9 golden crows flew out and circled above his head. A terrifying aura erupted like a torrential flood, causing the entire celestial palace to tremble. Many people were alarmed, and many cultivators looked over in this direction. The Sun Sovereign's aura pierced through the rainbow like a resplendent river of stars surging. He raised his hand and struck towards Yi Fan. Teaching his younger brother a lesson in front of him was the same as hitting him. Bang. Yi Fan seemed to be walking among the sun and moon, as if he was passing through time. He dodged with extreme speed and waved his golden fist. It shattered the vacuum and smashed forward, using his unparalleled physical body to fight. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the Yuhua King and the great Xia Prince both attacked. Countless divine feathers filled the sky and 9 streaks of draconic energy cut through the sky, separating the two. This time it is indeed Lin Feng's fault. Don't fight to the death because of this. The Yuhua King Su Zixuan spoke. Yuhua King, don't stop me. I've already tolerated enough, but he still dared to attack. He deserves death. The Sun Sovereign's killing intent surged and his expression was ice cold. I still have 9 chances to return to the 4 extreme secret realm to fight against the Saint. If you force me to kill you, then come at me. Yi Fan confronted him. Ding dong, and Miaoyi played a celestial song. The sound of the zither was calm, like a clear spring flowing among the pine trees under the night moon, making people feel at peace. Everyone please stop. No one has ever dared to treat my Miaoyu nunnery as a battlefield. Her voice was like the sound of nature, but it also carried a hint of majesty. The Sun Sovereign was very domineering, but after coming to the eastern wilderness, he didn't dare to be too agitated. He restrained his killing intent and sat to the side. Yi Fan had an indifferent expression. Now that he had obtained the Xing formula, he could go anywhere in the world. Even if the world knew that he had recovered from his injuries, it didn't matter. After this confrontation, although they were drinking tea and chatting, the atmosphere couldn't be relaxed. The Sun Sovereign's face was gloomy, without the slightest smile. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was very relaxed. He drank tea while chatting with the Yuhua King and the great Xia Prince, asking Wang Chongxiao a few questions in passing. and Miaoi played a celestial song, making the whole palace peaceful. The tense atmosphere was somewhat relieved. The only thing that was not harmonious was Gao Linfeng, who was covered in blood. "Where did the Saint of Merak go?" the Yuhua king asked. Yifan smiled. The saint of the present age was indeed a deterrent, making even the young cultivators of the Central Plains wary and cautious. "He is in seclusion in a secret place. With such a cultivation level, he still needs to go into seclusion. Is there any hope of a breakthrough?" The hearts of Wang Chongxiao and the others were beating wildly. The Sun Sovereign was also quite uneasy. Although he knew that Yifan's words couldn't be trusted, he couldn't help but pay attention. After all, that was an existence comparable to the ancient saint. Finally, in the middle of the night, they got up and bid farewell. Yifan returned and met with Miaoi in another palace. "Are your injuries healed?" And Miaoi asked softly. Yifan handed her a jade bottle filled with divine spring water. After opening it, the fragrance assailed their nostrils. Any cultivator could tell that this was the spring of life that could revive the dead. "You really surprised me." And Miaoi's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She said, "You entered the desolate forbidden grounds and came back alive." Yifan didn't hide anything. He looked at her calmly and said, "I want to ask you some things." "I know what you want to say. If it's about ruthless inheritance, then don't ask too much. Just know that I won't harm you." At this point, and Miaoi chuckled lightly. She walked to his side and massaged his acupuncture points. "What? Don't ask so much." And Miaoi shook her head and didn't want to say more. "Has Hua Yunfei come to the northern region?" Yifan asked. "I don't know. This person is very dangerous. You have to be careful," and Miaoi reminded. Everyone had their own reasons and they couldn't reveal all their secrets to others. Just like how Yifan came from the other side of the universe, he had never told Miaoi anything. "You are in danger now. Recently, a saint-killing alliance appeared in the Eastern Baron. I'm afraid there are saint-children-level characters operating it." "A saint-killing alliance? Are two ancient killer dynasties not enough? Now there's another saint-killing alliance." And Miaoi solemnly reminded, "The members don't know each other's identities, but they have a tacit understanding. They all have one goal, and that is to kill you." Yifan smiled. He felt that the supreme scepter of the Celestial Court was finally going to be useful. It was time for the Celestial Court to reappear in the world. Chapter 507. What is Jiang Yichen thinking? He even dares to take the all-creation cauldron by force? Li Heishui's eyes also widened. This cauldron was priceless. Because of it, endless waves were stirred up. In a sense, the enmity between Yifan and all the Holy Lands was caused by it. It was the exclusive holy item of an ancient emperor. Even ancient scriptures could not be exchanged for it. Who wouldn't be tempted? Yifan almost died many times because of it. He had no choice but to temporarily give this cauldron to little Tingting and use the power of a supreme divine king to preserve it. Otherwise he would not have survived at all. They never thought that Jiang Yichen would be so bold. He dared to use this opportunity to take it for himself. This was really wishful thinking. In the past, all the Holy Lands were extremely jealous. Yifan risked his life to protect the holy item, but he wanted to take it by force. This made them angry. Even Yifan couldn't help but be angry at this moment. This cauldron was exchanged with his life. How could he tolerate someone trying to take it away like this? This brat is too ambitious. He really dared to make a move. He even dared to take something like this. Wu Zhongtian sneered. F***CK, I haven't even touched it. How can he touch it? Let's go kill him. The large black dog bared his teeth. With his personality, everything in the world should belong to him. At this moment he was even more angry. Yifan's expression suddenly changed and he said, "Don't act rashly. Maybe it's more complicated than we think. If the elders of the Jiang family want to take it, it'll be big trouble." "Brother." Tingting felt very guilty and lowered her head. If such an important holy item was lost, she would feel very uneasy. "It's okay. Tingting, don't think too much. It has nothing to do with you." Yifan smiled and patted her head. "Big sister, be happy. Smile." Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and stood on the stone bench like a little adult. "Let's go find Jiang Yichen now. He even dared to take my niece's thing. F***CK, I'll skin him later." Jiang Huiran was usually called Bad Guy Jiang, so he was naturally not easy to deal with. "Let's go and settle the score with that brat first. If the Jiang clan protects him, we'll leave immediately and wait for him outside, unless he never shows his face in the northern region for the rest of his life." Lu Ko said. In reality, as the descendants of the 13 great bandits, These people were arrogant and difficult to tame. In the past, they even dared to surround and kill the Alcade Saint's son and Saintess in the northern region. They were dangerous like a pack of wolves. They first sent Uncle Jiang back and then asked Tingting to lead the way. However, there were many divine islands and mountains, so they couldn't wander around and couldn't find Jiang Yichen at all. Don't worry, big sister. Big brother and the others are very powerful. Even the old tree spirit was so scared that it ran away. Little Nan Nan was obviously talking about the path understanding ancient tea tree. This made these individuals lose all face because they were too greedy. Not even the ancient tree could tolerate them. Little guy, what's your name? Tingting really liked little Nan Nan. Seeing that she was cute and obedient, she pulled her little hand and walked forward. Call me Nan Nan. The little girl naively took this pampering title as her own name. In reality, she only remembered these 2 words about her past. Yi Fan once seriously analyzed that the little girl must have had a deep past, so she didn't forget the 2 words, Nan Nan. No one knew what kind of background she had. She could retain her youth, but she would always look like she was 2 years old. Her memory would become blank at any time. In front of them there was a very large ancient island. Ancient trees towered into the sky, silver waterfalls flowed like a chain, and there were many mountains standing side by side. It was a very beautiful place. It could be seen that Jiang Yichen's status in the younger generation of the Jiang family was very different. To be able to obtain such a residence to cultivate, not many young disciples had such treatment. His great-grandfather is an extremely powerful person, and he is very close to the family head. He can get whatever he wants, and he himself is also a ruthless person. Ordinary people really don't dare to provoke him. Lu Ko and the others were very familiar with the younger generation of the northern region. They even knew about Jiang Yichen's background. Who are you people, and why are you forcing your way into Meteor Island? A few people flew out and blocked their way. Meteor Island? I think it's Comet Island. The large black dog bared his teeth. The expressions of these people instantly changed, and they guessed the identity of these people, especially the large black dog and Yi Fan. In their eyes they were definitely notorious. This place is an important place of the Jiang family. You are not allowed to trespass. The few people lined up and blocked the way, not letting them enter the island. Jiang Huairan's face instantly darkened. He sensed Tingting's situation. Now, she was nominally the little princess of the Jiang family, but these people did not come up to greet her immediately. He thought of Tingting's situation in the past. Some people in the Jiang family were very unfair to her, and even Uncle Jiang was forced to open a small bar outside to pass his days. At that time he was furious. All of you get out of my way. Tell Jiang Yichen to get out here. When Jiang Yichen's temper flared up, he was also a person who did not recognize his own family. Although he was actually also a disciple of the Jiang family, he did not care at all. Yi Fan also thought of many past events. In that snowy winter he came to the Jiang family, and in the cold wind he saw Uncle Jiang being made trouble by the disciples of the Jiang family, and Jiang Yichen was the main culprit. At that time he was furious, so he attacked Jiang Yichen in the territory of the clan of the Ancients. He killed Jiang Yichen, killed many cultivators and suppressed him. It was only when the Supreme Divine King asked him to pardon the disciples of the Holy Land that he released. How dare you? Do you know what place this is? Even if you are guests of the Jiang family, you still need to understand etiquette. One of them shouted, wanting to use this to pressure them. Are your dog eyes blind? You can't even see the little princess of the Jiang family here? Do you not recognize her, or are you purposely ignoring her? Jiang Huairan shouted. Greetings, little princess. When those people heard this, they hurried forward to greet her. In the past they could indeed ignore Tingting. As someone with the great Yin body, she could not live for more than a few years. Moreover, she had been picked up from outside, so she could not be regarded as orthodox. But it was different now. She was the only person taken away by the Supreme Divine King, and she had cultivated with him for over half a year. It was very likely that the supreme fighting formula of the 9 secrets had ended up in the hands of the little girl. Moreover, with the support of Deku's great-uncle, Tingting's status was extremely great. No one dared to bully her like before. However, due to their past attitudes, they were still rather unable to change. Please wait a moment. We'll go report this. A person quickly flew into the island and reported to Jiang Yichen. He dared not waste any more time. Only after a very long time did the person fly out. His face was filled with apology and he said extremely politely, I'm really sorry. The young master is in seclusion, so we are unable to rouse him. It's best if you come back in a few days. Wu Zhongtian immediately sneered and said, of all times, why does he have to go into seclusion at this time? It's obvious. He doesn't want to see us. He can hide now, but can he hide forever? Lu Ko sneered. Since he's so arrogant and doesn't want to come out to greet us, we'll go see him ourselves. Jiang Huiran was furious. You can't enter. The few people stopped them. Step back. I want to see my cousin. Can you still stop me? Tingting stepped forward. Although she was only a 9-year-old child, she had a kind of authority when she was serious. The few people looked at each other. This little girl was fine in the past, but now it was really not good to provoke her. This is the territory of the Jiang family. Do you want to stop us? Will you not let us in even if the Divine King Grand Elder returns one day? Tingting's voice was clear as she shouted. Get out of the way. Tingting flew forward first. Yi Fan and the others nodded and flew into the island. Those people didn't dare to stop them. Along the way they didn't stop and went straight to the center of the ancient island. There were a few mountains standing side by side. Ancient vines grew on the mountain peaks, spiritual springs gurgled, clouds curled up and colorful clouds rose. It was a magnificent and beautiful sight. Jiang Yichen, come out. Jiang Huiran shouted. The divine island was empty. No one responded. Only a flock of spiritual birds flew into the sky. If you don't come out, I'll suppress these mountains and take you with me. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion. 6 elders flew out and one of them shouted, Who is making a ruckus here? Disregarding the family rules, do you want to be punished? These elders were all experts of the dragon transformation secret realm. They weren't the direct descendants of the Jiang family. They were in charge of protecting Jiang Yichen. Tingting stepped forward and said, Uncles, please invite my cousin out. I have something to discuss with him. Although these people were of high status, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed when they saw Tingting. They didn't dare to stop the little princess. Things were different now. The young master is in isolation. It's not convenient for him to come out, one of them said. He's so arrogant. If he doesn't come out, we'll go see him ourselves. Lu Ko said. Stop talking nonsense. Seal the mountain and refine him alive. Li Heishui shouted. This was of course a threat to force Jiang Yichen to come out. After all, these people were the descendants of notorious bandits. Most people would believe that they would do such a thing. Humph. From afar, a cold snort was heard. A young man walked out of a magnificent ancient building. He looked at them coldly and said, How dare you come to the Jiang family and behave atrociously? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone ring the heavenly sound bell and gather the experts. Take them down and kill them. Jiang Yichen, dressed in black, stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He was quite arrogant. He glanced at everyone indifferently and revealed a cold smile. This kid is really ruthless. He wants to use this to make a reason to kill all of us. He's worse than we thought. Lu Ko gritted his teeth. They were not afraid. As the descendants of the 13 bandits, even if they really caused a great disaster, they would have to consider the bandits if they wanted to kill them, not to mention that they didn't commit any serious crimes. The elders next to them were really going to ring the heavenly sound bell and gather the experts of the Jiang family to kill them. Jiang Huiran stood up and shouted, Do you want to rebel? Can't you see the little princess is here? She brought us here. Who do you want to kill? Are you tired of living? Although the elders were furious, they didn't dare to act rashly. You threatened the little princess of the Jiang family. You should be killed. Ring the heavenly sound bell and save Tingting. Kill all of them. Jiang Yichen sneered and then said in a low voice, Making trouble in the territory of the Jiang family, you are courting death. As he spoke, he glanced at everyone with a cruel sneer. Finally, he stared at Yi Fan with a look of extreme hatred. A vicious light flashed in his eyes. Of course, he would not forget the past when he was suppressed. Damn, this kid is too cunning. We are in his territory, but he doesn't even explain himself. He really wants to kill us. Lu Ko felt that things were not going well and wanted to take the initiative to attack first. Yi Fan suddenly laughed and patted Jiang Huiran's shoulder. He said, Let him ring the heavenly sound bell. Don't forget who you are. You are also a disciple of the Jiang family and the descendant of the Divine King. You are his uncle. It's not a problem for you to go up and slap him. Even if someone comes, they can only watch. Damn, I almost forgot. Now that the ancestor of the Jiang family is accompanied by my grandfather every day trying to win him back to the family, he even gave me a divine wood token. Jiang Huiran suddenly realized and took out the divine wood token. At that time he entered the Jiang family with this token and no one dared to stop him. Go and ring the heavenly sound bell and call many masters here. Watch me slap him. Jiang Huairan said. After seeing the divine wood token, the elders all changed their expressions. Even Jiang Yichen's expression changed abruptly and became very ugly. Kid, return the myriad chi cauldron. Wu Zhongtian sneered. You are really brave. The myriad chi cauldron is Tingting's item. As a member of the Jiang family, it is naturally the sacred object of the Jiang family. How dare you come here to ask for it? Jiang Yichen sneered. How can you say such words? Jiang Huairan immediately turned hostile. Yi Fan's eyes also became cold. In the past, when he gave the cauldron to little Tingting, he had said in front of everyone that it was temporarily borrowed and he would come back to get it in the future. Now that Jiang Yichen said such words, it was clear that he wanted to take it for himself and did not want to return it. Moreover, he spoke righteously and said that it was the sacred object of the Jiang family. I have never seen such a shameless person. The big black dog bared his teeth. He almost stood on his hind legs and slapped with his big paw. Brother Yichen, you have borrowed the myriad chi cauldron for a long time. It is time to return it to me. Tingting stepped forward and asked for it in a clear voice. Jiang Yichen's expression became cold and he said, Tingting, you have to know that people are sinister. That is the sacred object of the Jiang family. If I return it to you now, it will definitely be taken away by some dirty people. Kid, you are tired of living. How can you say such shameless words? You should know how the myriad chi cauldron entered the Jiang family. You are not qualified to forcibly take this sacred object. Li Heishui said. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, It seems useless to say this to him now. He insists that it is the sacred object of the Jiang family and will not take it out. It is up to you to be the bad guy. Hearing this, Jiang Huairan immediately knew what he meant. He laughed and said, Well, Jiang Yichen, although I am ashamed to have a nephew like you, I have to admit it today. Then he turned around and said, Come and help me. Hold him down for me. As his uncle, I will execute the family law and teach him a lesson. In terms of seniority, he was Tingting's little uncle, so he could indeed be Jiang Yichen's uncle, although they were about the same age. Swish. Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian and the others surrounded the four sides and all sneered. What do you want to do? Jiang Yichen's expression changed. I am your uncle. I will execute the family law and slap your mouth hard. Jiang Huairan sneered maliciously. How dare you? Jiang Yichen was furious. Why wouldn't I dare? Today they are all outsiders and can't use force in the Jiang family, but I am qualified. Jiang Huairan sneered and said, Call me uncle, and then I will teach you a good lesson. You are courting death. Jiang Yichen's face was gloomy. Swish. The void was frozen by the joint efforts of Yi Fan and the others. Slap. Jiang Huairan held the divine wood order and rushed over like a ghost. He slapped Jiang Yichen's face. Quick, ring the heavenly bell. Jiang Yichen found that his body was bound in the void and hurriedly shouted. I am your brother. How dare you be so rebellious and want to kill me? Today I will beat all your teeth out. Jiang Huairan added a crime to his name and then slapped him. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Quickly take out the myriad chi cauldron, or I will smash your mouth today. Chapter 508. How dare you come to my Jiang clan to commit murder? Jiang Yichen shouted with a fierce glint in his eyes. Slap. Jiang Huairan was definitely not a kind person. He swung his palm and gave him a five-clawed mountain, covering his handsome and fair face. How dare you talk to me like this? Since you saw me, you haven't called me a nice name. Do you really want to kill me? Jiang Yichen slapped Jiang Yichen again and said, Am I bold? How can I be compared to you? You even dare to seize the exclusive sacred object of the great emperor. Don't you know what your surname is? That thing is not something you can touch. You bastard, you have been kicked out of my Jiang clan, and now you still dare to attack me. Just you wait, someone will pull out your tendons in a while. Jiang Yichen was furious and his face was livid. This was an important place of the Jiang clan on his island. When had such a thing happened? Who dared to do this to him? Slap. Jiang Huairan responded to him with a big round slap. He said, Don't call me uncle. You are so rebellious. I can kill you without a problem. Dang. Not far away, the elders finally rang the heavenly tone bell. All the masters in this area must rush over when they heard the news. This was the alarm bell that would only be rung when there was an accident. You really dare to ring the heavenly tone bell? Jiang Huairan suddenly laughed. He held the divine wood token in his hand and used it to slap Jiang Yichen. Slap, slap. Jiang Huairan was quite ruthless. With just a few blows, Jiang Yichen's mouth was almost smashed. His lower jaw was fractured and drooped. You reckless thing, take out the myriad chi cauldron. You? Fine, you wait. Jiang Yichen was still stubborn. His mouth was unclear as he spat out such words. Not far away the elders looked embarrassed. They wanted to go forward to stop him, but they could not do anything when they saw the divine wood token. They had naturally heard about the return of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was a ruthless man. He was on the same side as the other 12 bandits. If one was provoked, 13 would jump out. He also had the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar and the terrifying existence of the old bastard. He dared to challenge the Holy Land. Do you want to die? If you don't hand over the myriad chi cauldron, I will kill you today. Jiang Huairan's eyes turned sharp and fierce. Hey baddie, seeing that you're having so much fun, why don't you let me have a go too? Lu Ko, who was beside him, said. The large black dog also stood up, showing off his brand new tiger skin pants. He rubbed his 2 large paws that were as thick as the rim of a bowl and said, Why don't you let me slap you a few times as well? I'm willing to beat up those lowly bastards who dare to snatch a holy treasure from me. It accidentally said what was in its heart. This was its nature and bad habit of snatching treasures whenever it saw one. It had always been thinking about the source root of myriad chi and always wanted to get it. Don't count on it. This is the sacred object of our Jiang clan. Give up completely. Jiang Yichen was very stubborn. Even though his mouth and nose were bleeding, he still gritted his teeth. He believed that Jiang Huairan wouldn't dare to kill him. Not to mention some superficial wounds, even if he broke an arm or lost a leg, the Jiang clan had elixirs that could reattach it. He only had to endure, and when the elites of the Jiang clan arrived they could kill these people in front of him. Thus, he was determined to not hand over the myriad chi cauldron no matter what. You're still so stubborn and you still want to gnash your teeth? I've already sent you flying. Let's see how you can gnash your teeth. Jiang Huairan slapped down. Pooh. Jiang Yichen spat out a mouthful of teeth, and his face was deformed. He couldn't help but groan in pain, but he still refused to beg for mercy. How dare you? A furious roar came from the sky. You've really eaten the gall of a celestial being. You dare to behave atrociously in our Jiang clan. Even if you're the god of heaven, you'll be turned into ashes today. A middle-aged man descended. His black hair was thick and very long, almost reaching his knees. His gaze was like a white blade as if it could slash one's soul. It was extremely sharp and frightening. Eighth uncle, quickly help me kill them. Jiang Yichen shouted and spat out a few more teeth at the same time. After the Tianyin bell rang, 70 or 80 people came in an instant. The leader was the middle-aged man with long hair reaching his knees, and his expression was exceptionally cold. After all, it was not an important bell of the Jiang clan, so it was impossible to alarm everyone. It only alarmed the neighboring islands and these people rushed over. The people who lived next to Jiang Yichen were naturally his direct blood relatives, and they had a close relationship with him. Eighth uncle. Tingting also called out crisply. What's going on? The long-haired man stared intently and asked Tingting. Brother Yichen borrowed my chi of all creatures cauldron and didn't return it. We came to ask for it but he also wanted to kill us. Tingting said. The long-haired man's eyes suddenly became cold. He saw the divine wood token in Jiang Huairan's hand and felt that it was very troublesome. You stop. He shouted sternly and stretched out his big hand to grab forward. Jiang Huairan was indeed very temperamental. When he saw 70 or 80 people surrounding him, he held the divine wood token and slapped it more vigorously, and he kept nagging. You have no respect for your elders. If you want to kill me, I'll punish you according to the family rules. An uncle is like a father. I'll discipline you. Pa, boy you. The long-haired middle-aged man's face was as gloomy as water. When he stretched out his big hand, he found that Jiang Huairan had blocked the divine wood token in front of him and was shaking it at him. Eighth uncle, you kill them. I'll take all the consequences. Jiang Yichen clamored. Who do you think you are? You want to take the responsibility? Do you want to rebel against the Jiang clan? You even dare to disrespect the divine wood token of the old ancestor? Jiang Huairan was ruthless again. Enough, you're too arrogant. Another cold snort sounded, and a gray-haired middle-aged man landed. He was tall and incomparably majestic. First uncle, kill them quickly. This bastard and this group of bandits dare to behave atrociously in our Jiang clan. They want to take the sacred relic of our Jiang clan. We can't let them leave alive. Jiang Yichen shouted. Humph. The gray-haired middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and he stared at Yi Fan and the others. Even Jiang Huairan was shrouded in it and felt a kind of coldness. Chi. He pointed with his hand and a beam of light rolled out, pulling Jiang Yichen to his side in an instant. Then a murderous aura filled the air and locked onto Yi Fan and the others. First uncle, attack quickly. Don't let a single one of them escape. Jiang Yichen was completely furious after being rescued, and he stared fiercely at everyone. You're so young and yet you're so domineering. Even if you have a great background, you shouldn't make a move in our Jiang clan, the gray-haired man said coldly. He ignored Jiang Huiran, who was holding the divine wood token. Instead he stared at Yi Fan and the others. Formless murderous intent seeped out of his body and slashed forward. Clang. The small golden lake between Yi Fan's eyebrows transformed into a figure that sat cross-legged in the void. It looked solemn and dignified like a celestial spirit, and it slammed forward. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently. Yi Fan's divine sense surpassed his own realm. After colliding with the gray-haired man's murderous intent, there was a loud rumble, and he was actually not at a disadvantage. First uncle, do you want to kill us? Tingting stepped forward and her white clothes fluttered. Like a flawless little fairy, she stood in front of the gray-haired man. Tingting, move aside. This matter concerns the dignity of our clan. If we don't kill them, we won't be able to wash away this humiliation, the gray-haired man said in a deep voice. Damn, I knew it. Jiang Yichen doesn't have such guts. He can't keep the great emperor's holy artifact. It seems like there are indeed people supporting him from behind. You must be one of them. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan looked at him calmly and said, You didn't ask for the reason and you attacked immediately. Do you think you can take the all-chi cauldron for yourself like this? Young man, don't put such a big label on me. You guys acted atrociously first and I only attacked because of that. The gray-haired man snorted coldly. I can tell you that the ultimate divine king won't die. He will return sooner or later. You'd better not take things too far. Yi Fan felt the bone-piercing killing intent of the other party, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The formation pattern on the chessboard appeared, and the large black dog hooted. Damn, you still want to kill me? Dream on. If you have the guts, stay in the Jiang clan forever. Otherwise, once you leave, I will annihilate all of you. This was a corner of the formation pattern of the great emperor of ancient times, and it was not afraid of being forcibly interrupted. It had enough confidence and said, Today your decision concerns the future of the Jiang clan. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. They were not the highest-ranking members of the Jiang clan, but they knew many things about the outside world. A saint of the present age was very close to these people, and many people knew that they really did not dare to kill them. Otherwise it might lead to a great disaster. The formation pattern on the chessboard flickered. The lives of Yi Fan and the others were not in danger, and they could cross over at any time. They looked coldly at the gray-haired man and the others. It doesn't matter. Kill them. Jiang Yichen was fearless and he said through gritted teeth. He wanted to eliminate Yi Fan and the others in one fell swoop. The gray-haired man also had killing intent, but he was a knowledgeable person, and he naturally knew how terrifying the formation pattern on the chessboard was. If the other party wanted to leave, he definitely could not stop them. Humph. A heavy and cold snort sounded and an old voice said, What's going on? Tingting immediately revealed a joyful expression and said, Ninth grandfather, Brother Yichen borrowed the myriad chi cauldron, and not only did he not return it to me, but he also asked people to kill us. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yichen's expression was cold. How dare you? An old man in green descended. He had white hair and a white beard and he was very powerful like an old lion. He was the descendant of the ultimate divine king, and it was he who had taken care of Tingting in the past. Ninth grandfather. Jiang Yichen seemed to be a little afraid, and the gray-haired middle-aged man beside him was also a little uneasy. You are really promising. Only the old ancestor of the ultimate divine king dares to disappear, and you dare to do this. The old man shouted. Ninth grandfather, the myriad chi cauldron has already become the sacred object of our Jiang clan. I am afraid that Tingting will not keep it well, and it will be taken away by these people, so I took care of it for her first. Jiang Yichen argued. That was lent to Tingting by brother Yi Fan, and not given to our Jiang clan. We have long agreed to take it back one day. Tingting said seriously. You can't say that. How can you take back what you have given away? This is already the sacred object of our Jiang clan. Tingting, you are still young and this has nothing to do with you. Don't say more. Jiang Yichen glanced at little Tingting. Yes, the ownership of this sacred object indeed needs to be discussed. We can't make a hasty decision in case it is taken away by others. The gray-haired man nodded. Yi Fan was resentful. As expected, there was a branch of the Jiang clan that wanted to take the myriad chi cauldron, and it was not as simple as Jiang Yichen. He knew that he was in big trouble. It was clearly his thing and they had made it very clear in the past. But now they said such words in front of him and kept saying, "Take away." He had become a thief with evil intentions. "You are really becoming more and more promising." The old man, who was as fierce as an old lion, suddenly shouted and said, "Hurry up and bring me the myriad chi cauldron. If you dare to make a fool of yourself again, I will kill you immediately." This is already the sacred object of our Jiang clan. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man were unwilling to give up. They wanted to say more, but when they saw the old man's sharp eyes, they immediately stopped talking. "Ninth grandfather, the myriad chi cauldron is not here. It is with the 13th grandfather. He has been playing with it recently." Jiang Yichen suddenly said, "13th, come over here and bring me the myriad chi cauldron." The old man shouted and his voice traveled hundreds of miles. Although the Jiang clan was boundless, it affected more than half of the territory. Many people heard it. Soon, many old people appeared and landed on this divine island. They were all alarmed. The 13th grandfather did not come, but there was a peerless mighty figure. Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather came in person. "Great-grandfather?" Jiang Yichen immediately went to greet him. "What's wrong with your face?" This was a skinny old man. His hair was yellow, but his essence, chi and spirit were extremely frightening. They turned into substantial light that penetrated through his body. "They are presumptuous in our Jiang clan's important place and treat our clan as nothing. Great-grandfather, you have to kill them." Jiang Yichen looked coldly at Yi Fan and Jiang Huairan. The old man looked over coldly. His eyes were frightening as he glanced at Yi Fan, Li Heishui and the others. However, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were not afraid. At worst they could just leave. Having a corner of the formation pattern of the great ancient emperor became their greatest reliance. "Sixth brother, are you really going to protect them?" The 9th grandfather opened his mouth. His expression was solemn, and his hair and beard were all unfurled like an angry lion. He said, "Do you know what they are doing? Or do you already know and want to indulge them?" "Oh, what did they do?" Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather asked. Suddenly a long roar sounded. A figure flew over like lightning. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of them and landed on the divine island. "Grandfather?" Jiang Huairan was overjoyed. The famous bandit of the northern region had come. He was definitely a ruthless fellow. He had run wild for many years and had 12 even more ruthless people supporting him. Now, even the Jiang clan's ancestor-level characters were persuading him to come back. Jiang Yi strode forward and shouted, "Useless thing, you only know how to cause trouble." At first, people thought he was scolding Jiang Huairan. Who would have thought that he would directly come in front of Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man and swing his big palm down? "Pa, pa, pa." He came up without saying a word and slapped them in the face. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the 9th grandfather and Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather. They had never thought he would do this. Damn, he was too protective. He came up and hit others. They thought he was going to hit his own grandson. Many people rolled their eyes. They had seen people who were protective, but they had never seen someone who was so protective. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man were completely stunned. They suffered a series of slaps in the face. They couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Blood sprayed out of their mouths and noses. "Little bastard, I have already warned you not to bully Tingting. Last time in the Divine City, you didn't learn your lesson. This time I will beat you to death." Jiang Yi was very domineering. He slapped Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather like this. "And you're already over 100 years old. Did you live your life like a dog?" Jiang Yi also slapped the gray-haired middle-aged man and said. Everyone was dumbfounded. This great bandit grandpa was too awesome. He slapped his descendant in front of the supreme expert. He really didn't show any mercy. "I'm going to faint. Jiang Huairan, your grandfather is really fierce. He is really a role model for our generation." Lu Ko, Li Heishui and the others were a little dizzy. Even Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were dumbfounded. This great bandit grandpa was too domineering. He actually dared to do this. Chapter 509. Everyone was tongue-tied and speechless. The legendary bandit was so awesome. He was so direct and straightforward. "Little bastard, you don't learn from your mistakes." Slap, slap. The slap was loud and clear. Jiang Yi slapped Jiang Yichen's face heavily and mercilessly. Everyone looked at each other and no one stepped forward. This man was too fierce. Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather was here, but he slapped him in front of him. They had never seen such a strong man. Moreover, he slapped Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather while scolding him. This was really shocking. How could Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather endure this? And you? Jiang Yi grabbed the gray-haired middle-aged man's collar and pulled him in front of him like a chick. Without saying anything, he slapped him 36 times and said, "You're already 80 years old, but you still don't learn good things. I'll slap you to death." Everyone was dumbfounded. You also know that he's a 100-year-old man? How could he keep his foothold and face after being slapped like this? Enough. Jiang Yichen's great-grandfather shouted. He strode forward and said, "Are you done?" "Not yet." Jiang Yi replied simply. "Slap, slap." As he spoke, he continued to slap Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man 18 times in a daze. They were almost paralyzed on the ground. At the side, everyone didn't know what to say. Jiang Rui, a powerful figure, had spoken like this, but Jiang Yi replied with such actions. He was too domineering. "You." Jiang Rui's face turned cold. "What? Do you want to hit me?" Jiang Yi glanced at him and then continued to slap him. "Little bastard, I told you not to learn good things. Little bastard, I told you to do bad things." Jiang Yi kept calling him little bastard and little bastard, which made Jiang Rui's face turn green. Jiang Yi beat his descendant and scolded him like this. The veins on his forehead bulged. Around them, many of the older and younger generations of the Jiang family had come. They were all stunned. This bandit was really fearless. He dared to do and dared to say. However, when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. This ancestor of his had dared to rebel against the clan in the past. Compared to him, this was nothing. "Brat, if you dare bully Tingting and commit any more crimes, I'll take your sea reclamation eye." Jiang Yi finally stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to spare the two of them, but he was tired of beating them up. He said to Jiang Huairan and little Tingting, "What did he do to you too? Come and take it back yourselves." Damn it, are there people who are so protective of their children? You can actually do that? Everyone stared at him dumbfoundedly. "Your grandpa is too awesome." Li Heishui and the others mumbled. They were all stunned. Jiang Huairan was eager to give it a try. He really wanted to go over and give it a few slaps. Tingting was very embarrassed. Her granduncle was so domineering that even she felt embarrassed. She pulled the corner of Jiang Huairan's clothes and said, "Little uncle, don't hit me anymore. To deal with such an evil person, you should chop him into 10 pieces. Jiang Huairan rubbed her head. Everyone looked at him in disdain. Was this how he taught his child? What a horrible thing. "Are you guys injured?" Jiang Yi asked. "No." Little Tingting hurriedly shook her head. Those who were close to Jiang Yichen all had the urge to vomit blood. "It was you guys who had been slashing people, okay? How dare you ask if they were injured? Unless they were slapped and their fingers were hurt." Jiang Yi left Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to talk nonsense. Hand over the myriad chi cauldron." Many people found it hard to stay calm. They all revealed strange expressions. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a sacred object? Not to mention that it was now in the hands of the Jiang family. Even when it was owned in the past, all the Holy Lands would put down their pride and fight for it. It was almost impossible to give it away now. The birth of an ownerless ancient scripture would cause chaos in the world. Everyone would fight for it crazily. The birth of an ownerless divine weapon would be even worse. Because only the great ancient emperors could refine it, it was even rarer than the ancient scriptures. The Holy Land that possessed it would have a part of the battle power of the great emperors. Furthermore, if there was an ancient sage with a divine weapon, they could unleash the power of the great emperors. In the past, an invincible divine king of the Jiang family used the eternal universe sacred furnace to wipe out a holy land on the icy plains. The root of the myriad chi had already formed into a cauldron. It was simply the embryo of the extreme path. It was a treasure that the great ancient emperors dreamed of. Who could face it calmly? "The myriad chi cauldron is with the 13th brother," the almighty Jiang Rui said. Jiang Yi's expression darkened. He said, "Then please call the 13th brother over." "He left the family the day before yesterday to travel," Jiang Rui answered. "What a coincidence." Jiang Yi's expression was very ugly. Not far away, Yi Fan's heart sank. It was not as simple as Jiang Yichen. It was already very obvious now. He had someone supporting him and wanted to keep the sacred object. It was no wonder. After such a shocking treasure entered the Holy Lands, it would be difficult to spit it out again. Because its value was too great, it was enough to make the Holy Lands fall out. No matter if you were a deity or a sage, only the extreme weapon was real. If they could get it, the Jiang clan would definitely prosper in the future. No holy land could compare to it. Because the Yaoguang Holy Land's dragon pattern cauldron was the result of the efforts of the sages of the past generations. It was not forged by the great emperors. The Jiang clan had the eternal universe great emperor and had the sacred weapon refinement technique of the great ancient emperors. In the future they might really be able to evolve a second great emperor's sacred weapon. If a holy land had two sacred weapons of the extreme path, it would really be called the first holy land in the world. No one could compete with it. In front of such great benefits, many people of the Jiang clan who were indifferent to worldly affairs were tempted, not to mention those who were unscrupulous. At this moment Yi Fan thought of many things. The ancient killer's celestial court wanted to assassinate him. They were hired by the ancient inheritance, and the Jiang clan was probably also involved. If he died, the myriad chi cauldron would definitely belong to them. I want to know when the 13th brother will appear. When he returns, will he return the myriad chi cauldron? Jiang Yi asked in a low voice. It's really hard to say when he will return. As for the myriad chi cauldron, I think he will take care of it properly, Jiang Rui answered. What do you mean? Jiang Yi stared at him. F***ck, you're obviously trying to keep it and don't want to return it. Behind them, the large black dog ground his teeth and stared fiercely at some people of the Jiang clan. Yi Fan was also very angry. The peerless divine king had done him a great favor, and he was very grateful to the Jiang clan. However, the actions of some people were very difficult for him to accept. Were they holding in Shuoguo hostage? This time he had come to deliver the immortal divine medicine, but now he could not stay calm. If he could not see the divine king, he definitely would not leave behind a single divine fruit. It hurts so much. Jiang Yichen, who had been beaten senseless, woke up and groaned in pain. Yi Fan calmed himself down and sat cross-legged in the void. He used the Tao scripture and sensed carefully. At the same time he formed seals with his hands and carved 9 ancient characters in the void. These 9 ancient characters were the innate divine characters of the great ancient emperor, and they were also recorded in the Sea of Reincarnation chapter of the Tao scripture. They could suppress one's body and achieve instant eternity. At this moment, his mind moved, and he sensed a wisp of chi from the myriad chi cauldron. It was on an island not far away from the Jiang clan. This cauldron was forged by him according to the records of the Tao scripture. It followed the supreme ancient path of a tool that could destroy all techniques. It had a mysterious connection with him that could not be severed. Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes and told Jiang Huairan, the Black Emperor, and the others everything he had sensed. Immediately, bad person Jiang approached his grandfather, and transmitted his voice to him. Jiang Yi stared at an island in the distance. He strode forward and said, "Whose island is that?" His status in the Jiang clan was very special. The ancestor-level figures of the clan favored him, and he also had the support of 12 even more ruthless people. No one was willing to fall out with him. That's the place where the 13th brother cultivates, Grandpa Joe answered beside him. I miss the 13th brother very much. Since he is not here, I'll go to his island and take a look. It reminds me of him, Jiang Yi said with a smile. Swoosh. He rushed into the island in an instant. Yi Fan and the others stood on the chessboard, moving horizontally, and followed him in. Jiang Rui's expression darkened and he followed. The others also followed, and there were hundreds of them. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man stared at Yi Fan and Jiang Huairan with hatred in their eyes. They gritted their teeth so hard that they were about to break, but they did not dare to act rashly. They were afraid that they would be beaten to death by the great bandit. Yi Fan stood in the void, and further sensed the chi movement of the myriad chi cauldron. He had almost confirmed its location. Right in front of him, on the cliff, there was a huge waterfall and his weapon was hidden there. Is the 13th brother really not on the island? If I find out that he is avoiding me, don't blame me for falling out with him. Jiang Yi transmitted his voice coldly, and it shook the entire island. Everyone was stunned. As a notorious bandit, the great bandit always did what he said, and he was swift and decisive. He was definitely not making empty promises. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to inform Jiang Yi of his discovery, and he followed Jiang Yi to the cliff. The silver waterfall was a vast expanse of whiteness, and the sound was deafening. It was thousands of feet long and it was very magnificent. This is the 13th grandpa's favorite place to meditate, someone said. The 13th grandpa's ancestor, Jiang Chuan, listened to the waterfall every day, watched the stars move, the sunrise and sunset, and experienced the evolution of all things. Sometimes he would sit there for months without moving. The 13th brother's cultivation has reached this level. No wonder he is so ambitious that he even wants to take the myriad chi cauldron for himself. Jiang Yi sneered. Boom. He smashed the cliff with one punch and the huge waterfall was cut in half. White waves swept up to the sky, and it was as terrifying as a tsunami. Jianghu, what are you doing? Jianghu shouted, and he took a few big steps forward and said, why did you destroy the 13th brother's cultivation place? I am teaching him the principle of breaking and building. Jianghu responded indifferently. He punched again and half of the cliff was smashed into powder and he said, there is no building without destruction. Only transcendence can transcend. Boom. At this moment an ancient pagoda soared into the sky, and it floated in mid-air, emitting an aura that could suppress the heaven and earth. It was obvious that this was a great weapon of a sect, a rare treasure. This is the 13th grandpa's weapon. No wonder he sits here all year round. So it turns out that he is refining his Tao weapon. Someone exclaimed. Others couldn't sense it, but Yi Fan could clearly sense the vitality of the myriad qi. That was a divine object born in his sea of reincarnation, and its connection with him couldn't be severed. Boom. Jianghu stretched out a large hand and Jiang Rui's expression changed. He blocked and shouted, Jianghu, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to snatch the 13th brother's divine object? I'm just curious and I want to take a look. Clang. Under the powerful pressure from the two, the ancient pagoda shot out tens of thousands of rays of divine light, and it shook the sky like a surging ocean. Yi Fan carved characters in the air, and his appearance was dignified. The 9 mysterious characters of the ancient emperors appeared, and they immediately formed an even closer connection with his cauldron. The small golden lake between his brows transformed into a divine spirit, and it flew out. It seemed to be cast from gold and it was dazzling. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly the same as him. Yi Fan did everything he could, and he secretly activated the All character. In an instant this golden figure became 10 times more powerful. The golden divine spirit was dazzling. That was him and it continuously transformed. It sat in front of his brows, and it drew out the great Tao to connect with his cauldron. Boom. Suddenly the myriad qi surged and it descended from the ancient pagoda. An ancient cauldron flew out unstoppably. Myriad qi cauldron. Many people cried out and at the same time they reached out to grab it. The golden divine spirit between Yi Fan's brows roared towards the sky, and a powerful spiritual pressure engulfed all directions. The ancient cauldron seemed to have been summoned, and in an instant, it flew back and floated above his head. Just now, the myriad qi cauldron descended, and it was as heavy as a mountain, and it protected him within. Don't let him take this cauldron away. Jiang Yichen shouted from the distance. Now, without needing him to say anything, many people had sealed off all directions, and were prepared to seize it. Sixth brother, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Yi asked coldly, confronting Jiang Rui. Grandpa Jiu also walked up and said, Sixth brother, are you really going to let them do as they please? This isn't your style. Jiang Rui's expression was cold. He swept his eyes over the two, and then he stared at the nearby Yi Fan, and the little cauldron above his head. The myriad qi cauldron descended, and every strand could collapse a mountain ridge. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it was the world's rarest immortal item. No one could face it calmly. Yi Fan regained his cauldron, and he was extremely excited. This was the item he would use to prove his Tao in the future. If he lost it, it would hinder his progress. Brother Jiang Yi, why do you have to do this? Right at this moment, a clear voice traveled over. On a nearby mountain peak, a purple-robed male walked over step by step. He looked to be only about 30 years old, and his black hair fell like a waterfall. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and he had an innate majesty of an emperor. It was as if his every movement was one with heaven and earth. 13th brother. Jiang Yi stared at him. Brother Jiang Yi, looks like if you want to stop me today, can it be that a battle is unavoidable? The purple-robed male's eyes were like lightning. Do you really think this cauldron is yours? Could it be that you want to keep us here? The large black dog shouted. If you have the ability, try cutting off the formation patterns of this horned great emperor. The formation patterns on the chessboard flickered, flickering. It could be crossed at any time. This cauldron is fated with our Jiang clan, and it will be the second saint tool of our clan. It should be left here. The purple-robed male Jiang Chuan looked at Yi Fan, his tone dignified and unquestionable. In the distance, mysterious formation patterns appeared, cutting the sky apart. They were majestic and intimidating. The Black Emperor's expression changed and he said, a corner formation pattern of the Eternal Universe Emperor. Not bad. Can you still cross it? Jiang Chuan glanced at him. Yi Fan's heart sank. This was the will of a portion of the Jiang clan, and Jiang Rui and Jiang Chuan were the representatives. They wanted to keep this cauldron and didn't want to return it. Chapter 5:10. A corner of Hangyu Heavenly Monarch's formation patterns densely covered the void, cutting off the path ahead. The chessboard's patterns were disrupted, making it hard to cross in a short period of time. This is bad. The large black dog humphed coldly for the first time. He hadn't expected that the other party would act so quickly. He hadn't revealed himself before this, so it was clear that he had been making preparations in secret. Leave the myriad chi cauldron behind and I won't make things difficult for you. After all, you were saved by the old ancestor Divine King. Jiang Chuan was very calm, but he had an irresistible aura. His purple robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air, looking down on Yi Fan. He didn't say another word. He was like a dragon in the abyss, ready to attack at any moment. Jiang Chuan, you've really grown up. Now you're acting like you're the only one in the world. You don't care about anything anymore. Jiang Yi stepped forward, his every step tearing through the air as if he was ascending to the heavens. What belongs to my Jiang clan will naturally be fought for. It will be the second saint weapon of my Jiang clan. We will not allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders, Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Everyone could feel his power. He looked very young, but his seniority was extremely high. He stood against Jiang Yi, not giving way at all. Is it really yours? Yi Fan stood in the void, facing it coldly. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist and was held in his palm. Tens of thousands of strands hung down, innately compatible with the Tao, natural and imposing. If I say he's from the Jiang clan, then he is, Jiang Chuan replied and looked down. You think so? If worst comes to worst, I will shatter this cauldron and let the source chi of all creation scatter in the world. You can go and rob the whole world. Yi Fan's fingers flickered. This cauldron was forged in the sea of reincarnation. Before truly interweaving great Tao patterns, there was naturally a secret method that could disintegrate it. He was prepared to scatter it between heaven and earth. How dare you? In the distance, Jiang Yichen and some people shouted, but they were really worried. If you break this cauldron, I will destroy your soul. Jiang Chuan's expression turned cold as he stared down at Yi Fan. A formless murderous intent surged. Then let us all perish together. Yi Fan sneered. In reality, he was looking for a way out. With the traveling formula, he could naturally avoid the danger at hand. The only thing he was afraid of was that this was the Jiang clan's territory. It would be very troublesome to break out. You dare. Jiang Chuan shouted loudly. He really feared that Yi Fan would shatter the cauldron and scatter all of the source energy. He reached out a large hand and hacked over. 13th bro, you're really becoming more and more capable. What's the point of trying to act mighty in front of a junior? Let me measure your worth, said Jiang Yi loudly. Bang. His right forearm shone, green energy pervading the air. His palm and fingers shook simultaneously, imprinting towards the air, colliding with Jiang Chuan's large hand, producing a muffled sound. Let's retreat first and go around a corner of Emperor Hangyu's formation pattern. We'll go to another place to cross the void, Li Heishui said. Since he had already obtained the myriad chi cauldron, there was no need to stay any longer. Otherwise it would become more and more dangerous. He had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Tingting, come with us, Yi Fan said, not wanting her to stay any longer. Grandpa is still here. Tingting was worried. Little sister, come with us. Little Nan Nan raised her head and shook Tingting's arm. They don't dare to do anything to Uncle Jiang. Actually, it's fine for Tingting to stay. No one dares to bully her anymore, Jiang Huairan said. Yi Fan wanted to take her away, not because he was worried about her situation, but because he wanted to use the immortal divine medicine to completely cure her Taiyin body. However, an extremely powerful figure had already locked onto them. Jiang Yichen's grandfather, Jiang Rui, shot out 2 golden rays from his eyes, watching their every move. 6th brother, do you really want to do this? The 9th grandmaster of the Jiang family stepped forward and blocked his gaze. 9th brother, what you're doing is useless. The ancestors' emperor pattern has already been laid down, they can't leave. Anyone else can also seal this place. Jiang Rui shook his head. None of you can leave. Jiang Yichen shouted. Damn it, I didn't slap your mouth just now. You still don't remember, do you? Jiang Huairan said. You. Jiang Yichen's expression changed again and again, but he didn't dare to say anything unpleasant. He was really frightened by that great bandit. He was slapped so hard that his grandfather didn't even stop him. Although the 13th grandmaster of the Jiang clan was also very powerful, even if he could really capture this great bandit ancestor, He wouldn't dare to do anything to him, and would still have to let him go. You? Call me uncle, don't be so impolite to me, Jiang Huairan scolded. Jiang Yichen had never felt so aggrieved before. He was slapped by his grandfather and grandson, and he couldn't even retaliate. He was so angry that he wanted to smash his head into the ground. Jiang Yichen's uncle, the gray-haired middle-aged man, invited a few elders to continue to maintain the Eternal Space Emperor's formation, preventing Yi Fan and the others from leaving. The large black dog was furious and said, "Damn it, when I was invincible in the past, who dared to stop me? Today I'll let you all see what I'm capable of." The Black Emperor stood up, and his large claws were even more agile than a human's hand. He carved randomly in the air, and sweat poured out of his forehead like a spring. He seemed to be very strenuous. His attainments in Tao patterns were extremely profound, and very few people could rival him. However, he still seemed to be strenuous, and it could be imagined how terrifying the divine patterns he was carving were. Boom. In just a short moment, a murderous aura soared into the sky like giant serpents, shattering the sky. The murderous aura pierced into everyone's soul, and the murderous aura pervaded the heaven and earth. Everyone was alarmed. This was a killing formation. Although it was only a corner, it seemed as if it could destroy the world. The murderous aura penetrated into the bones, and the souls of people were shaken. This is a corner of the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation. In the distance, the two golden lines shot out from Jiang Rui's eyes became even more dazzling, and the essence of his body shot out from the surface of his body like threads. His essence, chi and spirit were all solidified. Many people cried out in surprise. What was the origin of this large dog? He actually mastered two different Great Emperor formation patterns. This was very frightening. Wuxia's killing formation. In his haste, the large black dog could only carve out a small corner, and he completely copied it, arranging a small portion of the map fragments that he treasured and treasured. Even so, lightning still surged and a murderous aura soared into the sky. It was as if an unparalleled killer had descended into the world. The large black dog was about to collapse. He weakly crawled on the chessboard formation patterns and shouted, "F***CK if you have the ability, then try and stop me again. Elders, you have to think of a way. You can't let them leave." The gray-haired middle-aged man frowned. "You want to play with formation patterns with me? You're still too young. If you have the ability, then think of a way to dispel this world's #1 killing formation." The large black dog drank a large mouthful of divine spring, and finally recovered. "Can you really travel through the void?" Li Heishui asked. "Anytime. With the formation patterns of two great emperors appearing at the same time, who can stop us?" The large black dog was quite proud. "Damn it, you can't leave. Ask the ancestors' killing formation to suppress them," Jiang Yichen suggested, but he received a fierce glare from an elder. "The Divine King has done me a great favor and I will not forget it. I will definitely repay it in the future." Yi Fan transmitted his voice, and then swept his gaze over some of them. He said, "However, if they want to harm me they can't not retaliate. Don't be so smug, you may not be able to leave." Jiang Yichen glared at him fiercely. "Jiang Yichen, you better obediently stay in the Jiang tribe. Otherwise, if you leave and are caught by me, I will definitely find a latrine pit to suppress you for 1,000 years. Yi Fan shouted. "F***CK, I like this idea," the large black dog shouted loudly. Li Heishui and the others also laughed loudly, all mocking him. They said that if Jiang Yichen appeared, they would definitely capture him. "Just you wait," Jiang Yichen said fiercely, staring fixedly at them. Yi Fan was very serious and said, "What I said is not false. You're on your own." Good. Jiang Yichen and the gray-haired middle-aged man all looked gloomy. At this time, the battle between Jiang Yi and Jiang Chuan had reached a climax, and the winner was about to be decided. In the distant sky, an aged voice said, "We are originally from the same root, why do you have to do this?" Many people's expressions changed. The ancestor of the Jiang family had come, a living fossil that was about to pass away in meditation. His seniority was frighteningly high. "You still haven't stopped?" The aged voice shouted again. Jiang Yi and Jiang Chuan both stopped. They seemed to be very respectful to this old man, not wanting to anger him. "Return the all-chi cauldron to them and send them away. My good daughter Tingting, follow me from now on." The living fossil of the Jiang family issued such an order. In a sense, his words were even more powerful than the divine leaders, and no one dared to disobey. "Ancestor, I will take Tingting away for a few days, and then send her to your side." Jiang Yi suddenly spoke because he had heard his grandson's transmitted voice. leaving this place to treat the extreme body with godly medicine. All right. That living fossil did not appear and only his voice sounded. Go. The large black dog was frightened and did not want to stay here for long. The Jiang family had a great emperor, so they definitely had other extraordinary formation patterns, and he was afraid that this living fossil would come out. Shwa. The damaged formation patterns of the great emperor were obliterated, and with a flash of light, they disappeared from where they had been. Before they left, a tender voice rang out, filled with worry. Doggy, you won't lose us, will you? Don't worry. When the large black dog's words traveled out, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles away they were. With a flash of light, they appeared on a boundless grassland. The setting sun was dyed red with blood and wild wolves howled. It was a desolate and lonely place. Could it be that we have arrived at the North Plains? The hearts of the few of them were beating like drums. They had already experienced this unreliable dog before. The large black dog had a guilty conscience and said, "It can't be that coincidental, right?" Finally, they confirmed their location and arrived at the border of the North region. They had almost entered the North Plains. Damn dog, you are not allowed to play with the formation patterns on the chessboard anymore. Inscribe another formation pattern and go back. Otherwise, I will not go with you even if you beat me to death. When they returned to an oasis in the North region, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Fan took out a few saint fruits and handed them to Tingting. He also gave her a bottle of divine spring water. Finally, he even placed the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in her hands as a gift. Big brother, go. The extreme physique will be the source power for your rapid advancement in the future, and it will no longer be a shackle. Yi Fan smiled. In the end, Jianghu took Tingting away. The little girl looked back every 3 steps and she was reluctant to leave. Tears streamed down her face as she left. Big sister, take care. Little Nan Nan stood on a large green rock and waved her little hand. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was about to begin, and the North region was in turmoil again. Who knew how many people had come? Several great origin technique ancient clans, including the lineage of King Yuan, who had been in seclusion for many years, had all been invited. They were welcomed into the Pure Land by the people of the Jade Pool. It was obvious that these ancient stone kings were of great importance. Yi Fan was found by the people of the Jade Pool even though he was millions of miles away. They invited him to make a trip and enter the Jade Pool. Several days later, another piece of news spread. The myriad Qi cauldron had returned to Yi Fan's hands. This caused a commotion and many people's eyes turned red. Brat, your chance has come, the large black dog said with a chuckle. What chance? Yi Fan asked. Naturally, it's to become the enemy of the entire world and kill all kings. It must have been Jiang Yichen and the others who spread this news. Let's go and capture him and we'll seal him in the latrine for 1,000 years. Li Heishui said. We have to capture him. Lu Ko nodded. At the same time, the Saint-Killing Alliance surfaced, and the Holy Sons could be vaguely seen among them. A massive storm was approaching. Is the era of becoming the enemy of the entire world really coming? Yi Fan felt a powerful pressure. However, his eyes quickly calmed down and his fighting spirit soared. Chapter 511. The All-Qi Cauldron had appeared and returned to the divine physique. Could he keep it? There would most likely be a great storm. Everyone in the North region was discussing this topic. Who knew how many people were tempted? In the past, Yi Fan had been hunted because of this cauldron. Now that the rumor was that he had killed himself, it was even easier for people to have strange thoughts. Those from the various holy lands who were training outside could not remain calm. They were all paying close attention. Even the protection of a supreme divine king was not enough. Now, everyone could guess that Jiang Taishu would most likely not appear in the world. Even the Jiang clan themselves had made such a judgment. Yes, Jiang Taishu had passed away. This was the result that everyone had guessed. From the moment he sent little Tingting back to the Jiang clan, this conclusion was equivalent to being confirmed. The only thing that could make Yi Fan rejoice was that there was still an existence comparable to an ancient saint, the old madman. Otherwise, all the divine lords might personally come out to kill him. However, they could intimidate him for a while, but they could not stop him forever. Now many people were eager to try. They could not resist the temptation of the All-Qi Cauldron. The rough embryo of an extreme saint weapon was a priceless divine item. Even tens of millions or hundreds of millions of kilograms of source force could not buy it. Even the great emperors of ancient times might not have encountered such a divine item. There was no one who could not be tempted. Otherwise, how could the most ruthless person of the ancient times refine his own body and forge a heaven-devouring demon jar? leaving behind a terrifying record. Damn, some more people followed. It has only been a few days, and you have almost become an immortal divine medicine. Everyone wants to take a few bites of you. The large black dog was speechless. They entered a remote ancient city. Many people followed behind them unhurriedly. Without even thinking, they knew they were coveting the divine item. There's nothing we can do. The all-chi cauldron is too rare, and it is so heavy that it can be refined into an extreme saint weapon. We don't have to worry about not having enough celestial materials, Jianghu sighed. This source chi was not as pure as the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword, which was only the size of a fingernail. It was a flawless ancestral root that grew endlessly. It was enough to move all elites. Chi. In the void, a sword ray shot over like a meteor smashing into the ground. Its brilliance flashed, representing destruction and slaughter, enveloping them. Bang! Yifan stretched out a hand. His golden palm and fingers shone brilliantly, flowing along the trajectory of the Tao. He destroyed the sword gleam into nothingness. Someone finally couldn't hold back anymore. Let's kill them all. Lu Ko said. This is just a test. Don't act rashly. Yifan shook his head. The number of sacred objects of the ancient great emperors can be counted on one's fingers, and every one of them is a peerless immortal treasure. Dragon-patterned black gold, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, it's hard to find even half of them in this world, so it's understandable that people of the world are fighting for them. Li Heishui said. All life source energy origin root was precisely this type of rare immortal object. Obtaining it was equivalent to severing the root of this type of holy object. It would be difficult to encounter it again in the future, its value difficult to estimate. The eyes of all the holy lands and supreme sects turned red. Who cared if it was a deity or a saint? In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed, and they were all going to return to dust. Only this kind of divine object was real. Wu Zhongqian had round eyes and a leopard's head. He was very majestic, and he was a typical burly man of the north region. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Oh no, even a half-step Almighty has followed us. I know that person. He's a very powerful wandering cultivator of the north region. I also saw a few people. Some of them are great elders of the great sects of the north region, and some are powerful wandering cultivators. They're all at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation." Lu Ko said. Some people could not hold back anymore. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and take a gamble. Big brother Nanan saw a few people. They appeared beside us from time to time, and they were different every time. Little Nanan took advantage of the few people's disappearance to tug at the lapel of Yifan and whispered to him. The human world. Yifan revealed a serious expression. He had experienced it last time. The killers of the ancient divine dynasty hid in the vast sea of people, and it was very difficult to distinguish them. He remained calm and opened his divine eyes, quietly waiting for those people to appear again. 1-2. His heart beat violently. There were a total of 8 killers, and they were like mortals. He could not see the depth of their cultivation, and he could not feel any strange fluctuation from them. If it was not for the fact that his divine eyes could see through their other faces, it would be difficult to imagine that these seemingly ordinary people were all powerful killers, holding sharp swords dripping with blood as they walked in the darkness. The ancient divine dynasty of killers has finally appeared again. This is not good. The large black dog mumbled. Jianghu, that bastard is indeed vicious. He released the news of the all-chi cauldron and wants to use others to eliminate us, Li Heishui said. The human world and hell have both come. Yifan felt the pressure. In the end, he confirmed that there were 13 killers. They were only here to watch, and there were still a few people in the dark who did not know. A storm is brewing. The ancient divine dynasty of killers really knows how to pick the right time. This time, they are most likely preparing to kill us in one strike and seize the cauldron. Jiang Huairan said. Others were afraid of the saints of the present age, but these 2 divine dynasties were not afraid, and had even provoked them before. Every time he thought of this, the large black dog could not help but shiver, thinking that they were most likely as powerful as they were in ancient times. Little Yi, are you sure you want to continue like this? Li Heishui was a little hesitant. More and more powerful enemies were gathering, and this was a very dangerous sign. Jiang Huairan, Wu Zhongqian, and the others all suggested that they lay low for a while. They could not show themselves like this, or they would definitely be in big trouble. It's fine. Just walk a little more, and I have already prepared the next killing formation for them. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. Brat, do you want to tire me to death? The ultimate killing formation consumes too much essence, chi, and spirit. The large black dog bared his teeth, feeling indignant. Don't tell me you want to kill them all at once and kill all the people following behind. Lu Ko was given a big fright. This is just a preliminary idea. I don't know how powerful the killing formation set up by the Black Emperor is. Yi Fan smiled. Isn't this a little too ruthless? If you walk around like this, how many people will you attract? Do you want to kill them all at once? Wu Zhongqian's heart was beating rapidly. Jiang Huairan, however, smiled and said, that's how it should be. Those who have no killing intent will naturally not have to worry about their lives. Why should those who want to kill little Yi be polite? That's right, that's how it should be. If they want to kill us, then we'll use the ultimate killing formation to kill them all. Li Heishui nodded, expressing his deep agreement. I want to see exactly who is the most eager to kill me and seize the cauldron. Yi Fan smiled. I wonder how many heads will roll, but if they want to kill us and seize the cauldron, then they can only blame themselves. Lu Ko laughed. In comparison, Wu Zhongqian was very forthright and straightforward. He sighed and said, your smiles are already stained with blood, and many people are destined to die. Big brother, why are you so soft-hearted? This is not your nature, Jiang Huairan said. I'm just feeling sentimental for a moment. Then let's kill to our heart's content. Wu Zhongqian's heroic spirit soared. Seek brat, do you know how much effort I have to expend just to have a thought? The large black dog looked at Yi Fan from the corner of his eyes and grumbled. He was very unhappy. However, when he saw Yi Fan take out a divine fruit and shake it, he immediately became spirited. His saliva flowed and he almost pounced over. Now, the Supreme Divine King had severed his life force, and even the immortal godly medicine was powerless to reverse the situation. Whether he could survive or not depended on himself. Thus, the remaining divine fruits could be used by Yi Fan as he pleased. In the end, Dahe patted its chest with its big claws, ensuring that the peerless killing formation of the great Emperor of No Beginning would be flawless. Of course, this was only a small part of it. He had only grasped this much. It was impossible for the ancient great Emperor's formation veins to exist in this world. However, if he could set up this part in his hands, it would be enough. Big brother, that gray-haired man is here, little Nan Nan reminded softly, wrinkling her delicate little nose. Yi Fan looked closely and discovered that Jiang Yichen's uncle had come. He wore a mask on his face and even divine eyes could not see through it. He had to concentrate to see through it. Great, he's here. This time I'll torture him. Lu Ko shouted excitedly after hearing this. In the past few days they had been thinking of ways to capture Jiang Yichen, but he did not leave the Jiang clan, so they could not do anything. They never thought that another detestable person would appear. If they did not suppress him, they would be letting themselves down. This guy is actually an elite at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, and he was preparing to kill us. Fortunately, he saw through us. Otherwise, we would really be in big trouble. Li Heishui gritted his teeth. Don't act rashly. We can't let the entire ultimate killing formation fail just because of him, Yi Fan said. Smoke Cloud City was ancient and old-fashioned. Just like its name, everything had become smoke of the past. It also had a glorious past, and there were even footprints of great ancient emperors. Unfortunately, everything had become the past and it was no longer grand. What was left was only desolation. There were not many people in the city, less than 40,000. This was an ancient city without vitality. Yi Fan and the others walked all the way into this dilapidated ancient city. They decided to set up Great Emperor Wu Shi's ancient killing formation here. According to the ancient records, after the two great killer dynasties secretly observed their targets, they would usually make their move within 5 days. It is very likely that they will do it tonight. With these ancient secrets provided by the large black dog, they were much more relaxed when making arrangements, because this time, they had to kill all the people who came from the two great killer dynasties. The night was like water and the sky was dotted with stars. This night in Smoke Cloud City was very quiet, even a little lethargic. This ancient city had no vitality at all when it was late at night. Yi Fan stood on an ancient platform, looking up at the starry sky. Little Nan Nan rested her chin on one side, yawning, looking listless. The two of them were not really looking at the stars and the moon. Instead, they were using their divine eyes to survey the surroundings, observing the people in the dark. In these few days, there were even more powerful cultivators following them. Half-step great elites had already appeared, and there were traces of holy suns. I really did not expect that the holy sun of all beginnings would come, Yi Fan said to himself. His eyesight was extremely powerful. Even if it was a figure in the horizon, he could see the true appearance of it. Tonight there would definitely be a massacre. Many people seemed to have a tacit understanding, appearing at the same time and pressing forward. However, those people were very hidden, far away in the horizon, waiting for a chance. They would not make the first move. Yao Shi is also here. Yi Fan was startled. The Yao Guang holy daughter was hidden in a cloud in the void. Apart from a divine eye like his, no one else could possibly discover her. Holy son of De Yen Xiang Yifei. His eyes flashed, and he discovered another holy son in the dark. In the past he had interacted with this person in the divine city, but he did not expect him to also arrive. Big brother, the people from the ancient celestial dynasty are here. Little Nan Nan yawned and discovered the situation. Yi Fan nodded and stood on the ancient platform to continue observing, wanting to see all the people in the dark. The descendant of the gold family Jin Qishao is also here. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person was very powerful. It was said that the blood of the ancient king flowed in this family, and they were not human. The Purple Mansion Saint is indeed here. He saw the traces of another holy son. He had already guessed that this person would definitely come. Yi Fan carried little Nan Nan and flew deep into the courtyard. He met up with the Black Emperor and told them the location of those people. There are too many people and many cultivators from large sections. Jiang Yichen's uncle brought over a dozen people, and they are the closest to this place. The ancient celestial dynasty of killers is hiding in the void, and they are about to attack. They exchanged information, and in a while, they would be able to effectively activate the Wuxia killing formation. There are half-step almighty cultivators, and there are even saints and saintesses. What a powerful lineup. Wu Zhongtian sighed. Yi Fan pondered for a while and said, Black Emperor, try to wait for everyone to come in, then activate the Wuxia killing formation. No matter who they are, as long as they come in, kill them all. Chapter 512. The ancient city was completely silent. Not even the cries of insects could be heard. This was especially true in the latter half of the night. There wasn't even a trace of wind. It was like a sealed stone room. Without any sound, large black clouds appeared. They were as black as ink and covered the sky. The stars and moon disappeared, and the earth sank into darkness. It was even more deathly silent. Late at night, the black clouds pressed down like a black walk. The oppressive atmosphere was oppressive, and it seemed like a great storm would descend at any moment. The black mist surged and spread in all directions. A few ghost-like figures stepped into the dark courtyard with mysterious footwork without making a sound. Finally, someone couldn't help but want to take action. Yi Fan and the others stared at the ghost-like figures, but they didn't pay attention to them. Instead they stared at the void. The experts of the ancient assassin dynasty had merged with the void and were already closing in. Yi Fan saw through them with his divine eyes and told them. There was no killing intent, no anger, only the oppressive atmosphere of the dark clouds. Kacha. A bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the entire ancient city and breaking the silence. The sound of swords shook the heavens. Killing intent suddenly gushed out. The ice-cold sword energy and bone-piercing killing intent immediately engulfed the entire ancient courtyard. Boom. At this moment, the killing intent was like the sea, sweeping out in all directions. Large numbers of buildings collapsed and turned into powder. Under the terrifying and formless killing intent, nothing could be preserved. Everything ceased to exist. Sword energy rushed into the heavens, and the sword radiance split the sky. The blazing radiance connected with the dark clouds in the sky. The ancient palace no longer existed, it had been crushed. Pfft. Bloody light burst forth. Yi Fan brandished the sacred yin-yang sword and cut a ghost-like figure into two. Blood gushed out, and a large sanguineous flower blossomed. Bang! He swung his sword in the air, and with a bang, an assassin from the ancient divine dynasty who had merged with the void was smashed into meat paste. The heavy sword was like a hammer. He possessed extraordinary strength and killed this powerful assassin who thought that he had concealed himself well. On the other side, Wu Zhongtian and the others also took action. Sword radiance rushed into the heavens and bloody light flickered. Resplendent sword energy crisscrossed and surged, producing the sound of wind and thunder. In this place, killing intent overflowed into the heavens, as if tens of thousands of active volcanoes were erupting at the same time. There were terrifying fluctuations everywhere, and even more people slaughtered their way over from the darkness. However, when Yi Fan and the others were fighting against the ghost-like powerhouses, they were all on guard against the void space killer. That was the real fatal blow. Pooh! Yi Fan went on a killing spree, killing several powerful enemies in succession. Then the tip of his sword flicked once again, chopping off a bloody head in the air. The other party died with his eyes wide open. Pu Piu, Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran and the others attacked one after another. They pierced through the void almost at the same time, their long swords nailing a figure to the ground. Kill. The people of the ancient Killer God dynasty knew about this. They used unmatched secret methods to conceal themselves, but they still couldn't hide from the other party. They had long been exposed. Moreover, the other side took advantage of their concealment, not daring to make too many movements to deal a killing blow. Almost every one of them killed an expert. Their deaths were too unjust. Since you're pretending to be cowards, I'll beat you until you're cowards. The large black dog yelled. Its large paw had also smashed apart a human elite. Boom. A terrifying killing intent surged wildly. The people of the ancient Killer God dynasty all attacked, working together with the ghosts on the surface to kill Yi Fan and the others. This was a wild wave that was unstoppable. The formless killing intent cut the ground several meters deep, destroying everything. There was nothing that could stop it. The great battle of life and death began. The people of the ancient Killer God dynasty used their killing techniques. Lu Ko and the others almost suffered a great loss. If it weren't for the large black dog's warning, they would have been in danger. These people had endless killing techniques. They cultivated the great Tao of slaughter, and they used killing to prove their Tao. They were far more suitable for battle than ordinary cultivators. Dong. Wu Zhongtian went berserk, shattering an assassin with his bare hands. Bone fragments flew everywhere and blood splattered. In the past, he had been invited by Tu Fei and the others to fight against the saint son of Yao Guang. Could be imagined how powerful he was. On the other side, Jiang Huiran, Li Heishui, and the others were all ruthless, fighting fiercely against the people of the Killer God dynasty. Flowers of blood bloomed continuously. Everyone felt danger. The ancient Killer God dynasty had powerful seed assassins hiding in the dark, and they had not truly made a move yet. Boom. A terrifying danger descended. More than a dozen cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm appeared, and their divine might was awe-inspiring. They attacked at the same time, slapping at Yi Fan. They wanted to beat him into minced meat. Shwa. Yi Fan was like a spirit ape as he flew through the void. He used the Xing character, leaving behind a few afterimages. Then, like an eagle soaring through the sky, he suddenly shot into the sky. Pooh! The sacred yin-yang sword in his hand slashed diagonally, and an ancient Killer God dynasty elite was cleaved in half. Blood spurted out from the two halves of his body, dyeing the sky red as he fell. Kill? More than a dozen cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm locked onto him, and they chased after Gao Tian. Their goal was very clear: kill him and take the cauldron. This was a team formed by a group of elites. Dong? How powerful were they when they teamed up? They shattered the night sky, turning an area of the void into a black hole. All of them were incredibly powerful, and Yi Fan could only evade their attacks. Kill? The people in the dark saw that Yi Fan was being chased, and they couldn't hold back anymore. Even more people rushed out and they killed their way into this area. In the middle of the night, the sounds of battle shook the heavens, causing the gloomy ancient city to be filled with terror. There were many figures and many experts were attacking. They almost trapped Yi Fan. If not for the Xing character, it would have been impossible for him to escape. Little Yi, it's time to activate the Wuxia killing formation. Li Heishui transmitted his voice. Wait, we still have to wait. You guys retreat first. Yi Fan replied while clenching his teeth. The people he wanted to kill had not arrived yet, and he was still observing. If this goes on, you'll be in danger. Wu Zhongtian also transmitted his voice. They had already fallen into a bitter battle, and they were almost surrounded. In the middle of the night, it was unknown how many cultivators had arrived. This place was in a state of chaos. Blade lights were everywhere and magic treasures were dancing in the air. Sword rays slashed through the sky, and the cold light was dazzling. This area was almost flattened, and it was practically boiling. Boom! Jiang Yichen's uncle Jiang Huiyan appeared. He approached silently with a dozen people. Suddenly they attacked Yi Fan, and the dark clouds in the sky were almost scattered. Yi Fan leaped and his body curved like a dragon. He rushed past at extreme speed and dodged the attack. Swish! Yi Fan was almost surrounded by many cultivators. Suddenly, a sword ray rushed up and almost cut Yi Fan in half, leaving a bloody mark on his body. Clang! At the same time, Yi Fan swung the Yin-Yang Holy Sword to block a blood sword. A series of dazzling sparks burst out, and the killing intent penetrated into his bones. The real powerful killers of the human world and hell had appeared. At this moment, the most terrifying ones were not others, but the seeds of the ancient killer dynasty. They had become the kings in the dark and had the absolute initiative in this chaotic battle. "Don't worry about me. Retreat," Yi Fan shouted, telling Jianghu and the others to leave first. Boom. The gate of hell seemed to be opened, and endless killing intent surged like a raging tide. Several powerful elders arrived and slashed at Yi Fan at the same time. He leaped up with the Xing formula as if he was walking in the void. His body flickered and he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Clang. The divine sword dripping with blood streaked across the sky, drawing out a streak of light like a comet, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. A powerful seated player from hell had chopped down on Yi Fan's head. Clang. The light in Yi Fan's eyes flickered, and his body was as faint as smoke. He used the killing art of the celestial court. His body twisted, almost illusory, and then the yin-yang holy sword was swung at an incredible angle. While being chased by several elders, he swung the holy sword and chopped the head of a seed of hell in half. Blood gushed out and white brain juice flowed. The body fell to the ground. Jiang Huaiyan, Jiang Yichen's uncle, held a green pagoda in his hand and pressed down. It was so powerful that it could collapse mountains. The people around him kept retreating. At the same time, more than a dozen people who came with him also sent out their divine weapons. Like rays of divine light, they slashed at Yi Fan. Swish. He used the Xing formula and disappeared. He reappeared thousands of feet away, and a red blood-killing sword appeared in the void, stabbing at his temple. It was swift and fierce. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan and the seed of the human world encountered each other. They fought fast against fast, and in an instant he slashed thousands of times. Then his body suddenly disappeared. Puff. The yin-yang holy sword in his hand pierced through the top of his opponent's head, killing this incomparably terrifying seated player. This result made many people's hearts sink. They didn't see him use his terrifying power, but this killing method was so terrifying. Boom. The 9 elders of the dragon realm 8th heaven came down from the sky, each striking a palm and shattering the void. Yi Fan escaped quickly, but the storm at the edge almost drowned him. Clang. An ancient cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head, and tens of thousands of streams of source chi fell down like small dragons. Each stream could crush a mountain and it protected him tightly. The void was shattered. Even with the protection of the all-creation source chi, he was sent flying 700 or 800 meters away. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The all-creation source chi cauldron. Everyone went crazy. Why did they come? It was because of this cauldron. Many masters and countless cultivators rushed forward together. They all wanted to kill Yi Fan and take the cauldron. Yi Fan flew back, but there were people everywhere. He was surrounded and had no way to escape. Puff. Without a sound, an azure divine sword stabbed forward. It was ruthless, accurate, and precise. It stabbed into the path that Yi Fan would definitely take, almost cutting his waist open. Fortunately, he used the Rho formula to the extreme and narrowly avoided it. Even so, a wound appeared and a lot of golden blood flowed out. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He swung the yin-yang holy sword forward. He didn't expect the person who attacked to be the saint of all beginnings. He was already in front of him, almost ambushing him. At this time, the saint of all beginnings was covered in azure light. The azure divine robe covered his body, covering his original appearance. If not for Yi Fan's divine eyes, he wouldn't have been able to see through him. Buzz. The saint of all beginnings was like an azure god of war. His light was blazing and a bloody light suddenly shot out from his hand. A great devouring power appeared, melting everything. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He used the Rho formula to the extreme and rushed out. A bloody hole appeared where he was. Many people fell in and turned into blood. Heavenly demon blood box. Many people exclaimed. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was a divine item that a peerless heavenly demon had used his own blood to offer to his descendants. Its power was unparalleled. Any expert that was sucked in would be destroyed in body and soul. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have almost been killed. The saint of all beginnings was usually harmless, but now he had taken out such a vicious divine item that could turn into any material form. It was extremely terrifying. No one would have thought that the person who held the heavenly demon blood box was a saint with a great future. Boom. Suddenly, a chaotic light appeared beside Yi Fan. It could be said to be extremely sharp. It almost hit him and destroyed the void. Yi Fan was shocked and quickly dodged. He turned around and looked back. Not far away, a strange person with disheveled hair, wearing a straw cape and a bamboo hat. He held a rotten wooden hammer and shot out such a beam of light. Purple Mansion Saint. This person was actually the Purple Mansion Saint. Apart from Yi Fan, no one knew it was him. They couldn't help but attack. Swoosh. The Purple Mansion Saint was also carrying a pitch-black gourd on his back. It suddenly spewed out a monstrous black water that corroded everything. Many people were destroyed on the spot, and Yi Fan was almost drowned in it. This kind of black water exuded a kind of deathly aura. It could simply contaminate everything. All kinds of divine weapons would turn into black mist and disappear once they came into contact with it. Boom. Evil waters overflowed into the heavens, black waves surging, smashing towards Yi Fan, about to flip him over. These saints were indeed extraordinary. They all had miraculous encounters. Apart from their own inheritances, they also had other terrifying methods. Boom. The Purple Mansion Saint's black gourd was very frightening, but even more frightening was the rotten wooden hammer in his hand. It shot out another chaotic light that collided with the myriad chi cauldron. He wanted to use this divine item to shake the ancient cauldron off Yi Fan's head and snatch it. At the same time, he also wanted to break through the defense and send the black water in to destroy Yi Fan's sage body. That's the heavenly in extreme water. Anyone who gets hit will definitely die. A knowledgeable senior finally recognized the origin of the black water. However, no one knew the origin of the rotten wooden hammer that could emit chaotic light. They didn't know what exactly this divine item was. The Purple Mansion Saint had obtained this hammer and the black gourd, while the all-beginning saint had the Sky Demon treasure box. They must have learned other inheritances. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura covered the sky, causing the void to collapse. It kept spreading and large cracks densely covered the sky. A half-step mighty figure had made a move. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head was impenetrable and compatible with the great Tao. Everyone was envious and the powerful figures finally couldn't bear it anymore. With such a terrifying figure appearing, Yi Fan had no chance at all. He couldn't resist at all. If he didn't leave, it was only a matter of time before someone took the cauldron. At this moment, the Ro mantra made his body as fast as lightning. Now, a total of 5 half-step mighty figures had appeared. They weren't on the same side, but they all attacked Yi Fan. Everyone wanted to seize the opportunity and take the cauldron for themselves. At the same time, Yi Fan also felt a kind of murderous intent. Having grasped the inheritance of the celestial court, he naturally understood that there was a very terrifying killer spying on him. The ancient killer dynasty's threat was too great. From the beginning until now, they had been everywhere. If you don't leave the cauldron behind, then leave your life behind. The sage physique has become a thing of the past, turned to dust. The few half-step mighty figures all attacked, wanting to kill Yi Fan. He quickly rushed out, using the Ro mantra to escape. At this moment, the others also attacked. The world was boiling, especially the Purple Mansion Saint and the All-Beginning Saint. They hid in the dark and used terrifying killing weapons to ambush him. They were a great threat. Black Emperor, suppress them all. Yi Fan shouted. He couldn't escape, not even with the Ro mantra. The sky was sealed and all directions were locked. If he delayed any longer, he would definitely die. He had no hope of survival and his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Boom. The world lost color and the wind and clouds changed. Endless patterns appeared in the void, enveloping everyone below. The invisible murderous intent caused the sky to shake. A corner of the ancient Thearka's killing array appeared. The peerless murderous aura triggered the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was as if it could kill all living things in the world. Yi Fan didn't know if all the saints and saintesses were sealed, but he knew that this time, blood would definitely flow like a river, and it would cause a huge earthquake. You want to kill me and take the myriad chi cauldron? Yi Fan scanned the crowd and said, sorry, I'll send all of you on your way. Chapter 513. The night was like an abyss, and the ancient city was shrouded in darkness. Once great Emperor Wuxia's formation pattern appeared, it swallowed the essence of heaven and earth, turning this place into an ancient killing field. At this moment, a formless killing intent surged as if a large world was collapsing and collapsing. Killing intent filled the air as if it was going to kill all living beings in this world. What happened? Everyone was terrified as if they had fallen into the depths of hell. Every inch of their flesh was convulsing, blood seeping out, and every bone was trembling, making cracking sounds. Regardless of whether they were powerful cultivators or weak cultivators, everyone was completely disheartened as if doomsday had arrived. Their hearts were filled with despair. Once Wuxia's great emperor killing formation appeared, everyone was trapped inside and no one could escape. Yi Fan, little brat, do you think you can trap us with a formation pattern? A cultivator of the Four Extremes mystery realm transmitted his voice, trying to break out of the encirclement. Crack. A green light descended from the sky, and a burnt smell assailed everyone's nostrils. This person's body was emitting white smoke, his flesh and internal organs were all trembling, and his face was twisted. Bang! He collapsed stiffly, his flesh completely charred. He was killed by a green bolt of lightning, and his divine sense also turned into nothingness. This is... Many people gasped, and even the expressions of many elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm changed. Just now, that person was sent out by them to test the waters, but he was turned into a corpse in a single strike. Yi Fan stood under the night sky, a cold smile on his face. He did not say anything and calmly swept his gaze over everyone. Almost none of them had their true appearances. Those who came to fight for the cauldrons had all used various methods to conceal their true appearances. There were figures everywhere, including those of the Four Extremes, Dragon Transformation, and Half-Step Almighty Cultivators. Ayo! The large black dog howled, appearing not far away. His body was covered in blood, and he had suffered serious injuries in the chaotic battle. Behind him, Wu Zhongqian, Jianghu, and the others were also covered in blood. Although they had retreated at the first moment, they were also injured because there were too many powerful cultivators. If you continue to be arrogant, come and kill me again. F***CK, don't look at others, I'm talking about you. The large black dog roared, staring at an elder of the sixth transformation of the dragon transformation. Just a hairless and inferior dog demon? That elder sneered, not realizing the danger at all. He didn't know that these were the ancient great emperor's formation patterns. Die, old thing. The large black dog shouted and activated the killing formation. Chi. An expanse of scarlet multicolored light blossomed, dazzling like fireworks. However, the killing intent seemed to freeze everything within 30,000 li, bone-chilling as it covered that elder. Ah! The old man at the sixth transformation of the dragon realm let out a blood-curdling screech. He was instantly turned into a pool of blood by the scarlet light. His body and soul were destroyed and he died a violent death. Even the expressions of many older generation figures changed. Everyone in the darkness felt a chill in their hearts. This kind of profound formation pattern, once activated, would be a great disaster. Little Yi, I'll spare your life for now. A few experts who had high attainments in Dao patterns opened the realm gate together, trying to escape. Whoosh! The patterns they had carved burst like bubbles. At the same time, dozens of blood-colored bolts of lightning appeared and struck down. Boom! The scarlet lightning struck and these people were all struck. Smoke rose from their bodies, their clothes turned to ash and their bodies were charred black. The lightning had pierced through their bodies and their heads were even cracked. All 7 of them died. They were all proficient in Dao patterns, but none of them survived, becoming the second batch of victims. What kind of formation pattern is this? Why is it so terrifying? No one could remain calm and fear appeared in their hearts. So many people had come to hunt for the cauldron, but they were all trapped here. If they all died, it would be a great massacre. Just thinking about it made people shiver. A streak of purple light suddenly appeared, and a sharp sword ray descended from the sky, piercing toward the top of Yi Fan's head. It wanted to pierce through and kill him with a single strike. The experts of the ancient Killer God dynasty were hidden in the void above Yi Fan's head, and they launched a lightning-fast attack at the crucial moment. However, when the sword ray was still several meters away, his body spasmed, and he was swept by a green light. He immediately turned into a pool of blood, which flowed down. Dang! The divine sword fell to the ground, producing a string of sparks. A powerful assassin was obliterated by the formation patterns, no longer existing. Black Emperor, activate the killing formation and obliterate them all. Yi Fan spoke. He didn't want to drag things out and so he prepared to kill everyone. What arrogant words. Just an ant, do you really think you are an ancient saint? You are still far from it. Finally, a half-step great expert stepped out. He had his hands behind his back, and he stared at Yi Fan with a cold and emotionless expression. Oh! He suddenly took action. Lightning flickered between his palms and fingers, and an expanse of electricity interweaved to form a sea of lightning. It formed a Dao diagram and it spun over like light. Yi Fan's mind jumped. He followed the Black Emperor's instructions and quickly retreated from the killing formation. His figure flickered and he left his previous position. Dong! A muffled sound rang out. That lightning C diagram instantly collapsed, and at the same time, it triggered the ancient great emperor's killing formation to operate. An aura that could obliterate the world was released. The void trembled and the great earth was about to cave in. An expanse of immortal light surged, and auspicious colors appeared in tens of thousands of streaks. It was as if giant immortal flowers were blossoming, and exceptional killing intent shot out. The half-step great expert shouted. He attacked with all of his strength to resist this endless killing light, but everything was futile. The divine halberd in his hands that was forged from meteoric iron was like rotten wood. It turned into powder and fell down. Ah! He released a loud cry. His arm began to melt, and his bones and flesh all turned into a bloody paste. Irresistible killing intent spread, and it advanced like raging waves. Each layer was stronger than the last and it crushed over. Even a half-step great expert couldn't stop it. He no longer had the calmness from before. His face was full of fear. He screamed towards the sky, but he couldn't change anything. His body was cracking apart, as if he had been crushed by a heavenly deity's roller. Inch by inch, he turned into a bloody paste starting from his limbs. In the end, with a pu sound, his head also shattered. "Break out, we have to charge out." Everyone was shouting loudly. After seeing this scene, there was no one who wasn't terrified. Even a half-step great expert had been obliterated, so who could remain calm? Perhaps only by working together could they open up a path of survival. Otherwise they would all die here. "You're so ruthless, setting up such a deadly formation and waiting for us to enter." Many people looked towards Yi Fan, shock and anger mixed together. At the same time there was also a slight fear. "You came to kill me and seize the cauldron, so you should be prepared to be killed," Yi Fan said with a smile. "What else is there to say? Black Emperor, activate the killing formation and kill everyone." Li Heishui said. "All right, activate the formation immediately. Today blood is destined to flow like a river." The large black dog shouted. Suddenly the void was pierced through, and an arrow of blood shot out, aiming straight for the Black Emperor's throat. He screamed loudly and retreated in fear. "Black Emperor, what's wrong?" Yi Fan was shocked, deeply afraid that something unexpected would happen. "This thing. Why is it still here?" The large black dog said with a trembling voice, slightly terrified. "Chi." The arrow of blood was like a rainbow, passing through the formation patterns of the great emperor and chasing down, wanting to pierce through the Black Emperor. An aura of death pervaded the air. Clang. Yi Fan rushed over, and with the all-life source cauldron protecting his body, he took this attack head-on. The arrow of blood was like a rainbow, but it did not shatter, continuing to chase after the Black Emperor. The aura of death became even stronger and it would not stop until it was killed. Swoosh. Yi Fan used the cauldron and the all-life source chi circulated, sucking the Black Emperor in. He asked, "What is this?" "This is a secret arrow specially used by the ancient great emperor to kill his enemies in the formation patterns. It will not stop until he is dead, and even the formation patterns cannot be destroyed." The large black dog was really frightened. Clang. The arrow of blood was like a ray, and still did not stop, piercing towards the all-life source cauldron. If it was not for the fact that it was sturdy enough, it would have already been pierced through. Clang, clang. The force of the arrow of blood was extremely great and every time, it almost knocked the cauldron flying. Yi Fan felt as if he was being struck by a huge hammer, his body trembling slightly. "If I could set up 1/3 of the formation patterns, even the secret arrow of the ancient great emperor would be destroyed," the large black dog said hatefully. "You know, this is a forbidden tool, not the real secret arrow of the ancient great emperor." There was a look of surprise on his face. This was because at this moment, the blood arrow had dimmed. After colliding 7 or 8 times, it turned into ashes with a pu sound, and was destroyed by the formation patterns. The so-called forbidden tool referred to a weapon that could only be used a few times. Although it was very powerful, it could not be used for a long time. It is just a crude imitation of a forbidden tool. You scared me to death. I was wondering how the secret arrow of the ancient great emperor could be passed down. The large black dog was completely energized, and he leaped out of the all-life source cauldron. Another ray of blood shot over, and it was accompanied by gusts of wind and thunder, its killing intent shocking the clouds. It shot towards Yi Fan's throat, wanting to kill him with a single strike. "It's someone from the Jiang clan," Lu Ko said in a low voice. The archer was precisely Jiang Yichen's uncle, Jiang Huayan. His eyes were cold and he continuously drew his bow. In the blink of an eye, several blood-red arrows shot over, all aimed at Yi Fan. It is just a crude imitation of a forbidden tool, and it is completely ineffective. The large black dog shouted and activated the formation patterns. Boom. Numerous large dragons soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. These were condensed from killing intent, and the formation patterns of Great Emperor Wuxia revealed a terrifying side. Agonizing cries sounded out, and in the blink of an eye, several dozen cultivators were killed in both body and soul. They were crushed by the killing intent and nothing was left behind. The sound of shattering traveled over, and the arrows that Jianghu shot over were all turned into dust, dissipating in midair. Lock him in place. Yi Fan pointed at Jianghu. Wolf, that is exactly what I was thinking. Directly killing him would be letting him off too easily. The Black Emperor shouted. The night sky shook and countless patterns appeared. Jianghu and the others were all restricted, unable to move in the slightest within the killing formation. Meanwhile, the others were desperately charging forward. Thunder rumbled and killing intent shot out. Many people were turned into bloody paste, dying on the spot. Swoosh. Yi Fan rushed over and collected the purple bow and several blood-red arrows from Jianghu's hands. Chi. Beside him, several half-step almighties suddenly appeared and attacked, wanting to use this opportunity to kill him. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of swords rang out, and the killing formation of Wuxia was ever-changing. Tens of thousands of sword chi shot out, attacking the four half-step almighties. One of them became a sieve on the spot, and even his head was penetrated by hundreds of swords. His body and soul were both destroyed. Another person cried out loudly, and was slashed into mush by hundreds of sword chi. He died a violent death and no longer existed. Swoosh. Yi Fan retreated, and according to the Black Emperor's instructions, it was as if there was no one there. Then he knocked an arrow and with a flash of blood-red light shot out. The third half-step almighty was already about to be obliterated by the killing formation, and then he was shot in the forehead by Yi Fan. He screamed loudly on the spot and turned into a bloody mist. And you? Yi Fan drew his bow again, and just as the last dying half-step almighty rushed into the sky, a blood-red light descended and pierced through his head. His head shattered and this expert's body turned into mush. He died instantly and he didn't even have the chance to scream. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. A total of 5 half-step almighties had been killed, so how could they not be afraid? They all cried out loudly. Charge out, we must charge out. Everyone swarmed, wanting to use the corpses to create a path of survival. Damn it, he actually schemed against us. As long as I can survive, I will definitely kill him 100 times. Someone swore in his heart. Rumble. It was as if there was a giant millstone spinning in the world, mercilessly crushing all life. Bloody light surged continuously, and people were continuously turned into mush. It was just a corner of the formation patterns left behind by an ancient great emperor, yet it possessed the power to kill all creatures in this world. Once one was trapped within, it was simply too difficult to escape. In this void, there were tens of thousands of great dragons soaring about. That was the most terrifying killing intent, and there were all types of lightning radiance flickering about as well. As long as one was struck, they would definitely turn into ashes. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. This was a terrifying scene like that of an Azura's field. Killing light spun about, crushing bodies one after another, and blood flowed like rivers. That night, there were just too many people who took action against Yi Fan. Not a single one of them escaped and they were all slaughtered. This was like an ancient battlefield. Corpses piled up, blood flowed, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. Bloody mist curled about, dyeing Yi Fan and the others' hair red. These are all experts. We killed too many people this time. Wu Zhongtian said with a sigh. Since we've already started a massacre, it is impossible for us to stop. There is no need to be lenient. It's fine if they don't take action, but once they do, we will kill them all. Yi Fan said. Yi Fan drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at Jianghu. The bloody arrow pierced through the sky like a rainbow. He couldn't evade, and this arrow hit his abdomen. With a peng sound, his sea of reincarnation shattered, and all of his divine power disappeared. Yi Fan's arrow crippled him. Jianghu and screamed miserably, his eyes revealing despair. His sea of reincarnation was crippled, and his divine power dried up. In the future, he would never be able to step onto the path of cultivation again. He was incomparably resentful. He roared mournfully and stared at Yi Fan and the others. Who are you? Yi Fan asked with a cold smile. Then he reached out a large hand and grabbed him, sealing him on the spot, not giving him a chance to speak. I don't know who you are, but since you came to kill me, I definitely can't let you go. Go back to the latrine and it will take at least 1,000 years. Yi Fan threw him to Li Heishui. That's right, this person really should be suppressed. Lu Ko shouted. The killing formation activated and mercilessly reaped lives. Yi Fan was carefully searching for the whereabouts of the saints. Jin Qishao from the Gold family of Northern Plains? Yi Fan stared at a tall and sturdy figure covered in scales. He was like a vicious spirit as he stepped on everyone's corpses and charged outwards. Damn, the Gold family is indeed the descendants of archaic creatures. Jiang Huiran exclaimed. Kill him. Yi Fan spoke. No matter who it was, as long as they entered the killing formation, they were destined to die. Boom. The Black Emperor activated the killing formation. Endless bloody light swept over, and the tall figure immediately collapsed. Scales fell off and his body was torn into pieces. However, there were only fluctuations of divine power, and no blood splattered everywhere. This is a god from his Tao palace, not his main body. Yet it's so powerful, almost comparable to a saint. Lu Ko's heart jumped. Jin Qishao was very cautious and didn't show himself. He only formed a god and came here to observe. If he was killed here, his vitality would definitely be greatly injured. In this place, bloody light shot into the sky. Endless murderous intent surged like a vast ocean. From afar, one could clearly see that the Wuxia array had turned into a huge millstone, crushing one body after another and reaping lives continuously. The scene was extremely terrifying. Blood flowed on the ground, forming a thick layer of bloody mud. It was a bloody scene as if it was purgatory on earth. Purple Mansion Saint. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. He saw this saint again. His hair was disheveled and he wore a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. He carried a pitch-black gourd on his back and held a rotten wooden hammer as he advanced, stepping on the corpses of others. Clang. Yi Fan pulled out the Yin-Yang sacred sword and strode forward, passing through the array patterns. Buzz. It was as if he was swinging a mountain. The Yin-Yang sacred sword smashed through the sky, slashing through the heavens with great force. Clang. Yi Fan swung his sword and slashed down heavily. The Purple Mansion Saint met the attack with the rotten wooden hammer in his hand. Chaotic light flashed and the two clashed, creating a deafening sound. Bam! The Purple Mansion Saint flew backward, vomiting blood. He had almost been obliterated by the array patterns just now. His vitality was already greatly injured, but he was holding on. However, the rotten wooden hammer in his hand was really terrifying. It had even cracked the Yin-Yang sacred sword. This was unbelievable. Swoosh. Yi Fan swung down again. The sword aura almost connected with the dark clouds in the sky. It was as thick as a mountain and terrifying. You can't kill me. Do you know? The Purple Mansion Saint knew his condition. This was definitely not the best time to fight. I don't care who you are. If you dare to kill me and steal my tripod, you should be prepared to die. Yi Fan shouted, not giving him a chance to speak. Otherwise, if he revealed his identity and attacked again, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Clang clang. The Yin-Yang sacred sword was heavier than a mountain. Every time it landed, the Purple Mansion Saint vomited blood. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but there was no chance at all. If not for the fact that the rotten wooden hammer in his hand and the black gourd on his back were too terrifying and always saved his life at the crucial moment, he would have already been killed. These saints all have great fortuitous opportunities. If not for the fact that they were seriously injured by the killing array, it would really take a lot of effort to kill him. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't know how the other party had obtained the rotten wooden hammer and the other weapons. They had the corresponding techniques, and when used together, their power was unparalleled. It's time to end this. I'll send you on your way. Finally, Yi Fan swung his sword horizontally. The strength of his arm was shocking. He swung the Yin-Yang sacred sword so hard that the body of the sword bent as if it was about to break. Yi Fan's sword cut off the Purple Mansion Saint's head. Blood sprayed more than 3 meters high, and the headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. He swung his sword again and cut the head that was trying to escape in half. Ah! The Purple Mansion Saint let out an indignant roar. Yi Fan, you won't live long either. A purple light rushed out. Yi Fan's sword slashed down and the purple light shattered. The saint's body and soul were destroyed. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to shout out his identity. Killing you is useless. You are just a passerby now. He held the sacred sword dripping blood and stood upright. Chapter 5:14. Yi Fan swung the yin-yang holy sword and killed the Purple Mansion Saint. His head and consciousness turned into ashes, leaving behind a headless corpse that was spewing blood. The life of a saint had come to an end. He was very likely to become a supreme saint, but today he had reached the end of his life and become the dust of history. Could be predicted that there would be chaos soon. This was the first saint to die in the Eastern Barren Territory in recent years. It would definitely cause a great commotion. There was nothing special about the broken wooden hammer. There were bite marks on it and it was almost rotten. It didn't look like a weapon at all. If it was thrown on the ground, no one would pick it up. But it was this unremarkable broken wooden hammer that could release chaotic light and crack the yin-yang holy sword. It was very powerful and had saved the Purple Mansion Saint many times. Yi Fan held it in his hand. It felt very light, as if he was holding a piece of firewood. It didn't have much weight and it seemed like it would break if he used a little force. Dong. He shook his finger and the broken wooden hammer made a hollow sound. It was like rotten wood, but no matter how much force he used, he couldn't break it. It was very hard. Bang. He brandished the broken wooden hammer in his hand. With a whong sound, a large black hole appeared in the void, and a streak of chaotic light shot into it. What treasure is this? It's much more powerful than the yin-yang holy sword. Yi Fan was shocked. This must be a divine treasure. The large black dog came over. His eyes were very round and he quickly reached out with his claws. His greed was acting up again. Yi Fan knew his habits, so he was always on guard. He raised a hand and stopped him. Don't snatch it. Quick, control the killing formation. Don't let a single person escape. At this moment, this area was covered in blood, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Who knew how many people had died? The scene was frightening. It was as if they had come to a slaughterhouse. Jianghu, Wu Zhongtian, and the others also walked over. They looked at the broken wooden hammer in amazement. It could actually release chaotic light and was indestructible. It could be called a divine treasure. The Purple Mansion Saint is dead. Lu Ko and the others felt that things had gotten out of hand. This was the future master of a holy land, and he had been killed by Yi Fan. If this news spread, the entire northern region would be shaken. Ah! Miserable cries continued to sound. The ancient great emperor's killing formation was unparalleled. It turned into a great grinding stone that crushed heaven and earth, continuously turning life after life into meat paste. No one was able to escape. The ancient slaughtering formation was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Every time, a large group of people would be killed. This was truly a meat grinder. Many experts, even if they were at the 8th transformation of the Dragon Realm or even at the pinnacle, could not escape the annihilation of the primeval emperor's formation runes. Amidst the bright redness on the ground were pieces of ghastly white shattered bones, causing one's scalp to go numb. It was too horrible to look at and none of them dared to look at it. In the cruel world of Xiozha, once war started, there was no mercy to speak of. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. There was no right or wrong. There was only life and death and the law of the jungle. In the cruel world of cultivators, once a battle started, there was no mercy. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. There was only the law of life and death. This broken wooden hammer looks like the stopper of the Purple Mansion Saint. Jiang Huiran's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the abnormality. This broken wooden hammer looks like the stopper of the big gourd. Jiang Huiran's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the abnormality. Yi Fan stuffed the handle of the broken wooden hammer into the stopper. It fit perfectly, blocking the mouth of the gourd. The head of the hammer and the mouth of the gourd became one. This is definitely a divine treasure. Even the stopper can release chaotic light. It's so powerful. The large black dog stood up, his eyes glinting fiercely. He was about to snatch the gourd again. Stupid dog, can't you be a little more obedient? Yi Fan glanced at him. They were all shocked. This black gourd definitely had a great background. Even the stopper was so terrifying, so the real body of the gourd could be imagined. Purple Mansion brat, perhaps he just got this gourd not long ago. It's such a waste, using the stopper to fight enemies. He doesn't understand its true value at all. The large black dog said. They fiddled with it for a while, but they didn't find any use for the black gourd. It was even harder than godly metal. Even Yi Fan's golden fingers couldn't penetrate it. Although the heavenly Death water is priceless compared to the black gourd, it's not even worth a strand of hair. It's really a waste to store it. Screams rose and fell. By now, only a few people were still alive. They had all been chopped into meat paste, and the ground was scarlet and bloody. Only a dozen or so people were left. Yi Fan was very calm and there was no emotion in his eyes. He watched everything quietly. He didn't act, but once he made a decision he was resolute. Unfortunately, only 2 holy sons entered. He was searching for the whereabouts of the saint son of all beginnings. Those who survived weren't necessarily the most powerful people. The Wuxia killing formation was damaged and only a corner was left. There were some places with terrifying destructive power, while some areas were relatively weaker. There. Yi Fan's eyes flashed and he quickly rushed over, appearing in front of a pile of corpses. There was a bloody person there, his entire body submerged in blood. He was unmoving, incredibly cold, without the slightest bit of vitality. He was mixed with the bloody mud, buried underneath. If others couldn't sense him at all, they would definitely think that was a person who had long died. However, Yi Fan cultivated the divine eye, and saw with a glance that he was still alive. His life source was very vigorous, releasing blazing light and hadn't been extinguished. The saint son of all beginnings was actually faking his death, wanting to escape this disaster. He had no choice and was forced into this situation. Yi Fan rushed over like a ghost, silently brandishing the yin-yang holy sword. It turned into a barbaric dragon and slashed down. The thick sword ray connected with the dark clouds in the sky. Swoosh! The saint son of all beginnings turned into a streak of green radiance, rushing out like light, evading. The great earth was hacked apart, revealing a pitch-black, bottomless hole. "Brother Yi, we've misunderstood a bit." The saint son of all beginnings opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but Yi Fan activated the all-character secret, brandishing the holy sword and hacking forward, not giving him the chance at all. Clang! This sword even cut open the skies. The dark clouds scattered, and endless stellar radiance gathered like a waterfall. Tens of thousands of streaks descended, forming a vast expanse of whiteness. The saint son of all beginnings' expression changed. He felt the world-shocking sharpness of a sharp blade approaching his neck, the aura of death pervading the air. He couldn't face it head-on. However, in the Wuxia killing formation he had no way of escaping. A single wrong step would result in his body and soul being destroyed. He could only face the sword radiance that was as thick as a mountain. Once the all-character secret was activated, one's strength would increase tenfold. This was a type of destructive aura that could tear through everything. The yin-yang holy sword was as resplendent as a sun. The saint son of all beginnings' palm was sparkling and bloody radiance shot out. He opened a cold blood box and fresh blood dyed the night sky red. It was as if an ancient evil spirit had awakened and wanted to destroy all things. Heavenly Fiend Blood Box. In the past, a heavenly fiend used his own fiend god blood to refine a weapon for his descendants. Its destructive power was incomparable, and the heavenly fiend blood could destroy all opponents. Bang! The power of Yi Fan's sword was extremely great. When it collided with the bloody light, the saint son of all beginnings was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. With tenfold battle prowess, who in the same realm could contend against him? This was equivalent to 10 Saint Sun level characters attacking together to kill the Saint Sun of all beginnings. In the Wuxia killing formation he had no way of dodging. Even if his methods were heaven-defying, he couldn't withstand it and was immediately heavily injured. However, Yi Fan was also shaken. He retreated with large steps. The yin-yang holy sword in his hand was stained with demonic blood, and the cracks on its surface quickly expanded. Gotcha! The yin-yang holy sword broke, completely destroyed by the heavenly fiend blood box. Yi Fan's entire body released blazing golden light, blocking the fiend god's blood from staining his body. He took out the rotten wooden hammer and smashed it down fiercely, scattering the boundless bloody light. The legendary treasure box refined by a peerless heavenly fiend. We must seize it. The large black dog shouted loudly from behind. Yi Fan brandished the rotten wooden hammer, and a terrifying streak of chaotic light shot out, striking towards the Saint Sun of all beginnings. It chiseled out a black hole in the void. Boom! The heavenly fiend blood box was less than 3 inches long, but it contained a boundless sea of blood. At this moment, boundless waves surged out, almost drowning this part of heaven and earth. Chi! Yi Fan used the rotten wooden hammer to cleave out a black hole, guiding the boundless sea of blood into it. He shot out a streak of chaotic divine light, slashing towards the Saint Sun of all beginnings. The two of them quickly engaged in a great battle. The Wuxia killing formation was activated, and the Saint Sun of all beginnings was startled with every step he took, unable to concentrate. Boom! Yi Fan once again successfully activated the all-secret. The rotten wooden hammer in his hand shone brilliantly, as if it had a life of its own, shooting out a large expanse of chaotic light. This was a terrifying scene. The black night sky continuously collapsed and a black hole appeared. The Saint Son of All Beginnings cried out loudly, using the heavenly fiend blood box to block it. However, when his battle prowess was increased tenfold, it was too terrifying. It destroyed everything and the entire sea of blood was evaporated. Everything was destroyed. The Saint Son of All Beginnings couldn't dodge at all in the Wuxia killing formation, and could only take it head-on. With a pung sound, he was sent flying by the chaotic light, his body cracking apart. Yi Fan used the row technique, rushing over like a streak of light. In a short period of time when his battle prowess was increased tenfold, he continuously attacked, incomparably fierce. Pooh! The Saint Son of All Beginnings spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was swept by the chaotic light again and most of the bones in his body were broken. He shouted loudly, "You can't!" Boom! Yi Fan didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. His tenfold battle prowess rose crazily, and the rotten wooden hammer shattered the void, sending him flying, almost turning him into a bloody paste. You! The Saint Son of All Beginnings coughed out blood. Dong! Yi Fan used the rotten wooden hammer to block the heavenly fiend blood box. The chaotic light imprisoned the endless sea of blood, and the two weapons stuck together. At this time, the battle prowess triggered by the all-secret art disappeared, but the Saint Son of All Beginnings was also an arrow at the end of its flight. He did his best to resist. Yi Fan reached out a large golden hand and struck forward. A destructive aura shook. Kacha! The Saint Son of All Beginnings' arm broke and then his chest caved in. His body was struck by a large golden hand. The flesh shell of the saint body was extremely powerful. The palm that was like a large golden millstone firmly slammed into the Saint Son of All Beginnings' body, splitting him into pieces on the spot. The Saint Son of All Beginnings' primordial spirit rushed out, wanting to escape. The small golden lake between Yi Fan's brows transformed into a small golden cauldron, rushing over and shattering it. Another Saint Son of All Beginnings had fallen. The future Master of All Beginnings had been erased just like that. From then on, he would become a part of history no longer existing. Yi Fan had killed 2 saints in succession in one day. This was enough to shake the world. At the same time, he had eliminated so many experts, killing them all and leaving the ground covered in minced meat. This would definitely cause great waves. Where is Yao Shi? Where is the Saint Son of Great Yen Xiang Yifei? They have also come. He frowned slightly. Chapter 5:15. In the latter half of the night, the thick black clouds dispersed and starlight sprinkled down like water. The ancient city was quiet. However, the city was not peaceful. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils and a strong aura of death filled the air. It was as if an Azura had descended into the world. The huge millstone formed by the Wuxia killing formation had disappeared. Under the cold moonlight, there was a thick layer of bloody mud on the ground, as well as some snow-white bone dregs. This was a scene that made one's hair stand on end. White bones and flesh mixed together. Anyone who saw it with their own eyes would feel their hair stand on end. This was a living purgatory on earth. Apart from Jianghu, everyone else was dead. No one could escape. This was the power of the ancient emperor's formation. Just a broken corner was enough to kill everyone. Yi Fan stood in the ancient killing formation. He did not see Yao Shi or Xiang Yifei. They had definitely come for him, but they did not enter the formation. He gazed at the night sky and could not sense any aura. Those who had not entered the formation had all left in fright. No one dared to stay in fear of the power of the Wuxia killing formation. After a long time, people appeared at the end of the horizon. Looking at this place from afar, they all felt a chill from head to toe. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was gentle, but the entire ancient city was incomparably stifling. There was no sound at all and no one was here. Yi Fan set a big fire. The broken bones and bloody mud on the ground burned, crackling in the flames. In the end, they turned into ashes and burned away completely. Suddenly he raised his head. He felt a sense of danger, but he did not discover anything. Could it be that a Saint Lord level character has arrived? Or is a terrifying character from the ancient god dynasty spying on us? Yi Fan was startled. Let's leave this place. Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and the others did not want to stay for long. This place would become the center of the storm, so it was best to leave as soon as possible. The Black Emperor carved the formation and then erased the Wuxia killing formation. With a flash of light, they crossed the distance and disappeared from their original spot. On the second day when the news came out, it caused a huge uproar. This time, in the misty cloud ancient city, There were countless casualties among the invaders. It was unknown how many people had lost their lives. Corpses fell one after another. There were 5 half-step experts among them, and all of them were overlords of their own regions. If they could take a step further and develop their own Tao, they would be comparable to the Holy Lords. Unfortunately, they had lost their lives here. What? Even a half-step mighty figure has fallen? What realm are Yi Fan's group at? How could they have such a technique? Is this true? The experts of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm were cut down like weeds. The number of casualties is uncountable. Everything is true. Last night I saw it with my own eyes. That was truly purgatory in the human world. Human lives are worth less than grass. No matter how strong you are, you can't block a single attack from the killing array. The people of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm are dying one after another. Although they have concealed their true identities, it is obvious that they are from the various great sections. What a terrifying technique. He killed everyone in one battle. This brat is truly terrifying. The Battle of the Bloody Night caused a huge commotion. No one had thought that Yi Fan would have such a technique. He dared to kill all the experts. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The sky was bright, and Yi Fan released little Nan Nan from the pristine jade bottle. The battle last night was too bloody, so he did not let the little girl watch. At this moment they were in an oasis, temporarily hiding from the storm. Needless to say, the outside world was in chaos. Lu Ko picked up a person and threw him on the ground, saying, "How should we deal with him?" This was the only captive who had survived the killing array. Jianghu was terrified. As an expert of the 8th transformation of the Dragon Transformation, his sea of reincarnation had been crippled by an arrow. His divine power had dried up, and all his hopes had turned to dust. What do you want?" His voice was trembling. He did not want to die. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Yi Fan glanced at him. When passing by a small village, Yi Fan stopped. He walked around a fish pond and said, "This place is very suitable for you to retire." Jiang Huaiyan's face immediately turned green. He found a latrine pit in front of the fish pond and thought of what Yi Fan had said before. He even felt like dying. Yi Fan threw him out like a javelin. With a plop, a large splash was made and a foul stench filled the air. Blarg! Jiang Huaiyan almost vomited his bile. He was so disgusted that he almost fainted. He shouted, You can't do this." Yi Fan thought about it and said, "Your sea of reincarnation has been crippled, but your holy Ji palace still exists. You can live for at least 100 or 200 years. How about this? I don't want you to die, so we'll just suppress you for 100 years. "No, save me," Jiang Huaiyan shouted. He wanted to slap himself to death. Why did he provoke these people? How could he come up with such a stupid idea? Yi Fan ignored him. Beams of light shot out from his 10 fingers and sealed Jiang Huaiyan at the bottom of the latrine pit. Then he cut a stone tablet and pressed it in. Finally, I vented my anger. Those bastards in the Jiang clan were too despicable. They should be suppressed like this. Li Heishui laughed loudly. "We should capture Jiang Yichen. That brat is the most hateful. If we don't suppress him, we'll be letting ourselves down." Lu Ko's anger could not be appeased. After a few days, the storm did not subside. Instead, it became more and more intense. So many people had died. There were powerful itinerant cultivators and masters from sacred grounds. They became the focus of everyone's discussion. Did you know that the Purple Mansion Saint is already dead? He was killed by Yi Fan's sword. What? That's impossible. That's too shocking. It's true, but no one will point it out. That night, this saint was among those who tried to kill Yi Fan. Unfortunately, he was killed as a passerby. Oh my God, this is shocking news. Will the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground let this go? Their future master was killed just like that. The Purple Mansion Saint changed his appearance to kill the divine physique. In the end, he lost his life. Who can he blame? Even a powerful holy land would not be able to take revenge on such a large scale. In recent years, this was the first time a saint had been killed in the eastern wilderness. Naturally, it caused a huge commotion. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone knew that a great era had come. There would definitely be a huge battle. The death of a saint was inevitable. However, they did not know who would be the strongest. The divine physique is so powerful. He killed the saint of middle ground and the saint of eastern wilderness. He is invincible. He used a shocking killing array to kill so many cultivators. Then he killed a saint as a passerby. He must have done it on purpose. People were talking about it. Everyone was trying to find out what was going on. Sure enough, not long after, another shocking piece of news spread. The saint son of all beginnings had also died. 2 sons of the great sage died in one night. People were dumbfounded. The Purple Mansion Saint was not everything. There was still the Saint of all beginnings. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. This is really shocking. 2 sons of the great sage are dead. The era of a huge battle is here. The eastern wilderness was shocked. The Battle of the Bloody Night was even more shocking than people had imagined. No one had expected Yi Fan to kill 2 sons of the great sage. He is the enemy of all the saints. The divine physique caught up. It doesn't look like he killed himself. Is Miracle Dr. Wang lying? Many people were discussing it. Half a month later, Lu Ko flew back excitedly. He laughed heartily and said, "I used some of my connections and it really worked." Lu Ko brought news that Jiang Yichen was about to come out and participate in the Jade Lake meeting. It was a good opportunity to catch him. "Are you sure?" Wu Zhongtian asked. The news sent by Sun Quan shouldn't be wrong. Sun Quan was the grandson of the 10th Great Bandit, Sun Tianyun. He was also a descendant of the Great Bandit, so he had a good relationship with them. Without saying anything, they crossed the void and went to the Jade Lake's sacred land. Of course, they did not really enter. They just waited outside. The Jade Lake's sacred land was picturesque. Looking from afar, it was as if they had arrived at a land of immortals. That brat is here. After waiting for a few days, Yi Fan and the others saw Jiang Yichen. He walked over with a middle-aged man in purple. The middle-aged man in purple had a dignified appearance. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, as if a celestial emperor had descended. He was very extraordinary. He was the extremely powerful 13th grandfather of the Jiang clan. "We can't afford to offend this legendary 13th. The large black dog mumbled. This person not only had powerful magic power, but he also had a corner of the formation pattern of the Hengyu Emperor. If he really targeted them, they would definitely be in danger. "Are you sure the spatial trap is effective? We are pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth," Li Heishui said. "This is a secret technique from the primordial age. I don't believe that he is so careful. He is protecting Jiang Yichen at every step," the large black dog said. This 13th grandfather was extremely powerful and conceited. He definitely would not think that someone would dare to snatch someone from under his nose. This was the conclusion that they came to based on his personality. They had done some research. "All right, we have entered that area. He and Huang do it," Yi Fan urged. The large black dog activated the formation pattern. The space in the distance became blurry, and Jiang Yichen was instantly sucked into it. He shouted in shock. "Humph!" 13th grandfather humphed coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. However, the blurry space flashed and a black hole appeared. Jiang Yichen's figure continued to pass through it. Serial spatial trap. 13th grandfather was shocked. He quickly carved formation patterns in the void, wanting to use the most profound innate patterns to stabilize the space. "It's too late. Apart from being afraid of your cultivation level, my attainments in Dao patterns are far superior to yours." The large black dog bared his teeth in secret. Boom. All the black holes disappeared, and the void became calm again. It was as if nothing had happened. "Let's go too." Yi Fan and the others quickly passed through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 13th grandfather reacted quickly. The moment Jiang Yichen disappeared, he immediately locked onto the location where Yi Fan and the others were. With a long howl, he arrived in the blink of an eye. However, when he arrived, everything became calm again. He did not even see who the enemy was. Good. You dare to snatch someone from my hands? You must have eaten a god's guts." He stood in the same place for a long time, silently deducing something. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the large black dog appeared in a desert with a long howl. He said, "If you want to deduce my methods, go ahead and try." "You?" Jiang Yichen's figure appeared on an altar in front of them. He had been dragged here by the spatial trap and was trapped on the blood-colored altar. "Nephew eldest, we meet again." Jiang Huairan walked over with evil intentions. "Brat, we really missed you." Li Heishui kept moving his muscles and bones, chuckling. Jiang Yichen's intestines were green with regret. Why did he have to go to the Jade Lake? Now he was blocked by a few people. There was nothing worse than this. He really wanted to kill himself. "Nephew eldest, why don't you speak when you see your uncle?" Jiang Huairan asked with a smile. "Didn't you want to kill us? When you were in the Jiang tribe, you could summon the wind and summon the rain. How awe-inspiring. Now continue." Li Heishui laughed loudly. "This brat is nothing. He doesn't even want to be my human pet. I want to choose a peerless saintess in the Jade Lake Grand Meeting." The Black Emperor criticized from the side. Chapter 5:16. Last time I suppressed you once and let you go in the end. You really don't have a good memory. Do you think that just because you have a supreme grandpa and a powerful family, you have nothing to fear? Yi Fan had a smile on his face. On the blood-red sacrificial altar, Jiang Yichen's face was pale. This time he was really scared. Falling into the hands of these demons, he was considering whether to kill himself first. What do you want? His voice was trembling. He once thought that these people wanted to sacrifice him alive. Otherwise, why would he be bound to such a sacrificial altar? Nephew Gu, look at you. You can't even speak properly. It's okay. I'm here. No one will kill you. Jiang Huairan smiled brightly. Uncle Gu, I was wrong. Please let me go. Jiang Yichen was afraid. He gritted his teeth and bowed his head. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Jiang Huairan picked his ears and asked loudly. Uncle Gu, please let me go. Jiang Yichen raised his voice. His face was a little red. They were about the same age. He was so tired of being called like this. Nephew Gu, you're so obedient. You don't want to kill me this time and you don't call me a bastard? Jiang Huairan asked with a smile. We're all Jiang Huairan's brothers. Nephew Gu, do you want to call us nice too? Lu Ko asked. Jiang Yichen's eyes flashed fiercely, but he quickly concealed it. He said, Guys, what do you want? Just say it. Nephew Gu, don't think too much. We just want to catch up with you, Li Heishui said with a smile. Jiang Yichen was annoyed. He said, As long as you let me go, my grandfather will give you enough energy. You can even have a Divine Lord level weapon. Your Jiang clan had some saints in ancient times. It's such a waste to bury them in your cemetery, the Black Emperor said. I don't want the corpse of the Hengyu Emperor, but it should be fine to give you the corpse of a saint, right? Jiang Yichen's expression stiffened. A dog had such a request. Wouldn't the conditions of those demons be even harsher? Of course he didn't understand. This dog was the greediest. Jiang Huairan glanced at the large black dog. The ancient saint of the Jiang tribe was definitely his ancestor, so he naturally wouldn't allow him to do as he pleased. Yi Fan thought for a moment before he stepped forward and asked, Who is the divine body of your Jiang clan? 2 divine king bodies have appeared in the Eastern Barren Territory at the same time. This has not happened in many years. Who is the divine king body of the Jiang clan? Is it a man or a woman? Wu Zhongtian also wanted to know the answer. Could it be that Jiang Yifei? I always felt that his strength was unfathomable, Lu Ko said. I don't know who he is, Jiang Yichen replied. He's still so stubborn even now. Slap him until he's obedient. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility as his uncle, Jiang Huairan said. You don't? Jiang Yichen cried. Pa. Li Heishui and Lu Ko were not soft-hearted people. They would not show any mercy to this descendant of the Jiang clan who had once tried to kill them. They slapped him hard. Jiang Yichen's eyes were sinister, and his heart was filled with endless murderous intent. However, he could only endure it at the moment and did not dare to challenge them. He said, He's very mysterious. I only know that he's from the bloodline of the clan leader. Nonsense. Jiang Huairan gave him a big slap and said, The divine king's blood is passed down in our bloodline. Why did it go to the bloodline of the clan leader? You want to bully me even with this? I'm not lying. It's true. There's a rumor in the clan that the divine body was adopted by the clan leader from outside. He's not from the Jiang clan, Jiang Yichen shouted. He did not want to be slapped again. What? He actually adopted a divine body. The few of them were shocked and pondered for a long time. In the end, no matter how Jiang Yichen begged or cursed, it was useless. The few of them decided to suppress him. If we suppress him for 1,000 years, there won't be any bones left. Let's suppress him for 500 years, the Black Emperor said. His pair of big claws scratched randomly and swept away all kinds of treasures. You can't do this to me. Jiang Yichen even had the mood to die. He never thought that they would really suppress him into the latrine pit. Fuck, what are you screaming for? Your uncle has already retired a step ahead of you. Now it's your turn. Li Heishui kicked him. Plop. Jiang Yichen fell into the latrine pit. His entire body was covered in dirt and he immediately screamed miserably. He did not suffer any injuries, but his heart was torn and his lungs were torn. The veins on his forehead were jumping. You really are a flower in a greenhouse. Back then, your ancestor, Hengyu Great Emperor, dared to go to the absolute beginning forbidden land to forge the sacred furnace and eliminate a supreme existence comparable to the Great Emperor. You just fell into a latrine pit, so what? If you really fell into the absolute beginning ancient mine, wouldn't you be scared to death? The Black Emperor stood up and scolded. It was obvious that he was standing up and talking. Come in and try. Jianghu was about to go crazy. He almost vomited his stomach as he cursed loudly. Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and suppress him, Lu Ko said. Yi Fan cut a stone tablet and threw it into the latrine pit. He said, cultivate well here. If you can come out alive after 500 years, you will achieve enlightenment. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost, Jianghu shouted. However, he was smashed down by the stone tablet and sealed at the bottom of the latrine pit. This brat won't die from anger, right? Can he survive 500 years? There is no spirit energy here. Why think so far ahead? This birdman should be suppressed in the latrine pit. Why don't we make a treasure map, divide it into several halves and throw it out? Maybe someone will find this place after 80 to 100 years. Too evil? The few of them discussed as they left. It was a pity that Jianghu began a long period of cultivation. No one knew when he would see the light of day again. Along the way, Yi Fan wanted to muddy the waters. In a dilapidated ancient town, he found an ancient imprint of the human world. He left behind a divine source and asked them to kill him. Half a month later, a piece of news spread. The #1 heir of the gold family of the North Plains, Jin Qishao, had been assassinated and was severely wounded. This brat's cultivation level is frightening. Even the king's seed of the human world failed? Li Heishui and the others were shocked. The golden blood of an ancient king flows in his body. How can he be ordinary? His strength is definitely terrifying. The large black dog said. Yi Fan nodded. In that bloody battle that night, Jin Qishao had transformed into an immortal in the Dao Palace. He was definitely not weaker than the Holy Sons. It could be imagined how powerful his original body was. At this moment, they were in an oasis with a circumference of 8,000 miles. It was full of vitality. There were primitive mountain ranges everywhere, like dragons and snakes standing side by side. It was very peaceful. It is said that the old bastard lives in this oasis. No one would dare to come here and make trouble, Wu Zhongtian said. The old bastard was a legend. He was the greatest bandit of the North region. No one knew his true appearance and no one knew how old he had lived. All the Holy Lands were afraid of him. Big brother, what is a hermit? Little Nan Nan asked. We are going to be hermits. Yi Fan smiled and patted his head. He had set up an ultimate killing formation. Blood flowed like a river in one night, and so many elites had been killed. It was impossible for him to move around again. How many years do we have to live in seclusion? Li Heishui asked him. Probably Divine Lord Tyr. Yi Fan smiled. Divine Lord Tyr. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, all the Divine Lords would not dare to make a move against him. Even if they knew that he had the myriad Chi cauldron, they would definitely keep their distance. A Divine Lord Tyr Divine Lord would definitely be able to defeat all the Divine Lords. No one would dare to touch him. At that cultivation level, there would probably not be many who would dare to come out and suppress him. Little Nan is a hermit. Dog, you have to be a hermit too. Don't bite people anymore. Little Nan Nan was slightly afraid of the large black dog. At this moment, they had come to a beautiful mountain range. The peaks were green and the valleys were green. Spirit springs gurgled and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was very suitable for living in seclusion. Aren't you going to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting? The people who should go are almost all here. It is about to start. That's right. It would really be a pity if I don't go. Lu Ko and the others said. If I go, there will most likely be Divine Lords who will secretly make a move against me. I have killed so many people and they were all elites from the Supreme Sections. There were 5 half-step great elites and 2 holy sons. Yi Fan said with a smile, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The others all laughed. If Yi Fan was going to participate in the Jade Pool Grand Meeting, it would definitely cause a great battle. He might even kill 1 or 2 holy sons. It is a pity that I won't be able to eat the Queen Mother's heavenly peaches. The large black dog said regretfully. Yi Fan was going to live in seclusion here. Li Heishui and the others prepared to leave. They would follow their seniors to the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. All the elites of the world would be there, and they wanted to go and broaden their horizons. That day, a graceful and beautiful figure came to visit. She appeared in this mountain range. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and she was untainted by a speck of dust. She was like a celestial maiden of the moon that had flown over, and she was otherworldly. They had never thought that the Jade Lake Holy Maiden would actually come to this place and personally invite Yi Fan to come out of seclusion. Don't worry. After entering the Jade Pool, no one will dare to harm you. The Jade Pool will definitely protect you. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden's voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature. Apart from Yi Fan, no one could see her true appearance. She was enshrouded by a hazy mist, and she appeared otherworldly and graceful like a celestial maiden. "Can I eat the heavenly peaches?" the large black dog asked as he stuck out his large tongue. "The fruits in the heavenly peach garden have all ripened. Those who participate in the grand meeting will all be able to enjoy them." The Jade Lake Holy Maiden smiled. "I'm not talking about those spirit peaches. I'm talking about the real ancient heavenly peach tree. It's about time for it to bear fruits." The large black dog's eyes were burning with desire. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden was astonished, but she didn't reveal it. She looked at Yi Fan and said, "Brother Yi, no matter what, you have to make a trip to the Jade Pool." She had invited him sincerely. The Origin Technique ancient clans and the descendants of the reclusive King of Source had all been invited to the Jade Pool. The Stone King left behind by the Queen Mother of the West and the strange stone left behind by the Yuan Taoist Master could no longer be sealed. They needed top-notch origin techniques to seal them. "How did you find this place?" "Please forgive me, Brother Yi. I was afraid that you wouldn't come, so I left a mark in the invitation so that I could find you," the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said apologetically. "Little Yi, let's go. There are no more problems this time. Let's go to the Jade Pool Grand Meeting together," Li Heishui said. In the end, Yi Fan stepped onto the path to the Jade Pool. He traveled with them, and the Jade Lake Holy Maiden personally accompanied him. The Jade Pool Pure Land was enshrouded in mist, and the scenery was beautiful. It was like a celestial land. Experts from all over the world had arrived long ago. It was a grand meeting worthy of its name. Not to mention the peerless figures who had been famous for a long time, the younger generation was also extremely strong. The Alcade Saint, the Divine King Physique of the Ji family, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden. Almost all the saints and saintesses of the younger generation in the Eastern Barren Territory had arrived. In addition, there were also young talents like Wang Chongxiao, Yi Huiling, the Gemini King, and the Yuhua King. It was a gathering of heroes. "The saint is here." Yi Fan's appearance caused a commotion. He killed so many experts and 2 sons of the great sage in one night. I can't believe he still dares to attend the Jade Pool Grand Meeting. Many people were astonished. Recently, Yi Fan had stirred up a lot of trouble. He was definitely the focus of everyone's attention. His appearance naturally caused a storm. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden went to welcome him in person to invite him here. "He's really arrogant," a young man from an Origin Technique ancient clan said. "The Jade Pool Grand Meeting won't be peaceful this time. Little Yi, you have to be careful," Li Heishui reminded him. On the day they arrived, there was a roar of wind and thunder in the Jade Pool deity land. Some peerless cultivators were chasing a beam of golden light. A sacred battle ape. Yi Fan was dazed. That monkey went to the peach garden to steal peaches. Someone shouted. "It's really not peaceful this time. Is there something special in the King of Stones? Even a sacred battle ape is here," Yi Fan muttered to himself. The Jade Pool Grand Meeting was really grand. It hadn't started yet, but many strange people had already come to this pure land. Experts from all over the world had gathered. The Alcade Saint, the Divine King Physique, Jin Qishao, the Gemini King, the Yuhua King, the Purple Mansion Holy Maiden, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden, and Yi Fan had become the focus of people's discussion. Without a doubt, these people were the most powerful young cultivators. When they gathered together, there would most likely be some dazzling sparks. In addition, the competition of origin techniques would definitely be a highlight. The most ancient origin technique ancient clans were all here. Everyone was looking forward to it,